Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will what if Harry Potter declared war on both the light and the dark. Here is short summary. Disillusioned by the actions of both Dumbledore and Voldemort, Harry decides to stop playing their game. Instead, he rises as a new force determined to change the wizarding world forever. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry thought tears threatening to pour down his cheeks, once again after his parents' deaths when he had lived an unworthy and unloved life all these years. He had made sure that there would be no one to love him and no one for him to love. What made it bitterer was the fact he was responsible for the death of the only person who saw the Harry in the freak and the boy who lived. Why oh why did he not have the sense to see the package Sirius had give? Why did he trust an elf that had always showed it was not trustworthy? Harry clutched his head in his hands as he leaned against the wall. He wished he could run away somewhere to heal and to lick his wounds in private, but for him even that was denied. He stayed there for a long time staring at the wall opposite him with unseeing eyes, and then with a sigh he left for the infirmary wearing his invisibility cloak. He did not want to be greeted or asked by the many admirers about Voldemort, the same admirers who thought he was insane just a few days ago. He cast a silencing charm on him as a first-year heard his footsteps and seeing no one had squeaked in terror. He also cast a notice me not charm on him and slowly neared the infirmary door. Hermione had still to wake up and Ron and Ginny were up, though Pomfrey had insisted they be in bed for at least 3 days. The doors of the infirmary were wide open as always, and Harry, forgetting he was under the invisibility cloak and had a silencing charm and a notice me not charm on him, looked at Ron, who was busy sifting through the sweets to find one he liked, and said, "Hey Ron, Ginny, how are you guys?" He stopped as no sound came out and a startled smile came out on his sad face as he realized he was under a silencing charm plus an invisibility cloak. He was about to remove silencing charm when there was a flash and Fawkes was there with an angry trill. Harry was bemused and bewildered as he stopped his actions and moved slightly away from Fawkes and a little closer to Ron to see what that note that was so obviously from Albus Dumbledore was all about. Ron had removed the thread that tied the scroll tightly and unrolled the parchment. He looked up and looked carefully at Hermione and then at the door. "Ron," Ginny said impatiently, "will you stop looking around like a git and read what Dumbledore has written? Harry just visited us in the morning and he will not come till after dinner as he has every day, and Hermione is so obviously asleep. Or give it to me here. I will take care of it." "Oh shut up, Ginny. You know Harry must not know of our connections with Dumbledore and neither must Hermione. I am only being careful. So keep quiet and let me read," Ron told equally rudely. Harry was astounded and amazed. Ron and Ginny were having secret letters from Dumbledore that he and Hermione did not know about. What was in it? Harry went a little closer, careful that his cloak hid him fully, and casting the silencing charm over him once again. "There will be an order meeting of the inner circle tonight at 10:30 on the 4th floor room behind the portrait of the flowers. Password is flowery. Please ensure that Miss Granger is asleep. We'll make sure Harry does not peep in. Fawkes will be your escort. Albus Dumbledore." The note burst into flames and vanished. Ron looked at Ginny, who was looking very thoughtful. Why has he called for a meeting when it is barely 3 days after the fiasco at the Department of Mysteries? "I still have to recover fully, though you are quite okay." "Well, it must be something very important that he feels we must know about Harry, you know, and now he only has to take care of Harry as Hermione's asleep anyway." "What could it be anyway?" "About Harry, I mean, otherwise he would not have called us," she finished thoughtfully. "Well, we will know at 10:30 tonight. Now shut up, I am going to sleep." Ron turned on his side and closed his eyes and went to sleep. Harry slowly backed off and then continued slowly till he was a little away from the infirmary, and then he ran to the library and sat down there, his heart thudding in his, because of running hard and because of the confusion, anger, and most of all the betrayal he felt as he heard Ron and Ginny speak. He sat there for almost an hour unable to come to terms with what he had heard, and was only slightly relieved that Hermione was not included in it. But still, from Ron this was the ultimate betrayal, and he felt one more wall in his already battered and torn home crumbling and shattering as his trust and friendship with Ron came under the hammer. It could be something that concerns the Weasleys, he thought desperately. But then why have an order meeting to discuss that? Dumbledore could have come and spoke to them about it. And they were not at all surprised to see Fawkes bring letters about order meetings. Then were they in the Order of the Phoenix? Harry's head swirled as he tried to make sense of it all. He couldn't, and after another 15 minutes of sitting there he decided to go to that meeting of the Inner Circle of the Order and see for himself. Who were the Inner Circle members? His lips trembled at the thought. He refused to entertain that Sirius, too, might have known about Ron and Ginny's inclusion in the Inner Circle of the Order. He knew he would not be able to lift himself from that blow, if that came to light. He straightened his shoulders and decided to go with his invisibility cloak, and then stopped. Dumbledore had known during his second year in Hagrid's hut that they were there under the invisibility cloak, and in his first year too, when he was going to the Mirror of Erised. So he would have to find another way out of that. Dumbledore could also see auras, and he would know in a jiffy that Harry was there. He wished Hermione were here. She would have told him by now what to do and how to go about it. Suddenly he was fiercely glad that at least she was also not a party to this order thing. He sighed and then walked to the shelves for Charms books. It was about 4 in the afternoon. That meant he had about 6 hours to find out about it, when another thought came to him, frustrating him more. Moody, if he were there he would be able to look through anything. Harry became desperate for a minute when he thought that he would not be able to go, and then he decided to try. Who knew he could find out spells that would hide you from Moody's eye as well? Harry diligently searched for all the 6 hours. He could find nothing. He was so frustrated he was already pulling at his hair. There was yet another pile of books, but all of the 100 or so were useless, and he wished for the 1000th time that Hermione was here. It was nearing 10 and he still did not know what to do. He gave a sigh and took out the next book from the pile he had yet to see, and beneath the book he had taken was a huge tome that said, How to be Truly Invisible, and on it were the pictures of aura and magical eyes and the words, Hide from these, next to them. He eagerly took that and hastily turned the pages, and with his wand returned all the books to their places, in case anybody would come in and see him looking up books on invisibility. That book gave him the answer in the 3rd chapter about hiding auras, and in the 6th chapter about hiding from magical instruments like Moody's eyes. He did not realize that that book was above Newt level, and he memorized both the spells and then tried both on himself. It took about 12 tries before he got the spells right as the book said, and felt a double tingle go through him. Fear of being found out and excitement and anger about what he would find there made Harry draw in short breaths, and he cast yet another silencing charm at himself as well as a Notice Me Not charm again. He then looked up the counters to both and pulled out a piece of parchment and wrote both the spells and their counters, and was about to close the book when he remembered Remus. He hurriedly went to the creatures section in that book and read about the spell to cast to subdue your scent, and that took 15 tries, and then Harry banished that book to its place and walked out. He did not know if he had succeeded, though the spells had hit him correctly and had tingled properly as the book said. Well, he would know as he gate crashed the party, he thought with a good amount of fear, and walked swiftly to the 4th floor. He was just 10 minutes short of 10 o'clock, and he whispered Flowery about 8 times, panicking as the door did not open, before he realized he had a silencing charm on him. Harry quickly removed it and whispered Flowery and walked into the room that was still dark, and as the door closed, it became very dark. He recast the silencing charm on himself and waited for the door to open so that he could see where he was. He moved away from the door along the side he was in, holding on with his hands to the walls. Sharp at 10, the door opened and Harry blinked at the light, panicking as Dumbledore and Moody came in, followed by the others. The Weasleys, Remus Lupin, Tonks, Shacklebolt, Snape, McGonagall, Hagrid and Diggle. Harry looked at all of them in amazement. There was no Ron or Ginny, though. The note had said 10:30, so there was obviously going to be another meeting after this. Albus clapped his hands and there was silence. We will first observe a moment's silence for Sirius. And all of them stood up and were silent for a minute. Then all of them discussed various things that sounded terribly dull to Harry. Then Molly asked Dumbledore about him. How is Harry, Albus? I saw Ron and Ginny, they were sleeping, but as Harry was not there I could not see him. How has he taken Sirius's falling through the veil? Molly Weasley looked anxious as she asked Dumbledore. Very well, Molly, far better than I expected. I expected him to cry and howl the place down, but all he has been doing is walking up and down corridors and not talking much. He will be all right by the time he goes back to the Dursleys. Dumbledore told her as an amazed Harry listened on. Harry had destroyed his office, yelled at him, had almost howled and had wanted out of everything in the wizarding world, and Dumbledore thought he was fine. What was wrong with him? Harry felt his respect for a man he had regarded so highly come a little down. Remus had to still ask for him, Harry thought sadly. Maybe he was scared that Harry would kill him off as well. Snape was sitting in the shadows, sneering at everyone for all he was worth. Harry glared at him. He still was not convinced that Snape had not delayed the message that brought the order so late to do anything. They were not kids, and they could apparate and could have come long before the six of them riding on Threstles actually had arrived at the Department of Mysteries, and still it had taken them half an hour after Harry and the others had arrived to come and help them. "Severus, do you have anything for us?" Dumbledore asked with a smile. "Lucius has come out of Azkaban and has pleaded his innocence." He was cut off there as there was a lot of exclamations, shouting and yelling, and Dumbledore clapped his hands shouting for silence. "How did you know?" There was no news from the Wizengamot where the trial should be held. Dumbledore was frowning and getting a bit angry as he realized he had not been called or informed. The Dark Lord asked Rookwood to take a lowly Death Eater who admitted to Fudge that he had polyjuiced as Lucius in the Department of Mysteries. As soon as that man admitted his guilt, Fudge personally released Lucius from Azkaban. Snape finished with another sneer. Harry was shocked. Lucius Malfoy was out and that idiot Fudge was responsible. He turned to Moody, who was saying something derogatory about Snape, and Harry heartily agreed as Snape glared at Moody, trying to kill him with his stare. Dumbledore once again pacified Moody and Snape, and then, "Is that all? Then I have a request to make of you, Severus. This is the reason I called the order meeting tonight. Severus, I want you to take Harry away to your cottage in the hills by the lake that you have and teach him occlumency and legilimency so that Voldemort will not attack him and place false memories that caused us Sirius. I also wish that you teach him the rudimentary aspects of offensive and battle magic." There was a stunned silence and Harry himself was too horrified to speak, but it was not Remus but Molly who objected, forever earning Harry's gratitude. "Albus, you know they hate each other so. Why do you insist they always be paired together? Harry would have learnt occlumency if only someone else had taught him." "Not." She turned to Severus, who was glaring and snarling at her, and said hastily, "I do not mean any insult to you, Severus, only that Harry's temperament and yours do not match. Why don't you assign this to Remus?" Remus cleared his throat. "Molly, now is not the time for me to be with Harry. I have just lost another person who accepted me as I was." Snape sneered here again, "and while my mind tells me Harry is not to blame, my heart does not allow me to forget that Sirius came out of Grimmauld Place only because of Harry. I will need some time to heal, before I can move with him as before. Please." Harry shattered into a million pieces as he heard Remus, who had almost said Harry was responsible for the death of Sirius. While Harry knew at a deeper level that what he said was true, it devastated him totally as he stared with wide eyes full of hurt at Remus. "So, your emotions are far more important to you than that of your dear departed friend's son who also accepted you as a wolf." The sarcastic voice of Snape made Remus flush, but he did not say anything more. Now Severus, Remus also needs time to grieve. Do not hassle him. Now Harry will be with the Dursleys for exactly 1 week, to strengthen the wards, then you may take him to Rose Cottage and help him to learn. I am very worried about him, Severus. He does not have the aura that is comforting, and now Sirius's death will further weaken the will of the boy to do strong magic." Dumbledore looked very worried, and seeing him all the others except Snape looked equally worried. "Albus, Harry has to be strong. Otherwise how will he defeat Voldemort?" Remus was concerned and it showed in his voice. "So your heart is not so far gone as to realize that it is your precious, golden boy, that you need to defeat Voldemort, but your heart," here Snape was dripping with sarcasm, "does not want to have to do much with him. You certainly are clear, Lupin." Lupin flushed angrily, not able to refute what Snape was saying, but shamed he had put it into the open so uncaringly. "I was saying that Harry has to be strong for himself, Severus, not for me. Voldemort has been coming after him for a long while now, and he is not going to stop because Harry is grieving." Snape merely sneered and turned to Dumbledore. "I will not be able to take him, Albus. While I hate to agree with Molly, what she says is true. I told you at the time you asked me to teach him occlumency, and that failed because we have very little trust in each other. What you are asking me now will fail because of the same reason. I am a harsh teacher and Harry is an impertinent, ignorant, disobedient and uncaring school child. That was very harsh, Severus. Harry has always been polite to all of us and I am afraid you have allowed your childish enmity with James to spill over to Harry. Molly was furious as Snape spoke so deprecatingly about Harry, whom she genuinely thought of as her very own. Snape flushed with rage and once again Dumbledore brought the order to silence, though most of them were fuming. Severus, I am afraid I cannot give you a choice as Harry needs to be molded. Molly, you must understand that Harry needs the harshness. As Severus says, he is too wayward and sometimes rather lax about obeying the rules. He would run rings around all of us, we are too soft with him, and Severus will make sure he learns. This will also pull Harry's thoughts from his grief and he will concentrate. Please trust me on this. Dumbledore looked steadily at Severus and after some 5 minutes of sulking and scowling, Snape nodded once and stood up. If that is all, then I may as well go and enjoy what peace I have now, as the next 2 months are going to be worse than time with the Dark Lord. Dumbledore smiled and nodded, and that made the meeting come to a close as all of them left saying their goodbyes, leaving only Dumbledore and Moody. In 5 minutes they were joined by 3 other persons, all of them Weasleys. Ron, Ginny and Percy. What happened? Why so late? Asked Ron as they sat down. Harry, who had been totally dazed by what he had heard in the last hour, was now struggling to keep up with this. Ron and Percy were friends. Their parents never knew and Dumbledore encouraged it. What was going on and why? How are you two? Asked Percy looking at them. Fine, both of them answered together. Percy smiled and turned to Dumbledore looking at him expectantly. Fudge was in a closed-door meeting with Rookwood and another man. Then he left very urgently. Percy started as Moody cut him off. Severus already told us, Lucius is out of prison. Moody explained in brief about the release of Lucius from prison. Percy was shocked, as were Ron and Ginny. Dumbledore decided to start before Ron started on one of his pet peeves, ranting and raving about Malfoy. Ron, you must make sure Harry tells you everything. In the emotional aftermath of Sirius's death, Harry almost destroyed my offices. He should not have been able to do what he did. So keep your eyes open and encourage Harry to speak to you about everything. I am especially concerned about the link he shares with Voldemort. Your mother will come to take you both back home tomorrow and I will not get an opportunity to see you till school reopens. Ginny, this year you must win the affections of Harry's heart. You must make sure that both of you are a couple. Harry will be safe with you and he will not think of doing silly things during the year if he is occupied with you. Both of you must make sure Harry does not learn too much. That is the purpose of this meeting. I will deposit 10,000 galleons each in both your vaults tomorrow for this year. Now go and take rest. Good night. Both of them nodded and left with Fawkes, and then Percy left too, after a few minutes left, promising to scout for more news about the Death Eaters captured and what he could get on Fudge. Left alone, Dumbledore turned to Moody in concern and worry that was written all over his face. How could Harry destroy my office like that, Alistair? I have bound more than 60% of Harry's magic and all of his gifts. Yet he has been able to cast a Patronus that held off 100 Dementors in his 3rd year and now he annihilated my office. Why do you worry? We have been building up the emotions in him nicely. When the time comes, Potter will clash with Voldemort and both of them will die. Potter should not live. Albus, as anybody with the amount of raw power that he has, can do a lot of harm if he so decides. We cannot watch him forever to see if he is turning dark. He sealed his fate, in my opinion, on the day he killed Voldemort 16 years ago. A 1-year-old baby killing a wizard of that caliber is dangerous to say the least. Now you keep calm and we will work it all out. Make sure Harry writes a will saying that he leaves everything for the reparation of the wizarding world and makes you in charge of that. And above all, don't tell him about his family vaults. Dumbledore nodded his head thoughtfully. For that we have to make sure Harry lives for at least 2 years without getting into the clutches of Voldemort. The money he will receive at 17 will come in good to rebuild our world. You are right as usual, my friend. Well, let us hope Snape breaks Harry a bit more. Then he will be all alone and will listen to my gentle suggestions, as Remus has also decided to stay away for some time. Sirius was a thorn in our side. He was cut off as Moody spoke gruffly. He was an ass, Moody said bluntly. He thought the world of Potter and was beginning to get suspicious about your intentions for his godson in the end. Good, he went. Harry stared, not aware of how his body was trembling or the hate that shone in his eyes as Dumbledore once again nodded his head in agreement. Yes, good, he went, or else I would have had to do something to incapacitate him forever. Dumbledore became Harry's enemy from that moment. Come, let us go. We have long days now. Harry stood there in the darkness for almost an hour, struggling with his emotions and all that he had heard. He felt that his head would explode with the amount of information it had received in that 1 hour. He just could not deal with it and process the information he had heard and could not take it anymore. He stumbled out and walked along, removing all the charms he had cast on himself and removing his cloak, went to the dungeons. He knocked at the door of the potions classroom, and after 5 minutes Snape opened the door, a sharp question on his lips. Before Snape could ask him anything, however, Harry spoke, his voice slurring and thick with the effort of keeping the emotions at bay. He was careful not to look at Snape in the eye and bending his head down. Sir, I just cannot get sleep. Please, may I have a vial of the dreamless sleep potion? Harry woke up that evening to find that Ron and Ginny had already left for the burrow. Harry, what happened to you? You have been asleep since yesterday night, and Professor Dumbledore came in with Snape and McGonagall to check on you. Then Snape told Dumbledore that you had asked for dreamless sleep, and Dumbledore smiled and went away. Harry blinked at all the information he received. He shook his head, feeling disoriented and lost, and then terrible, as the events of last night crowded onto his brain. He pushed them down, deciding to take care of it later in private, and smiled falteringly at Neville. What time is it, Nevin? How are you? I am fine, Harry. Neville beamed at Harry at the concern in Harry's voice and continued, I was just going down for dinner. It is about 7:30. Also, Ron and Ginny have left and told me to tell you to take care and that they will write soon. Harry could not stop the wave of hate he felt at hearing their names and the angry scowl that came on his face as Neville told him about them. Fortunately, Neville did not notice, as he was already turning away to close his trunk and go down to the Great Hall. Harry thought of not going down to dinner for some time, but decided to go down to the Great Hall as Dumbledore would see him and nod in that all-knowing way and let him be. Otherwise he might come to the dorm to check up on him, and Harry was not sure he could manage a solicitously false enquiry and be alone with Dumbledore just now. To add to everything, he was so very hungry. He dragged himself out of bed and went to the bathroom and stood under the hot shower and felt a lot refreshed. He pulled on a pair of clean robes and walked out of the dorm, not looking at anyone in the eye, smiling a little as the few Gryffindors who were there called out to ask how he was, and walked out and down to the Great Hall. The hall was almost empty of students, though all the professors were there. Harry sat down in his usual place as Dumbledore, McGonagall and Snape all looked at him sharply. He felt their glances but did not look up. He filled his plate and forced himself to eat. The moment he started eating, his hunger took over and he ate a full meal. The moment he finished, he left the hall to go to the library and sat there trying to make sense of everything. He did not dare write anything down, and he was trying to go through everything in his mind, and he was getting hopelessly confused when the worried voice of his headmaster interrupted him, sending him into a panic. Harry, how are you feeling now? You had asked Severus for the dreamless sleep potion yesterday. Dumbledore was there looking at Harry in a very concerned way. Harry glanced up at him for a brief second and nodded his head shakily, praying that he would not let his anger, betrayal and knowledge show. Yes, sir, I am feeling fine now. And very quietly Harry added, I am sorry to have destroyed your office that day. That is all right, Harry. Do not worry about it. If you need anything you only have to ask. Dumbledore told him kindly and then left. Harry just sat there for some time, putting his head in his hands, feeling so helpless and wondering if Dumbledore was lurking around or had he left his precious Gryffindor savior to his miseries. After about half an hour Harry went to the dorm and told the others he would sleep in early once again. Hey, you are fine, aren't you? Asked Dean Thomas, looking at Harry. Harry nodded his head. Just tired, that's all. And went up the stairs that led to the dorm. He undressed and went to bed, tightly drawing the curtains around him and cast a silencing spell on them. He sat for more than 2 hours thinking on various events in which Dumbledore had intervened at the right time and many other events that might have been influenced by him indirectly. Then, taking out a parchment, he wrote down everything he remembered. Magic bound and suppressed, must find a way to release it to full potential. Ron and Ginny working for Dumbledore, and he wants to kill me because I am linked with Voldemort and am more powerful than I should be. Don't know about Hermione. Have to find a way to learn stuff and defeat Voldemort for my parents and Dumbledore for. Sirius. Harry had to blink his eyes several times after writing this, as he now knew that Dumbledore had probably kept Sirius in Azkaban deliberately so that he could not get custody of Harry. While he did not have proof of this, he had heard Dumbledore and Moody say that it was a good thing that Sirius was gone. What family vaults? Have to find out about them. How? The Dursleys. Did Dumbledore charm them to hate me, and does he have spells to find out what I do there? As last year he seemed to know Uncle Vernon was going to throw me out and his howler came in exactly at that time. Snape and how to tackle him. Subjects to study: occlumency, legilimency, wandless magic. That was what the Lumos was when the Dementors came, dueling and other branches of magic that might help. Unlocking his gifts. What gifts and how to unlock them. Cannot trust anybody, have to do this on my own. Have to take care of Voldemort and Dumbledore and Ron, Ginny, Percy and Moody. That sentence made him feel truly miserable, and he sat there for some time wallowing in his misery and sadness that he was not destined to have anyone who cared enough to look beyond the barriers, and the friends and the man he had truly looked upon as people who were now plotting to kill him. Harry was not scared of dying, as he was more or less prepared for the fact that Voldemort would finish him off sooner or later. The prophecy only assured him that his thoughts were correct. What he had been praying for was that he would take Voldemort with him as he went down. If somehow he would survive, he was grateful to the powers that be. Now all that had changed, as Harry was determined not only to defeat Voldemort but others in the light, and try to live through all that just for the reason that they wanted him dead. That would be his tribute to Sirius and to his parents who had sacrificed their lives so that Harry may live. He memorized all that he had written and then wrote a few more sentences. Things to do to achieve what he had written above. Go to Gringotts somehow before going to the Dursleys and meet with the goblins. That would be the most difficult to do, Harry knew. Access money on a continuous basis, both Muggle and magical. Unlock gifts and full magical potential right here in school before leaving. Harry thought a bit more deeply and then wrote. Room of Requirement will provide all the stuff necessary. Memorize all the stuff from the Room of Requirement, write it down in your parchment and also scan aura. Dumbledore said aura was not comforting, so find out, and if aura changes after unlocking magic, make sure that there is a way to keep same aura as now after unlocking suppressed magic so that Dumbledore will not be suspicious. Harry snorted a bit after that. For all that Dumbledore said, he might already be operating at his full potential. Well, he would know soon. He memorized all this as well and then cast an incendio at that parchment and swallowed the ashes. Then, a bit satisfied he was doing something to avenge his parents and Sirius, went to sleep. He woke up late the next morning, enjoying the undisturbed sleep that he had yesterday, without any nightmares of the Department of Mysteries. He wondered a bit at that, but put it down to the new purpose that filled his life. He briskly walked off to the showers and felt fresher after that, and then filling his bag with loads and loads of parchment and invisibility cloak, and then went down to find Hermione, waiting with a beaming smile on her face. He stared at her without saying anything, and her smile faltered. Harry, she asked hesitantly, looking at him with a concern that almost made him weep. He suddenly came to a decision, and he dragged her out of the common room and went to a random corridor and cast a silencing spell around them. Can you tell me loudly at the Great Hall that I must not be like this and that you need to talk to me in your most bossy tone? He asked her. She gaped and thought Harry had lost it completely. Harry saw her look and smiled a genuine smile at her. I'll explain everything after breakfast. Swear, please Hermione, will you do this for me? He asked her with a pleading look on his face. She was not convinced and she still thought he was too far gone, but she nodded dubiously anyway. Harry cancelled the silencing charm and both of them went to the Great Hall. How is Ron and Ginny? I did not see both of them, though Neville looked fine. She said, busy filling her plate, and so missed the look of pure hate on Harry's face. Yeah, they are both fine, and Mrs. Weasley has taken them to the burrow to heal. Hermione looked up at the tone of that voice but wisely refrained from commenting anything. She saw that Harry had a good breakfast, though he was very silent after that statement. As they were about to get up, Hermione looked at him and caught hold of his arm. Harry, you must stop this right now. Come on, I want to speak to you before classes. She said loudly. What classes, Hermione? Classes have been cancelled for the rest of the year. Harry told her, enjoying the look of shock on her face. What? She asked, astounded that they could have cancelled classes, even though they had already given their owls they could have been assessing their papers. "Come on," was all Harry said, and he took her to the 7th floor to the picture of Barnaby and walked 3 times thinking hard. Harry actually needed a place to tell Hermione everything, show her everything as well as the materials needed for his research and plans. A door opened and Harry and Hermione walked into a room that was filled with books and a table with a pensieve on it and a comfortable sofa facing it. Of course, Harry thought, he could show it all to her. She would be more convinced that way. But he did not know how to remove the memories from his head and place it onto the pensieve. She had looked at the room once and now was facing the door and was fiddling with her wand near it. Immediately there was writing on the black board that was behind the pensieve. Hold your wand tipped to your temple and think of a specific memory and slowly pull it out. Break the connection after you have pulled out what you wanted to. Harry thought back to last afternoon where Ron received the letter and then his research and then the order meeting. He almost did not show her the main order meeting, not wanting to see the same accusation in her eyes as Remus's, but then he shrugged. He would know whether to trust her with what he had to do or if he did not have even Hermione, who had stayed with him all this time, never wavering even during the fight with Ron in their 4th year. He placed them in the pensieve and then he held her hand and both of them put their face into it. The next minute they were falling down and Hermione stood through the whole thing silently, her right hand holding her mouth in horror and her left hand clutching Harry so strongly that he was beginning to feel numb. Both of them came out automatically as the memories ended, and then there was a deathly drop silence as Harry lifted the memories and placed them into his head, again following the writing on the blackboard. How could all of them? Hermione whispered aghast as she looked at Harry with tears in her eyes. How could Ron and Ginny betray you like this and for money? And Remus, I thought better of him, and the worst of them all Dumbledore. Oh Harry, you realize what he said, didn't you? I bet he kept Sirius in Azkaban deliberately so that he could not get access to you. Tears overflowed from her eyes and Harry just stood there trying his best not to join her in the open weeping. After about 10 minutes, Hermione wiped her eyes and she looked at him. Okay, we know all this now, she began in a determined voice that was just a little shaky and frightened. We know where we stand, and Harry, we are most likely fighting with Voldemort, Dumbledore and Ron. That means the Order, the Dark Forces, and because of this mess the Ministry of Magic as well. We have to make a list of things to do and also plan on how we are going to beat the tar out of all of them. Harry. She noticed that he was just standing there looking at her with so much gratitude that she was bewildered for a second, and then she understood. You said we, thanks Hermione, and you will never know how much. His voice broke on the last word as he stopped, trying to get his emotions under control. After a little while he continued. I also need to tell you something else that Dumbledore told me about on that night. Harry told her shakily as he told about the prophecy, and she stared at him with so much horror in her face. Oh Harry, was all that she said. So if you want out I will understand, only please don't tell what I told you just now to anyone. I just needed to share it with someone. He told her, feeling so alone. She went to him and hugged him fiercely. You were my first friend and Ron became my friend only because of you, Harry. Of course I will help you as much as I can. I thought Ron and I. She broke off looking a bit wistful and then angrily continued, from when did he start this and why? Where does Percy fit into all this, and most importantly we have to plan for so many things. I have already made a list, and he dictated to the board and Hermione nodded approvingly. Come on Harry, we have work to do. Start with the books on aura and I want to look through the potion books here. She looked around and soon was taking down potion books from the potion section. Harry had gone to the aura section and removed a whole lot of books before taking even more books, occlumency and legilimency. He merely wrote the names of the books and authors and returned all the other books back except those on aura and started looking through for finding out his aura that he sported at present and how to change his aura to fool others. He found information in the 7th book. Hermione in the meantime had taken the parchments from him and had already started writing down great lengths. He sighed and turned back to his own research. An aura is an indication of your character and power that can never lie. Only the most powerful can even attempt to see the aura, and it is the people with the silver or the golden aura who can even see the aura with the DI. In rare cases people with a green aura are able to see auras around them. An aura can be seen by a powerful wizard by simply concentrating on the outline of the person whose aura you wish to see. You will be able to slowly make out the blurred outlines of vague colors in the beginning, but you are practiced, it will almost come instantaneously as the mind is able to comprehend and understand your need to see the aura in a fraction of a second and work automatically to see the aura. You may change your aura only to colors that indicate a lower power level than what you have. For example, if you are a wizard with a pink aura, you will not be able to hide your aura with green or silver, which are higher than your power level. Remember, only the powerful can change auras, it is not for the average which are wizard. For all the others, to find your aura, all you have to do is point your wand at you and say the words aura reveal us and check for the aura. The aura colors are white, brown, yellow, red, blue, pink, purple, green, silver and golden. White is the color represented by the lowest power and golden by the highest amount of power found in a wizard and witch. To change your aura, point your wand at yourself and say aura changes, it will automatically move to a color that is one color less than your own. If you need to go down one more power level, then say the same spell and go down one more color. If you need to find out that a person has changed their aura, remember that only very powerful wizards can do it in the first place. You will know by seeing a jagged line that outlines their changed aura, a very thin outline not visible very clearly to the eye. Auras are an indication of your true character and power. While auras are read as they are to determine power levels, by taking the predominant color that surrounds you, to determine character the combination of various colors are taken into account. Red says anger and a short temper, and from that you may be rest assured that the wizard is rash and brash. Brown indicates sluggishness, yellow laziness, white sickness, pink harmony and good cheer, blue very analytical and logical, purple very powerful and has leadership qualities and is spiritually inclined and may have a bad tendency to dominate, green sheer power and harmony along with selflessness, and silver and golden are higher rungs of green. Black is a color to beware of in a wizard, as black means cruelty, a tendency towards evil and a keen desire to dominate and destroy. Wizards who can see auras usually have an aura that is green, silver, golden or black. Otherwise this spell would reveal it to you for a second, for you to assess. Hermione, I have found the thing about how to see aura and how to change them. She beamed at Harry as he told her all about it. Well, I also have a list of potions and spells. He noticed that she had moved from potions to charms books that were lying on the table. Well, the first thing to do is to make the potion to release your magic, and then another potion to see your gifts, and then we will conceal your aura and take it on from there. Harry looked at her, both bemused and grateful, that he had someone with him in this madness that was threatening to overwhelm him completely. The first thing to do though is to see your aura now so that we can make sure that your aura is the same later. What was the spell? Say it one more time. She asked him, wand ready in her hand. Afterward will you apply it to me and tell me what my aura is and if it has been changed? She asked him, slightly scared as she thought that Dumbledore could have done that to her as well. Shall I cast it first at you? Harry asked her. She nodded nervously as Harry raised his hand and cast the spell to reveal the aura. He had to cast it almost 12 times before his anger gave his magic a boost and he saw her aura that was pink and patches of purple and no jagged line around to suggest that her aura had been tampered with. Well, you are safe. Your aura is pink and purple and no jagged line. So no tampering, he told her, making exaggerated motions of being relieved. Suddenly Hermione flicked her wand and the room became a cozy place with sofas and teacups and snacks, and another flick all her and Harry's notes went into her bag. Come on Harry, you cannot be like this. You have to get over serious. How many times should I tell you this? We are all there for you, Ron and me, all the Weasleys, Professor Lupin and Tonks and all of us. You can't bottle all your feelings inside the entire time, okay? I wish Ron were here. He would have brought you out of your dumps. Well, both of us are not going anywhere till you speak out. Harry was shocked and for a minute he thought she had gone mad. He was about to open his mouth and really snap something rude at her when she spoke again. I am going to get Professor Dumbledore right now to speak to you about Sirius if you don't get off that look from your face. Harry opened his mouth to tell her to shut up and get out. Harry, please keep quiet for a second, while I explain to you why you must not bottle up your emotions. Please be quiet for a few minutes and please understand what I am about to say. Okay, you are not going to. Let me check your map for Professor Dumbledore and I will bring him here if you are going to be sulky. Harry was horrified as she spoke and was about to scream at her and actually push her out, when she ran to him and hugged him. I am sorry, 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 sorry. Harry just gaped at her thinking she was really off her rockers, when she started sniffing, tears running down her eyes. Someone was here invisibly, Harry. When we came here and I saw the pensieve, I cast a spy spell on the door that would tell me if Dumbledore or any of the professors came here to check. I had set the alarm to go off if anyone came within 3 feet near the room of requirement. The alarm tripped me off saying someone was here, and that was why I changed the room and started speaking to you about Sirius. It must have been Dumbledore, and now he will not disturb us again. He realized how clever she had been and he was so thankful he had her on his side. Thanks, Hermione. I was shocked and a little angry, I guess. I really did not know why you were talking all that. But I did not see him open the door. He told her sheepishly and with just a touch of defiance. Yes, he did not, but he could have cast an illusion of the door and have opened the door, or maybe he was standing outside and overhearing, or maybe he cast a see-through charm on the door so that he could see straight inside. You really don't know with Dumbledore, especially now. Hermione explained to him as he gaped at all the things Dumbledore could do. Now you have to cast the aura charm at yourself now, Harry. She told him, smiling, and he pointed the wand at himself and cast the spell. This time he got it the first time. Well, your color is blue. She told him, and there is a jagged line to show it has been changed. She smiled at him. Come on, we have work to do. We have to go to Hogsmeade and buy these potions. She frowned. No, Diagon Alley will be better. No one will recognize us if we go there with a small glamour, and we are safe. Great. We can also go to Gringotts then. Harry was delighted, as he had been breaking his head about how to tackle that particular problem. No, Harry, we cannot be away for that long, and we have to make sure we get back before we are missed. How much money do you have? I will bring all of mine, as well as some of these ingredients are very expensive, and it would be better if we do not steal from Snape, as he will be in charge of you during the holidays and he will suspect you the moment something goes missing. Harry had to reluctantly agree, and both of them used Harry's spells he had learnt the day before and concealed their auras and sent for good measure, and Hermione transfigured their robes into ordinary robes for everyday use and with a glamour to change their looks, and slowly crept out under the invisibility cloaks and walked swiftly to the one-eyed witch and went down the tunnel, and soon were in Hogsmeade, and they took the flow from the 3 broomsticks and landed in Diagon Alley. They walked swiftly, a little scared, and exited it doing something so daring, and went into the apothecary. Hermione had also used a voice-altering charm along with a notice me not that made Harry gawk at her in shock when she spoke. She briskly gave the list of potion ingredients. Please, could you tell me how much this costs, as I have some more potions to order? She told the manager. That man did not even look at them twice, and swiftly calculating told them an amount that was well within their limits, and Hermione gave him a second list. I have mixed a lot of common ingredients so that he would not know why we are buying these. She leaned over and whispered to him. In no time they had finished, and Hermione asked the man to shrink the package for them, and they almost ran back to the leaky cauldron and took the flow. They popped their invisibility cloaks over them and went through the dark passage and went back to the room of requirement. The whole exercise had taken an hour and a half. Hermione decided to keep then potions with her so that no one would suspect anything. Harry, I will also go back to the room of requirement and brew them. You stay on here, and if you are conspicuously present, Dumbledore will not think of looking for me. I will come in at intervals whenever I can leave the potions so that no one will be the wiser. Harry nodded his head and, changing his look to sullen, went down to the Great Hall after removing all their spells and glamour. Harry sat sullen all the time during dinner, and Hermione seemed to be scolding him about something, and he seemed to be rebelling. Dumbledore, Snape and McGonagall saw this display, and while Dumbledore smiled, Snape and McGonagall frowned. They turned to each other, and McGonagall nodded once very briefly, so briefly that no one, not even Dumbledore, noticed. Harry and Hermione finished dinner. They were very hungry, as they had skipped lunch and went to their common room and sat down with the others for some time, talking nothing really. Hey, Harry, how are you feeling? Better? Asked Neville, smiling shyly. Harry nodded and smiled back at him. Yeah, Neville, I am feeling fine now, though a bit sleepy. Me too, though I don't know why. We really haven't done anything really. No studies, no Snape, nothing. Still, Dean shook his head as he and Seamus, who was still a bit awkward around Harry, went up to their dorm. Taking this as their cue, Harry and Hermione also thankfully escaped. Harry lay awake for a long time, thinking over everything, and when he went to sleep it was with the prayer that he would not do anything foolish to kill of Hermione as he did Sirius. When he did sleep his cheeks were wet with the tears he had contained while awake. Minerva McGonagall walked briskly to her quarters and taking an old chess set fled to Snape's quarters in the dungeons. She had been watching Harry since he had come back from the Department of Mysteries and she was very worried. Albus nowadays seemed so uncaring of Harry, especially this 5th year when Harry was already having to deal with too much in her opinion. While Harry may have not noticed anything out of the ordinary she had, and she had been very concerned. She had not liked any of the things Albus had done in Harry's case, she now realized as she stepped out of the flow and brushed her robes. He had left Harry with uncaring people and she had watched him come back to school undernourished and edgy. She was related to the Potters distantly and she had been one of the wizards and witches who had volunteered to take care of Harry, and she had pushed hard to gain custody. Albus had not budged, though, and Harry had gone to those pathetic muggles. Now as she greeted Snape with a smile, she knew he was not deceived and he was on full alert as he looked at her warily, helping her set the chess set. While they played regularly and with Albus's knowledge, in fact he joined them on many occasions, today was not about a chess game and both of them knew it. Minerva on her part knew what she had come here to say while Snape only had his suspicions. Both of them were silent at first and the Minerva started the conversation. "Thank you for seeing me under a pretext of a chess game, Severus. While I do not usually hide anything important from Albus, today I wanted to speak to you about Harry and without Albus's knowledge. Your quarters are so completely warded, I felt safe in coming here." "Well," Snape drawled, very surprised, but not showing it, "you speak as if your own are not so clean. I know that you are as paranoid as I about your privacy from an old coot that both of us know as the headmaster." He finished as he handed her a drink. She smiled her thanks, took a sip and making her first move on the board spoke to him. "Yes, Albus is notoriously inquisitive about all of us and while I know it is for the greater good and generally tend to agree with him on many issues, what he attempts to do with Harry is not what I agree or approve of." Snape made his move swiftly as he spoke. "Why, Minerva, I am surprised. You of all people are speaking against Albus in this matter and so far as I can see, Albus has done a little too much for that ungrateful boy and Potter, I think is wholly undeserving of it in my opinion." He finished acidly as Minerva contemplated thoughtfully both Snape and the chessboard as she made her next move. "You couldn't be more wrong, Severus. You taught him occlumency. Surely you must have had an insight into what type of muggles those people are, the Dursleys, I mean." "Yes," Snape told her, "I did see Minerva. But that is no excuse to disobey or disregard the rules and your elders are to poke your nose into things that are not of your concern." He told her, unable to keep the coldness from his voice as he remembered the pensive and his utter humiliation that Harry had witnessed what had been his most mortifying moment of his school years. She smiled once again, moving her knight into an attacking position. "You are offended that Harry went into your pensive and he saw you hanging upside down showing your knickers." Snape started, surprised and then shocked. So Potter had broadcast it to one and all. His face became very bitter as he thought of all the students knowing about his degradation and he retorted sharply, "I might have known, Minerva, Potter could not keep such a fact to himself. Why have Albus and the other order members not inquired of me and ridiculed me about it, I wonder?" Minerva looked up startled now as she heard Snape's bitter voice and his assumptions. "As far as I know not even Ron and Hermione know of this. He apparently asked the twins to create a distraction and went into Umbridge's room, highly foolish in my opinion, and called for Sirius and Remus and then flayed them." Snape stared at her, obviously dumbfounded at the statement that Harry Potter should flay anyone, let alone black about his mortification. "Why? It was such a glorious thing, wasn't it? Snape the greasy git humiliated and showing his knickers to one and all." He replied, flushing bitterly as he thought of that day. "Ah. You see, Severus, Harry did not feel so. He ranted at them and told Sirius that James was not much better than Dudley his cousin, whom he despises, and when Sirius told him they were all very young and impetuous he told him that Harry was 15 and he would not do something so degrading even to Malfoy." McGonagall laughed softly at Snape as he gaped at her open-mouthed, unable to comprehend the Harry Potter he knew and the Harry Potter Minerva was talking about. He told them he felt ashamed and he could not believe how arrogant James had been and had implied that all of us had been lying about his father as a wonderful person. Sirius had apologized then and had tried to pacify Harry. He confided in me and at the next meeting that we had and asked me to look out for him as his head of house, and he said that was planning to show Harry a lot of good memories of his father, the good things he had done so that Harry would not feel let down by James's behavior that Harry had been unfortunate to witness. But now he cannot, as he too is gone, she finished sadly. Snape was very still as he heard Minerva speak, and he was totally astounded. Potter had defended him. That alone was enough to give him nightmares, over and above that he had been sharply critical of his father. Black would have cringed at the thought that Potter would think so less of his father and his friends. Well, that had been a revelation of a very confusing nature. It presented Potter in a different light, and Snape, while had seen enough of his memories to realize Potter had less than a comfortable home life, he had thought him rash and disobedient. You call him impetuous, Severus, but Harry has hardly any opinion about authority. To him, elders are not necessarily betters, and authority probably means suppression. He is so used to relying on himself, to accept help for him is a sign of weakness he cannot afford to have. She was pleading now, look at it from his point of view. When has anybody consulted him on anything concerning him? When is he, Severus, even respected as a boy in his own right? Severus, Harry has no one to call his own. Even Neville has his grandmother to come for him and ask questions if anything goes wrong. Can you step out of your limits with Ron? No, because Molly will lynch you. But Harry, he has no one to talk for him, no one to care for him, and now he has no one he cares about. She stopped there, unable to go on for a moment, so angry she was. How dare Remus say those words at the order meeting? She was ranting now, her eyes furious and sparkling with anger and unshed tears. We ask so much of the boy, we tell him to face and defeat you-know-who for us, but what do we do in return, Severus? Nothing. Sirius was right all along. He wanted Harry to have more information if Harry had had would have made him more cautious. But none of us told him anything, and he had to act with what little he knew. He only knew Sirius was in danger, and he was likely to lose the one man who represented not only his parents and family, but a normalcy he was never blessed to have, a man who did not expect anything from him, who cared for him and who saw him only as Harry. She wiped her eyes and sniffed and calmed down visibly. Now I know why you came here. You wanted to get it off your... Snape told her, attempting to calm her down, his own thoughts in utter chaos and swirling with confusion. Sorry, Severus. I had no right to let go like this, and I did not come for this alone. Snape smiled at her. You wish to rant and rave some more. Be my guest. She was deadly serious, though. I want your assurance you will keep what I say in confidence as well as what I just spoke. Well, all right, ranted and raved to you. Seeing him nod his head, she smiled. I am distantly related to Harry. Seeing his shocked look, yes, not many people know of it. In fact, apart from Albus, you are the second person to know. I pushed very hard for custody of Harry. Artemis Potter, Harry's great-grandfather, and my great-grandmother were first cousins. When James died, I told Albus that I would resign my job here and take care of Harry. Albus refused, and I went to see and scrutinize the type of people that would have custody of Harry. I spent a whole day there before Harry came that night, and I spent the next week there as a cat. Severus, they were horrible. That is the word I would use. That woman used to change him only once a day, and she would feed him only twice. Minerva stopped there, unable to go on. They were horrible. She whispered again and stopped. Snape was silent, as was Minerva, for a long time. Then she spoke again. I came here to ask you to go softly on Harry. He will disobey you, especially now that his lack of occlumency skills, for which he alone is responsible, has cost him Sirius. He will try to take it out on you, as he does not understand you or particularly like you very much, and in all honesty you have not helped as well. Please, Severus, understand. If you don't, then, well, thank you for at least letting me get his off my... She stood up and with a flick of her hand packed her chessboard and smiled at Severus once again, nodded and left. Snape sat there for a very long time, staring into the fire and sipping his drink. Harry woke up with a purpose as he thought of unlocking his magic and gifts. Who knew this could be the power the Dark Lord knows not? Maybe this could even speed up his spell casting and concentration and other things that he was so lacking in. Hermione had told him that the two potions that would unlock his suppressed magical powers and the other that would unlock his gifts would take a few hours to brew. It would take the whole of today, and Harry wanted to tackle the issue of going to Gringotts before going to the Dursleys. He came down to find Hermione was not there. He waited for a few minutes before Parvati Patil came down with Lavender Brown. Hey, is Hermione still upstairs? Both of them giggled and Harry was baffled at that as he had not asked anything remotely funny. "No, she is not upstairs, Harry." And giggled again and went down to the Great Hall. Harry also shook his head and went down to have his breakfast. He saw Hermione sitting there poring over her books, earning a lot of incredulous looks and sarcastic comments from their classmates. "Harry, look at her, owls are over and she is still poring over her books." Dean laughed as Harry came and sat down, smiling a little at the others. "Morning, Hermione, what gives?" he asked, nodding at the books. "I am just looking through our Newt's books, Harry. Newts are so much harder than owls and I want to start right now," she replied amidst sniggers from the others. Harry smiled a little at her, knowing that she was doing something else entirely, and he was proved right, when she huffed a little and muttering angrily about nothing and got up abruptly. "Bye Harry, I will be seeing you, maybe at lunch." And Hermione left the Great Hall to most likely go to the library. "Can't you guys go easy on her? You know she likes to study." Harry glared a little at all of them. Dean just shrugged and looked uncomfortable, and they turned to other things. Harry once again wandered aimlessly, thinking hard. He finally went to the library and sat down there waiting for Hermione to either call him or come down. Waiting for lunchtime to come, Harry was bored. He went to lunch and Neville told him she had come, had lunch hurriedly, muttering about something to do with elves, and had left. Harry had not wanted to do any referencing in the library as he did not want Dumbledore to get suspicious, so he stayed in full sight, slightly sullen and grieving, which he was, really. After lunch he took a walk outside around the lake, thinking hard and getting his thoughts into perspective. It was so sad he had no one to trust and no one to call his own. Even Remus thought him to be responsible for Sirius. Why did they not understand that if only they had told him something about what they were guarding and some real information about the Scar Link, he would have been a lot more cautious. Dumbledore, why did he not want Harry to live? Even if Dumbledore thought Harry was truly powerful, so what about it? He had to be concerned only if Harry was bad or evil or dark. Just because he was powerful did not mean a death sentence, did it? Perhaps he felt that Harry would surely turn dark because he had this link with Voldemort. Well, even if he had, Dumbledore had no right to make unilateral decisions about anything. Even if he wanted to do away with him, he had to wait and see if he would turn dark, before plotting and planning to kill him. It was dinner before he saw Hermione, and she was looking very pleased with herself. She nodded to him and whispered as he sat down next to her, smiling reluctantly. "Both the potions are finished, Harry, and you will take it tonight in your dorm, okay? I will come in at about 11, so hand me your invisibility cloak and open the door as if to go out to the common room for a minute at 11, okay?" Harry nodded, his head still looking sullen, but his eyes were sparkling for the first time since Sirius fell through the veil. They had a leisurely dinner, chatting. Rather, Hermione was chatting with Neville, Dean and Seamus, her anger of the morning all forgotten, and Harry was listening. After all of them left in a group to the Gryffindor common room and continued their chat. Slowly all of them left one by one, and Harry too went to bed, though he did not sleep. Exactly at 11 Harry went yawning and stretching to open the door to go to the common room, and he felt something brush him by. He went down, stayed for about 5 minutes, and then came up to apparently go back to sleep. He opened his curtains and shut them tightly and turned to find Hermione standing there in her night clothes and wand in her hand, busy casting silencing charms and securing the curtains to stay shut. Then she once again took Harry's invisibility cloak and went to each of the beds and cast a sleeping charm on all of them. "There, all of them will sleep till tomorrow morning. Harry, there is one thing you must be careful of though. You may fall unconscious as the magic unravels in you, and if you don't wake up before 5 tomorrow morning, I will alter the aura as you sleep, and you must say that you had a dreamless sleep potion that put you off like that." "From where did you get that?" Harry was taken aback at what Hermione was saying. "I bought it at the apothecary the other day. Now come on, let me check on your aura once again, and then you take the first potion, that is the one which will release your suppressed and bound magic." She ran her wand over Harry and rechecked his aura, and then with a shaky smile opened it and gave it to him. Harry drank the shockingly normal tasting potion and a second later slumped down on his bed. He woke up 3 hours later and stretched and found Hermione snoring slightly, sleeping in a sitting position, her head on the headboard of his bed. Harry felt so light. That was the word, he felt so light and so fresh, as if a huge burden had been taken off him. He nudged Hermione and she woke up with a start and squealed when she found Harry was awake. "How do you feel, Harry?" "So light and good, Hermione, so good it is as if a heavy backpack has been lifted off me." She grinned delighted. "Great, Harry, now let me test your aura and also change it to blue, that was the color Dumbledore gave you." She cast the aura spell and then gasped. "What?" Harry asked her, anxious. He had been hoping for a green aura and praying that magic would come far more easily to him now. "Oh Merlin, Harry, Dumbledore has done you a great injustice. Your aura is a beautiful sheen of silver with green and golden lines. Near your temple is a very, very small dot of black, where your scar is. It is like a mole, almost invisible." She hugged Harry, who was so shocked that he could not answer. Silver with green and golden lines, that were amazing and far more than he had hoped for. Harry desperately prayed that this be the power the Dark Lord knows not. Hermione was already bringing his aura back to blue. "Okay, now that is done, let us try the next thing. We'll see what kind of gifts are there for you. All you have to do, Harry, is to drink this and place a drop of blood on this parchment and your gifts and the magical abilities for which you have special talent will be known. I am also going to try this and here, yours." Both of them drowned their potion vials that tasted like dead frogs and retched simultaneously. Giggling, both of them pricked their thumbs and let a drop of blood fall onto the parchment. Aura sight, wandless magic, parcel magic, potions, animagus, spell crafting, runic magic, dark arts, blood magic, elemental magic. Harry looked at the list in a daze. What the hell was this? He looked at Hermione and silently held out his parchment. She took it and gaped at it and then at him. "Wow, Harry, someone up there likes you. This is an impressive array of gifts. And it might have saved Sirius if only I had this power unlocked and these gifts properly trained," Harry said bitterly. Hermione paled and then looked very sad. "Yes. Now, though, we will use it to destroy Voldemort, who killed your parents, and use the power to deal with Dumbledore, who wanted to use you and then throw you away. Now let us get to sleep and we will discuss in the morning." "The dark arts, Hermione, maybe Dumbledore had a point to kill me off if I had a tendency towards the parcel magic, dark arts and blood magic." Harry was shocked that he was a dark wizard, as he knew the dark arts, blood magic and parcel magic were extremely dark. Hermione shook her head. "You couldn't be more wrong, Harry. These arts are dark only if you use it in that way. Remember what McGonagall told us in our first year: there is no light or dark magic, there is only magic, and there is the intent that makes the magic light or dark. The dark arts or blood magic can be performed by very few wizards and witches who are powerful, as blood magic involves blood as the basis of magic, and for the dark arts more power is required in the spells. Also, the type of spells that are cast slightly differently from ordinary spells, and both requires extensive cleansing afterwards. It is only when you don't do the required cleansing that the dark arts and the blood magic can harm the caster. That is why it is not taught commonly and is not encouraged by everyone." "Wow, Hermione, when did McGonagall say all that?" "Well, I certainly feel very relieved now," Harry told her, dazed at her memory and very relieved at the information that his gifts would not classify him as dark. "What gifts did you receive?" She held out her parchment and Harry saw that she had runic magic, animagus, potions and charms. "Great, Hermione." He smiled at her, and then as Harry was about to use his wand to inflame the parchments, Hermione stopped him. "Don't do any magic, Harry, till we can get to the room of requirement and test out your strength, okay?" Harry nodded his head as she burned the parchments and left, saying she would return his cloak in the morning. Harry woke up just after breakfast the next day and ran to the Great Hall. All the professors were there and so was Hermione. He sat down and started piling up on his plate and soon was eating to give Ron a run for his money. Hermione smiled at him. "Come on, we have work to do. How do you feel today?" "Very light and very fit, amazing really," Harry told her, smiling. "Okay, finished. Come on, let us go the room of requirement and check out your strength." They went to the room of requirement, and this time Hermione walked to and fro and soon they entered a room that looked fortified. "I have also set alarms, and so when Dumbledore comes anywhere near us there will be alarms, and this time follow my lead if I say something sensitive." Harry nodded his head and Hermione asked him to start with the very first charm they had learnt, Wingardium Leviosa. Harry pointed his wand at a feather the room had provided and said, "Wingardium Leviosa." The feather went zooming up and hit the ceiling with a force that made Harry blink and Hermione squeal with delight. Oh, this is great, Harry. Now start with the same spell, she told him, frequently consulting a huge book she had. Try the same spell until you are able to get it up gently, without rushing it. Now Harry had to do the exact opposite. Instead of trying numerous times to get it right, he had to try numerous times to make the magic that seemed to be singing along his entire body and rushing with great force to stop and come slowly and less fiercely. The leviating spell alone took an hour and both Harry and Hermione were exhausted. They decided to take some rest till lunch and then come and try out again. They walked out and made sure to be seen walking in the sprawling gardens, talking softly about how they would escape detection and go over to Gringotts. I can't believe Ron who came with us to the Department of Mysteries, would take money for spying on you and Ginny was going to try and lure you this year. How could they? Has she forgotten about how you saved her life in the chamber? And she repays you like this? Hermione was very angry as she spoke about what Harry had shown her in the room of requirement for the first time. Harry still could not get over Ron's betrayal. I really don't know, Hermione. I had thought he saw beyond all that, and while we had our fights and sulks, we were friends through and through. Now, it does not look like that, though. I never looked at Ginny that way, and she has another thought coming if she thinks she can be my girlfriend. He said, all the bitterness he had pushed inside pouring out of him. I really liked Ron, you know, Hermione told him, her voice very low and pained. I really liked him so much. Harry looked at her aghast. Merlin, I am so sorry, Hermione. I never suspected anything and I am so sorry. She looked up at him angry and puzzled. Why are you sorry, Harry? It is he who has to repent, not you. Not you at all. She shook her head at him, reassuring him she wasn't upset with him in any way. Because I told you, no, I showed you, I am sorry. He was cut off as Hermione turned to glare at him. You don't get to apologize for his mistakes or for his stupidity, and having known all this, had you just let me be and not help you, you would not have been my friend. So don't do that, Harry. I cannot lose you too. Her eyes were bright with unshed tears as they went inside hand in hand to have their lunch. After lunch they went to the room of requirement and started again. This set the tone for the next week, and Harry was only now getting a hold of his power when he suddenly remembered the wandless lumos he cast on his wand when the Dementors had attacked him at Privet Drive. When he told Hermione, she had squealed and had started him off on wandless magic. Again they started slow and with the levitation spell, and they had decided to work their way through. It was another 3 days before Harry got the concept of wandless magic, and Hermione was ready to beat him with a club, when the total frustration of not being able to leviate a feather coursed through him, making the feather go up for a second before it fell flat. Once he had done that, he was jubilant and started earnestly, listening to Hermione about the theory and getting a hang of it, and started casting basic first-year spells for very short times. They were very careful to mingle and also talk a bit about Ron and kept the conversation at normal levels. Hermione also made him read occlumency and legilimency openly, reading along with him, knowing that no one would ask anything, as Harry was most likely doing this to assuage his grief. She was right, and Dumbledore never came near them. Harry found that reading and understanding everything came very easily to him, and now he was able to comprehend the phrase, "clear your mind," better. Hermione told him that Harry needed books form the basics to the advanced for the other gifts, and they should be very careful while getting it. They had been to the room of requirement to find the best books available on all of his gifts and had make a comprehensive list of names of books and authors. Harry also decided to study aura scanning and how to see them without casting the spells, as he had the gift. He started concentrating hard on his classmates, staring hard at them, inviting rather obscene comments, and after a particularly lewd remark, he took his invisibility cloak and sat down in his common room whenever he had the time and practiced. The first aura he saw with the DI was that of a second-year-old girl that was pink in color. He was jubilant and practiced harder. He found Snape always glaring at him or looking at him speculatively, but did not bother. He understood the basics of occlumency and had a shaky shield in his mind and was forever strengthening it. He still not talk much, and his thoughts, when not occupied by the new purposes he and Hermione had taken to calling their studies, went straight to Sirius, and a feeling of sorrow and guilt would rip through him. Hermione would try to keep him on track, but sometimes, the grief was too much and the loneliness very hard to bear. Still, he had Hermione, and he was terribly glad that he had one of his best friends with him at least. But she was not serious. She was not the father he had secretly thought Sirius would be, a parent to whom he could be happy, sad, nasty even and downright rude when angry and still be loved. In the 10 days he had been there after the horror of the Department of Mysteries, Harry had begun to see auras now and then, when he concentrated hard, had the basics of wandless magic firmly in his grasp, and was also going through occlumency and had started practicing legilimency first on Hermione and then on random people, taking extreme care to see that he would never peep into their private thoughts. Legilimency came far easier to Harry than occlumency, which he still struggled with, not able to completely close his mind and shut of his rather turbulent emotions. 2 days before they were about to leave, Harry was called to the headmaster's office by Dumbledore. He was accompanied by an impassive McGonagall, and they reached the office, and went inside to face a smiling Dumbledore and a scowling Snape who was sitting there glaring at him. This was the ultimate test of his acting abilities, Harry knew as he stepped inside and glared slightly at Snape, a glance that drew a smile from Dumbledore. Snape was glaring right back at him. McGonagall was looking very impassive and a touch nervous, though the nervousness did not show unless you knew her well. "Hello Harry, how have you been?" Dumbledore asked him softly, looking at him intently and smiling gently at him. "Fine sir," Harry mumbled, feeling his heart pounding in his as he tried to look as always. "You have been learning occlumency all by yourself, Harry?" "Yes sir. I am trying to learn so that I don't make any more mistakes." Dumbledore smiled at that remark and then spoke very seriously to Harry. "Harry, Voldemort is beginning to come out more and more in the open. His plans to operate in secrecy, as the Ministry had refused to accept his return, have now been nullified, as almost everyone saw him in the Ministry the other day. He will come after you and try his best to kill you, as you have been the thorn that has refused him the status of the most powerful wizard. He can hardly be one when he is defeated by a 1-year-old baby and then subsequently by you almost every year since you started Hogwarts." Harry nodded his head, still careful not to look at Dumbledore in the eyes. Dumbledore laughed gently. "Harry, I am not going to read your mind. You may look at me." Harry blushed but looked down and did not answer. "Harry, I have taken a step to ensure that you will be trained adequately for the war that seems inevitable. These holidays you will spend only a week with the Dursleys, the rest of the time you will spend in training." Harry beamed convincingly. "Yes sir." Dumbledore did not beam back. "Yes Harry. But the training will not be at Hogwarts. I have asked Professor Snape to take care of your training in defensive and offensive magic as well as occlumency and—" Crash! Harry had stood up furious and almost shouted at his headmaster. "I won't do it sir. That is equal to handing me over to Voldemort or worse. It was because of him I lost. Harry stopped there, unable to go on, his hands clenched and every line of his body screaming in rage. "I am equally glad that I am blessed with this glorious opportunity to train the golden boy who lived," Snape told him acidly before Dumbledore signaled him to stop. "Harry, I expect you to be sensible and matured. A lack of both will definitely cost us, as it has in the recent past." Snape and McGonagall winced visibly as Harry stood stunned at the low blow. He did not say a word more in protest. He stood there for a long moment, visibly controlling his emotions. "Is that all, or is there more you would like to inform me about, Professor?" he asked softly, without looking at Dumbledore. "No Harry." Harry turned and left the room without saying a word to McGonagall and Snape. "How could you, Albus? Have you forgotten that it is not even 2 weeks since he has lost the only family that he had left? I had thought better of you, Albus." McGonagall was as acid as Snape had been a few minutes ago, and she looked disappointed as she glared at Albus. "Harry has to learn Minerva," Dumbledore said heavily and sadly. "He cannot afford childish standoffs, that could cost him heavily. It was his reluctance to learn from Severus that cost him Sirius. I had to remind him so that he would not make the same mistake this time and lose young Mr. Weasley or Miss Granger. That would truly devastate him. Believe me, Minerva, I truly had no choice." McGonagall scoffed at him. "That may be, Albus, but for you speak so uncaringly when he is still grieving does not speak well for you. Now I hope you will excuse me." She did not wait for an answer and went out swiftly, leaving Dumbledore to sigh heavily. "She will understand." He shook his head and smiled at Severus and chatted for some time about Voldemort and then dismissed him and, calling Fawkes, slowly petted him, thinking deeply. Harry stormed out of the headmaster's office and ran to the room of requirement where Hermione was waiting for him anxiously. One look at his face and her face fell as well. She waited as Harry threw himself on the sofa next to her, still shaking with anger and sadness that was tearing him apart. It was almost 15 minutes before he was able to speak to Hermione and told her briefly what Dumbledore had said. She was equally horrified. "I know I am to blame, but for him to say so, I felt so bad, Hermione." "Of course you are not to blame. It is all of them who are to blame. Dumbledore for not telling you about Voldemort and that he was capable of planting false visions in your head, for going away from the school and you leaving you alone, Snape for not teaching you occlumency properly and not stressing the importance of leaning that art so much more, Harry. All of these gits are to blame, not you." She held him tightly as he shook with so many emotions, and slowly he calmed down and turned to her with a look in his eyes she could not decipher. "Well, I am going to show these people, Hermione. Snape, Dumbledore, RRR. Ron, Ginny, Moody, Remus and all of them. I will take care of Voldemort and I will try to live after that. Or if I can't, at least take him down with me as I go, and none of them will touch a pie from my account for any purpose other than what I specify." Hermione had tears flowing down her eyes as she looked at the boy who was her first friend and who had been so abused by everyone, and here he was still wanting to defeat Voldemort instead of just vanishing from the wizarding world that had only bad things to offer him and live his life in peace. "You will not be alone, Harry. I will be there right by your side, and I am sure the twins will also back you, and so will Neville and Luna." He smiled at her, all pushing all his sorrow and buried them deep inside him, and started to practice again. He studied occlumency with new fervor, as Snape would probably start off with that as a welcome to Harry Potter. The next 2 days went fast in a round of practice, and to Dumbledore's and Snape's shock and McGonagall's surprise, Harry became almost normal. He was quieter than usual, but there was no sulking and no angry hissing to Hermione and no glaring at Dumbledore or Snape. He never looked at the head table and made sure he never met Dumbledore or ran into Snape. When he did bump, only once into Dumbledore, he just muttered, "Sorry, sir," with a small smile and went on his way, stopping Dumbledore at that place for almost 2 minutes wondering about Harry's sudden change. Hermione had been very busy in the last 2 days and she had written several letters to her parents. They said their goodbyes to Hagrid and went to a compartment at the back and sealed the doors and then relaxed. The train journey went off without a hitch. Neville and Luna knocked on their door after some time and all of them relaxed, chatting about anything and everything. Neville seemed more confident, and he had also struck up a friendship of sorts with Luna, who seemed just the same, sitting with the Quibbler and making wired but sensible comments from time to time. Harry waved to Hermione, who was walking swiftly to where her parents were standing, and hugging them she left. Harry saw his uncle standing there with his aunt and Dudley, and he walked towards them to find Lupin, Moody, Tonks and Arthur Weasley standing there to warn his uncle. Harry did not say a word, and he left with a small smile and a wave to all of them, not speaking anything to them. He got into the car and waited for about 5 minutes before he performed the first bit of wandless magic outside of the room of requirement. He cast a mild compulsion charm at all 3 of them with a flick of his hand and asked his uncle at the same time, "Why don't we stop in London for tonight and leave for Privet Drive tomorrow morning? Dudley and I can explore London today. We can leave early tomorrow morning." And waited with bated breath for what his uncle, Aunt and Dudley would say to that. While I hate to agree with you, boy, your idea has merit. What do you say, Petunia?" asked Mr. Dursley. She nodded her head and turned to Harry. "You will not be coming with us. You will find your way around London and stay in a lodge or something. Vernon, can you please give him a little money, and you, boy, you will come to Privet Drive tomorrow morning, all right?" Vernon Dursley drove to a 4-star hotel and got down and handed a few pounds to Harry and told him to leave. Harry left the next second, dragging his trunk behind him till he came to a small alley. He flicked his hand and shrunk his trunk and put it into his robes, and walking along called a taxi to take him as near as possible to the Leaky Cauldron. Hermione was waiting there in a side alley next to the Leaky Cauldron with her parents, and Harry put his invisibility cloak on, and then Hermione walked inside the Leaky Cauldron to check if Moody or Dumbledore were there. Seeing the place almost empty, she signaled to Harry, who came in with Hermione's mother, and all of them went into Diagon Alley. There Harry once again flicked his hand and changed his hair to blonde, and another flick to change the shape of his glasses, and he became unrecognizable. Harry had practiced these charms wandlessly for the last so many days till he had perfected it. Now he was glad, and he grinned as he saw Hermione's envious look. "I am jealous of you, Harry. How I wish I could do this." He smiled at Hermione and all of them went to Gringotts. Harry went alone slightly away from the Grangers so that no one would question them about the strange boy with them. All of them entered Gringotts and Harry went to a goblin counter that was free and asked for the procedure to access his family vaults and take control of them as his parents and godfather was dead. The goblin stared at him, "And who might you be to come here to ask about your family vaults?" Harry went near the goblin knowing that Hermione was watching his back and would make sure that no one would come near this particular counter and spoke softly to the goblin. "My name is Harry James Potter and I have come to talk to you about my vaults in private and in secret. I am in disguise so that no one from the school or outside can recognize me." The goblin had been silently listening to him and now got down and asked Harry to follow him. Harry looked back for a second towards Hermione and went with the goblin. It took Harry to a small room where Harry found to his consternation that his glamour had fallen away. The goblin looked at him and smiled. "The glamour would come back once you leave this room. Now," flicking a finger and summoning a parchment, "please put a drop of blood on this parchment so that we can verify that you are indeed Harry Potter." Harry nervously pricked his finger and put a drop of blood on the parchment and watched it spread on the parchment and saw his name appear on the parchment and heaved a sigh of relief. The goblin left the room asking Harry to wait and within a few minutes another older goblin came in and introduced itself as Pitot. It went and sat down behind a desk and two chairs that appeared miraculously and gestured Harry to sit down in front of it. "Now what can I do for you, Mr. Potter? Have you come for Mr. Blackswell or for your inheritance?" Harry stared at him in shock. "Mr. Black? Yes, Mr. Potter. Mr. Blackswell have already come to us and we had already sent a letter requesting your presence before the end of this month. If you do not accept it, it would go to Mrs. Lestrange as the next of kin." Harry saw red, his grief turning to rage. He stamped down on it. "Sir, I would like to see and accept both and also would like to visit my vaults as well. Also," here Harry hesitated, "will you tell anyone that I have been here or that I have accepted my inheritance and that of Mr. Black?" The goblin shook its head. "No, Mr. Potter, if you desire confidentiality, it is our duty to give it to you. You may not worry about it." Harry was very relieved as he heard those words and he made a note to firmly request the goblin to make his visit and his request confidential. The goblin summoned the relevant papers and asked Harry to go through it and then sign at the marked places. Harry laboriously went through the whole thing and then signed the papers. The goblin then handed the wills of his parents and Sirius to Harry. Harry looked at the wills of his parents and then with a small choked sound looked at that of Sirius. Both wills were very simple and pretty straightforward. The wills left everything to Harry, the money, the head of House of Potter and Black and all properties. He signed the wills and accepted them. The goblin handed 2 rings both made of gold bands and one with a red stone in the center and the other with a green stone set in the center. The red stone had the words, P, carved elaborately on the surface while the green stone had a gracefully carved, B, on it. Harry placed the 2 big Potter ring on his hand first and that pricked him and then glowed brightly for almost a minute before sizing down and snugly fitting him. The black ring also did the same and the goblin had asked Harry to wear the black ring on the same finger as the Potter ring and both rings fused with each other and then promptly became invisible. They can be removed separately by just thinking of which ring you would like to remove and wear on another finger. They will also become visible for a few seconds if you want to show them to anyone. Otherwise they can never be revealed by any spell. This way of wearing is merely convenient. Harry nodded, feeling pleased that the rings would not show. Harry then cleared his throat and started asking the questions that he had prepared with Hermione. "Sir, can I become emancipated?" "You already are, Mr. Potter. The moment you signed the wills you became an emancipated wizard. Then can I use my wand during the holidays without fear of underage sorcery?" Harry asked him, his eyes gleaming. "Yes, of course, Mr. Potter. The spells are cast in a way that they will be automatically removed on your 17th birthday or when you become emancipated and no one will be any the wiser. But remember, Mr. Potter, if you are in a place where there are spells to register magic performed, then your wish to keep all this confidential will not materialize. I would advise you to never use your wand in your relatives' home. Yes, Mr. Potter, I know you live in a muggle area, but to use your wand in magical places, where no one will be able to deduct anything." Harry nodded his head thoughtfully at that. Who knew what type of spells Dumbledore had placed in and around Privet Drive? It would be better to be safe rather than to be sorry. Is there any way to access any money without coming here every time, both wizard and muggle money? Was the next query that Harry asked, and can you get me a statement of the withdrawals of my account, both the main vaults and my trust vault? Have you not been receiving statements, Mr. Potter, that we have been sending you monthly? It asked, its eyes gleaming with a slight shock and anger. No sir, I have not, and, as the goblin was beginning to look furious, I don't want to take any action on anyone now, sir, so please just tell me to whom have you been sending the statements and if I could get a copy now of all of them now. The goblin stared at Harry. If you decide to take action, then you must enlist our help to help you win against Mr. Dumbledore. So it was Dumbledore who never informed him about the statements, thought Harry angrily as he nodded. Your trust vault, Mr. Potter, has an amount of 20 million galleons that was created to last you till you finish school. After that you were to take over the Potter vaults and business that are worth about 20 billion galleons today. The black wealth is about 15 billion galleons, and all of that belongs to you along with the extensive properties. All the properties are under the Fidelis and are well protected. This is a list of homes you have here in Britain, and all you have to do is to think of that home and hold your ring and it will take you there. Of course, since you have formally assumed the head of the houses of Potter and Black today, you get control of everything. There were about 7 homes including Godric's Hollow and Grimmauld Place. The other 5 seemed to be located all over Britain in very remote areas. There were 3 in Scotland, 1 in Ireland and 1 in England. Godric's Hollow was in Wales and Grimmauld Place in London in England. Once you reach there, you will have to key yourself in by placing a drop of your blood on the wards, and then you may use spells to key in others you may wish to allow admittance into your homes. Harry nodded once again, very bemused and shocked at the amount of wealth that belonged to him. No wonder Moody had told Albus to make sure the money would come under his control. Here is your statement for the last 15 years. Out of the 20 million, hardly anything has been removed except your withdrawals and the school fees after you started Hogwarts. So Dumbledore had not paid them with his money. Harry felt just a small bit, very small bit better. He asked for a demand draft of £1 million to be made to one Petunia Dursley, to be posted over to her on the day of his 17th birthday. He also asked the goblins to place No. 4, Privet Drive under the Fidelis on the day before his 17th birthday and to make him the secret keeper. Then Harry took a money pouch that changed to a wallet when removed in the presence of muggles that would provide him with the amount of money he thought. The goblin also bound the wallet to him so that it would never get stolen, and also equipped with a credit card that he could use in both worlds. Sir, is there a way I can reach you in case of any doubt? How do I prepare a will, and is there a way I can remove my money from my main vaults and not my trust vaults? I will give you a secure pouch in which you may submit queries and I will get them immediately and attend to it. I have been conducting your affairs for many years now, since your great-great-grandfather's time, and though I was not in charge of the black accounts till now, after it has become yours, I have taken charge of it and am in the process of looking into it. Of course you may tell me anything you wish to do and I will have it done. To prepare a will, all you need to do is to write it, date it and sign it, and place a drop of your blood on it and specify at the end that it is your final will. That is all. You can remove money from any vault by thinking of that vault. If you think of your trust vault, then the money will come from there. Think of your main vaults or of the black vaults and the money will come from there. Harry nodded his head and stood up. Thank you, sir, for everything. May I see the black and the Potter main vaults now? He asked, his voice shaking as he thought of visiting his parents' vaults and Sirius's vaults. The goblin too stood and smiled. A rare thing. I have yet to see someone so polite for someone so powerful, Mr. Potter. A rare combination. It saw the panic in Harry's eyes and laughed gently, if ever a goblin could laugh in the first place, and gently at that. I told you the glamour falls away. I saw your true aura. Do not worry, all glamour will be on you once you leave the room. It is a pleasure to do business with you, Mr. Potter, and do not hesitate to approach me and by extension the goblins too. Assist you in any manner. As Harry gaped at it, not knowing what to say, the goblin smiled at his astonishment. You have powerful enemies, Mr. Potter, it said softly. The Dark Lord alone would be too much, but from your visit here, it seems that you would have to wage a war against the establishment and the so-called light as well. So do not hesitate to ask for help if you need it. I am the part of the Goblin Council and I am given the authority to speak for all of us. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Harry was overwhelmed and it showed in his eyes as he shook hands awkwardly with the goblin, and then both of them went down to the vaults. Harry's glamour came back the minute they stepped out, and both of them walked swiftly to take a cart right down to the main Potter vaults. The Potter vaults were situated in the bottom caves of the bank, and Harry had an exhilarating cart ride with the goblin. At the entrance of the vault, that goblin asked Harry to prick his finger and place it on the circle indicated on the door. There are no keys to these types of vaults, Mr. Potter, only magical signature and blood. Harry did as he said, and the magic that came from the door froze him as it assessed his magical signature and blood, and then the vault doors slowly opened. I will stay right here and wait for you to come out, Mr. Potter, the goblin told him, and Harry stepped into his family vault. The vault was huge and was divided into caverns that housed different items. There was a cavern that was very big and deep that housed a whole library, and there was another that had only magical artifacts, and yet another that had jewels, and 4 others that had money, and a small one that had wizard accessories that included wands, trunks, robes and other trinkets that had been placed over the ages, and a lot of portraits. Harry went to the huge cavern that housed the library and started looking through the books there. He picked up books on all subjects that had been revealed as his gifts. Then he left the vault with about 12 books with him and met the goblin, who had been standing patiently all the while. The goblin then took Harry to the black vault, and Harry had to blink very hard to keep himself under control. He entered the vaults, and to his surprise it was designed the same as his family vault. He took a walk around and picked up a few books on the dark arts and blood magic and walked out. He intended to come back and look around leisurely later with Hermione. He knew she would drool at the sight of so many books, but now he wanted to do shopping in Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley. He left with the goblin and went up. There the goblin gave him the money pouch and the secure pouch to send queries to and statements from Gringotts, and putting everything in order Harry left. He met Hermione and her parents in the main hall of Gringotts, where they had been waiting anxiously, and grinned at them, signaling them to follow his outside. There Harry used his wand and performed the first bit of magic as he added a glamour to Hermione, and telling her parents to wait in the leaky cauldron, both of them left to shop. Harry first dragged Hermione to the trunk shop and got himself a multi-compartment trunk and a bottomless bag. Then they shopped for stationery, books and potion supplies and cauldrons, clothes and various other things. Then Harry led the way into Nocturne Alley and went into Borgin and Burke's. "What may I do you?" Soft words came from a corner where Borgin was coming out of the shadows. "We are here to see books on the dark arts and also other artifacts." Hermione told him in a voice that dripped pure blood and said, "Don't ask questions." Borgin was not impressed and he raised his eyebrows at both of them. "What dark books? Listen, if you do not have dark books, please stop wasting our time. Come on, Rute, let us go." They left and had actually closed the door and were turning away with twin looks of disgust, when the door opened and Borgin softly beckoned them inside. "One cannot be too careful nowadays, sir, madam, please forgive me and follow me inside." Harry and Hermione felt a sudden surge of excitement as they went inside, and Borgin took them to a hidden staircase that led them up to the first floor that they had not seen or noticed before. There Harry looked around stunned as he saw the books and artifacts that were filled from top to bottom in shelves that were neatly arranged. Hermione was actually drooling at all the books that were there and was itching to have a go at them. They separated to look at the various books and artifacts, and Harry slowly walked down the aisles looking and picking anything that caught his fancy. All you need to know about the dark arts, blood magic, the art of shielding the mind and the art of probing the mind, runes, what are they? Hermione had picked up about 20 books for herself, and Harry had 14 books added to his collection from the vault. As he turned the last corner, Harry caught sight of a bookcase that was elaborately carved and had books inside it. It was about 3 feet in length and was about the same in width. Harry tried to open it but could not, and before he could ask Borgin what was inside, the man himself came to him. "That has been as long as I remember, young sir, and I could not open the case, and I tried in so many ways." On an impulse Harry asked him what the price was. "Well, I really don't know, but I will let you have it for 100 galleons. Borgin's eyes were gleaming with greed. "You must be crazy. I will give you 20, and that is only for the bookcase. Those books may be worth less for all you know, and it is a very good price for the case. What if the books are very worthy and valuable? There are about 60 to 70 books in there, sir. Make it an even 50 and you may take it, and that is final, sir," he said hastily as he saw Harry opening his mouth to argue. Harry considered only for a moment and then he nodded his head. The bookcase was beautiful and who knew the books could be very valuable for all he knew. Harry shrunk the case and all the books that they had purchased, haggled over the prices for the other books and then finally left with an impressive collection of the dark arts, blood magic and other books. They walked out of Nocturne Alley and went into Diagon Alley and from there to the Leaky Cauldron where the Grangers were waiting for them. Harry and Hermione went out not waiting for the Grangers to join them and Hermione's parents soon came out and followed them to a small alley outside the Leaky Cauldron. Harry and Hermione removed all their glamour and unshrunk the case and divided their respective books and Harry packed all of them into his new trunk and then went with the Grangers who dropped him in number 4, Privet Drive. "Thank you so much, Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger, Hermione," was all he said before Hermione's hand came and shut him up. "It is a pleasure, lad, no need to worry and you only have to call if you need anything." Mr. Granger told him chuckling at Hermione's method of shutting him up and Mrs. Granger was nodding her head and smiling at Harry endorsing all that her husband had said. "You must be very careful and make sure you use the parchment that will enable us to talk to each other," was all she had time to say before she caught sight of the Order who was waiting on the lawns of the Dursleys. The entire Order was waiting for him at the Dursleys, looking anxious and then relieved as they saw him with the Grangers and then angry as they saw him with 2 trunks and many purchases. Dumbledore came up to him first. "Are you all right, Harry? All of us were so worried. Where were you?" Harry looked sick, tired and totally down as he answered in a low voice. "Well, sir, it was entirely my fault. I wanted to look around London and I asked my uncle if we could. He agreed only he gave me some money and told me to look around by myself and return here by tomorrow morning. He dropped me off near the Leaky Cauldron and I wore my cloak and went inside and did some shopping there by wearing my big cloak that hid my face and afterward as I came into Muggle London to take the bus, I thankfully ran into Hermione who was also finishing her shopping and going home. The Grangers offered to drop me here and I am sorry for all the trouble I caused." Moody spoke to him then and Harry noticed Remus standing there and not saying anything to him and his shoulders sagged. "We could verify all this with your uncle, Potter. Why don't you, and if I have been telling the truth will you give me a piece of candy for being a good boy?" Moody stared at Harry as Harry glared back at him before turning to Dumbledore. "Sir, I am very tired and I doubt the Dursleys will be here till tomorrow, so may I be excused." "Potter, where will you go? Have those idiots given you the keys to this house?" McGonagall asked him, not minding the reproachful looks that Dumbledore gave her. "Not to worry, Professor. I will sleep in the shed." Harry told her, glad at least one person was there who was speaking up for him. "In the shed?" she asked him incredulously. Harry shrugged uncaringly. "Yeah, that is where I usually sleep, when they go away for the holidays." "It is quite all right, Professor." McGonagall looked furious and for a brief second glanced at Snape who was yet to sneer or snipe. Dumbledore looked pained at this piece of information and the other Order members were shocked. Harry though had enough. He turned to the Grangers and Hermione and thanked them for bringing him here and excusing himself from the Order he left to open the shed with the key he took from where it was hanging on the nail on the wall and went inside as the Order members started apparating to Grimmauld Place. Dumbledore waited only to thank the Grangers and then he too left with only Mundungus Fletcher standing guard. Harry went inside, a conflict of emotions raging in him, sadness as he saw that Remus had not even attempted to speak to him, anger at the way Dumbledore and the Order had come to see what had happened to him. No doubt they were scared that if anything happened to Harry then Dumbledore would be left with no one to sacrifice their lives for his so-called noble ideals, he thought as he put his trunk down, and bitterness welling up in his heart. All the others had families, people and friends who cared for them. Not like Harry who had no body and who was only a means to an end. Well, no one except Hermione, and he must make sure he did not push her or frighten her away by leaning too much on her. He sighed and started taking out his things and removing them from the covers. He had bought almost a whole wardrobe of clothes, mostly robes and some jeans and t-shirts from the Muggle section. He put his clothes away carefully in one compartment and then put his books away into another, and then he unpacked his old trunk and put the shrunken firebolt, invisibility cloak, photo album and his other precious things in one compartment. The Grangers had bought some food for him while they were waiting in the Leaky Cauldron and Harry thankfully ate it after unpacking everything, except the bookcase. Deciding to see about the bookcase the next day, Harry fell asleep, exhausted and did not Wake up till the Dursleys came home the next morning. Harry woke up and went inside, casting a notice me not charm wandlessly on him and marveling at the way the Dursleys did not bother to shout at him or ask him where he had been and how he had come home. He went to his room and kept his things away and went down and removed the notice me not charm and watched his uncle's eyes bulging out of his head and his face purpling in anger, and quickly cast the harmony charm on his uncle, aunt and cousin one by one, and watched with fascination as the air went out of his uncle and he smiled at Harry. Harry felt nauseous and almost wanted to go back to the shouting that was so much better than his Uncle Vernon smiling at him, but decided to keep quiet to check the time span of his spell when it was not removed. His aunt requested him to do some work, starting with breakfast, very politely though, and Harry grinned to himself as he started the preparations. Apparently the charm did not cure her desire to make Harry work hard, though it would make her stop yelling and throwing pans at him. Well, that was an improvement and Harry got going. After breakfast, the charm still holding, Harry had the first morning in living memory that did not include shouting and yelling and grunting and sniping. It felt good and Harry decided to look up many household charms to make his work easier and finish faster so that he could escape upstairs and do some studying. He went to his room later after he had finished all his chores and started with occlumency and legilimency first. He read a good portion of the text the whole day, getting up only to the disturbingly pleasant voice of his aunt calling him to do this and that, and after dinner Harry sat down to do the practical of what he had learned the whole day. After another hour he got up, giving it up as a bad job as the shields he had tried so hard to build were shaky at best, and he had to hope Snape, Dumbledore or Voldemort would be a gentleman and not peep into his mind and allow it to remain private. He grimaced as he realized how ridiculous that was. Well, as his occlumency would not become stronger than that, Harry decided to do the required practice every day and concentrate on his wandless magic and to stop whispering the spells as he flicked his hand or fingers. He also decided to study the dark arts and blood magic as well as parcel magic in his other studies. He only hoped he would be more successful in them than he had been at occlumency. Legilimency was easy for Harry to understand as he had practiced with Hermione in the room of requirement and was moderately successful. He went to sleep that night a bit disgruntled about his lack of success in closing his mind, determined to do better in his other studies the next day. The next 1 week passed much in the same way his first day had. Harry did not leave the house and he concentrated on his wandless magic and studied his first books on blood magic, runes and the dark arts. He also used the time he was working, doing his chores for the Dursleys, to clear his mind and also think deeply about issues that plagued the wizarding world and also about the Order, Voldemort and his own role in everything. The week rolled by and Harry received a short note from Snape that only said, "Coming at 4 tomorrow. Be ready." Harry wrote Hermione telling her he had received confirmation from Snape and he would be leaving the next day. Harry had until then completely forgotten about the bookcase that he had placed inside his cupboard so that the Dursleys would not see it and take it away from him. He saw it as he opened the cupboard to pack things that he had kept there, things he did not use often. He took out the bookcase in the night and decided to see how to open it without harming himself. He tried all the conventional ways at first and then tried wandless spells of Alohomora and other unlocking spells that he had learned in the past few weeks. Nothing worked, and then he remembered that some magical locks needed blood to open. Harry did not think further as it could have been very dangerous, especially if the books inside were charmed to attack. He would later be soundly scolded by Hermione and look very sheepish as angry words would appear on the parchment. At the moment though, he pricked his finger and placed a drop of blood on the case, muttering the spell to open the bookcase. As he did not use a wand to open it in a conventional way, Harry did have a doubt whether this would work, but he decided to try anyway. The drop of blood fell from his hand onto the bookcase and for a moment there was nothing, and then the whole bookcase glowed and the doors softly opened. Harry was thrilled, but very careful as he put his hand on the first book on the top shelf and slowly ran down all the books, seeing if they would bite, like Hagrid's monster books, or would vibrate as black magic books would, like he had read in his introduction to the dark arts that specified the difference between dark and black magic. There were more than 60 to 70 books there as the bookcase began to expand to twice its breadth and length. There were more than 100 books there and all of them seemed to be very old. Suddenly there was a parchment that appeared in Harry's hand. Unnerved Harry read it, his hands shaking. "To whomsoever who is the worthy recipient of this bookcase. My name is Artemis Canagon. This is the year 869. I am living in Ireland and I am an expert in the dark arts. This is a collection of rare books that I have compiled together from many manuscripts. Till date I have yet to find a worthy soul of bequeathing my legacy that are my books. If you have managed to open this bookcase, then know you are an exceptional witch or wizard, as the enchantments I have placed are massive but the unlocking is very simple. It is a dark arts spell combined with blood magic that will read your magic the moment you spill a drop of blood on the case. These books contain great knowledge of the ancient arts and the important branches of magic that are prevalent today, like spell casting, ancient elemental magic, runes and parcel magic, along with the dark arts and blood magic and healing. The fact that you have opened states that you have all these branches as your inheritance gifts, or that your magic is compatible with all these branches and you are pure enough not to abuse these branches of magic for manipulation. Read these books extensively and follow the rules laid out in them diligently. The world is yours. Artemis Canagon. Harry sat back and for the next half hour all he did was to stare at the case. He had never even heard of this name, not that it said much, but this was amazing. All these books belonged to a period before Hogwarts and maybe even before the founders were born. Harry was thrilled and he wrote Hermione, and after scolding him for being rash, she too was much exited. The rest of the night till about 3 in the morning, Harry, aided by Hermione, went through the entire books one by one and then packed everything and then shrunk the bookcase, and Harry placed a "Notice Me Not" charm on his door and went to sleep. He was not disturbed till 11, when he came down to find all the Dursleys gone somewhere. He helped himself to a meal and then cleaned the place and cooked lunch just as his aunt came in. Harry hurriedly cancelled the charm and his aunt immediately turned to him only to find that he had finished all his chores. She frowned at him as if unable to understand how she could have forgotten all about him, and after lunch went up still frowning. Harry went up, all ready and packed, and waited patiently if very nervously for Snape to arrive. 1 week earlier, after seeing Harry was safe, the order had apparated from the Dursleys' residence to Grimmauld Place, and their Molly Weasley was waiting impatiently, as was Ron, Ginny and the twins. As the order came in one by one, looking very uncomfortable and rather sad, Molly was scared. She truly loved Harry as her very own, and she had wanted Dumbledore to send Harry to her for the holidays, and she had made Bill, her eldest child, approach Dumbledore and ask him if he could train Harry. Dumbledore, though, had refused smilingly. She had always felt like McGonagall that Dumbledore was very harsh on a child who already had too much on his shoulders, and now especially after Sirius. She thought of Remus and her face fell into a frown. She had ranted to her husband and had even shouted at Remus. She remembered the way she had yelled at Remus and Tonks the next day. All of them had gathered for lunch at Grimmauld Place: Remus, Tonks, Snape, Albus, Moody, McGonagall, Shacklebolt and her family, except Ron and Ginny, who were resting in their rooms, and Charlie, who was in Romania. She had waited until all of them had finished with their lunch and then had taken Remus to the cleaners. "I really do not know how you can say that Harry was responsible for Sirius's death, Remus. You of all people know how he regarded Sirius. He had put Sirius in place of his parents, and you just come up with this." Albus had tried to calm her, but had not succeeded. She had looked steadily at Remus, who had at least the grace to flush. Tonks had bristled angrily, but she had simply glared Tonks down as well. "If Harry ever came to know that you felt like this, Remus, I really do not think you could ever breach the gap, and I suppose you think that James, Sirius and Lily would be very pleased with the way you are treating their child." Remus had looked up in horror as the remark she had intended to hurt hit home. "Molly, all that you say is true, but the wolf inside me howls for Sirius. For nearly 13 years I lived in the belief that Sirius had betrayed, and after he came back to me he was snatched away. He would not have ventured out had it been anyone other than Harry, and he would have not died if he had not ventured out. I know I am wrong, the conflict is tearing me inside and I am working on it, believe me." Molly had snorted, but had to back down after giving him a piece of her mind, as she knew the wolf in him was in mourning, and to an extent he could not help it, but he need not have said it so openly. Now she was almost jittery with worry as the order members apparated in and silently went and helped themselves to the coffee, tea and biscuits she had prepared. Arthur came in and he went straight to Molly and hugged her, and told her in low tones what had happened. When she heard that Harry spent whole holidays when he was younger in the shed and alone, she was furious. "What is happening here, Albus? I feel we are coming close to the side we are fighting." She was cut off by Albus, who raised incredulous eyes to her. Molly, you cannot mean that, really. Of course I do. What kind of people have we left an orphan boy with? Because that is what Harry is, and just because he has no one to stand up for him and no one to talk for him, we treat him like garbage, and on top of that we expect him to save us as well. She was equally incredulous as she answered Dumbledore. Well, Sirius also left him there. Dumbledore broke off as McGonagall interrupted him. Of course he did. We all did, because we thought he was safe there. Safe from the Death Eaters maybe, but is he safe from his relatives Albus? What kind of people are they if they can leave a small boy who was probably 7, 8 years old or maybe even younger for a few weeks or even a few days to fend for himself while they enjoy a holiday? I wonder what else they have subjected him to. McGonagall was her most scathing as she was almost shaking with anger. Dumbledore was the picture of sorrow, and he was surprised and worried as well. If Harry had been treated like this, had he already gone dark? He looked briefly at Moody, who was also looking very concerned, and turned to calm Molly and McGonagall as best as he could. He was not very successful though. All of them were uncomfortable with what they had witnessed, and Ron and Ginny shared a look as they realized where the Order had been and what they were talking about, and slowly the Order went on to discuss other things, though Harry's statement and the implications of how he must be treated was disturbing all of them. Remus was the worst affected, as he knew if it had been Sirius, Dumbledore or not, safety or not, he would have rescued Harry from that. Harry was being treated like he was treated in the wizarding world, and Remus bent his head in shame. But the damage had already been done. He had seen the brief glance Harry had thrown his way, and he realized he had been no better than any other wizard or witch who was oblivious to the burdens Harry had to bear from since he was 15 months old. Harry was waiting for Snape to come and take him away from the Dursleys. At 3:30, he took his trunk and came down to find his aunt sitting in the drawing room, sipping a cup of tea. He told her he would be going away today and would not return until next year. Next year you will turn 17, won't you? She asked him stiffly. He nodded. I will come here for a week or two perhaps and then leave for good. You will not see me later. Good, she said, making Harry's lips curl sarcastically as he nodded too. Harry sat on his trunk and waited for 4. Sharp at 4 the bell rang. His aunt stiffened in displeasure and a little bit of fear as Harry went to open the door. Snape was standing there, his lips curling in total disdain at Harry, Harry's aunt's home, Harry's trunk, and just about everything that his sharp eyes took in at a glance. Harry glared at him fiercely and went inside, and nodding to his aunt, dragged his trunk outside and followed Snape to the end of the road. I am going to apparatus to my cottage. Take your trunk in your hand, Snape told Harry softly, and no sooner had Harry picked up his trunk than they were gone. Harry landed in a heap as he looked at Snape, who took his hand off Harry's shoulder and brushed off the non-existent dirt from his robes and looked at Harry, raising his eyebrows. You couldn't have told me before we left. Harry snarled at Snape as he got up. Why, I did tell you, Potter. I cannot help it if you are slow to understand things. He replied smoothly. Now are you coming, or are you going to stand here arguing? Harry gritted his teeth and walked behind him. He had been with Snape for only 5 minutes and he was already foaming at the mouth. He had another month and 3 weeks to go before he would be free of the Git. He shook his head and tried to look around, but they were really standing in the middle of nowhere. Behind them was a huge lake and there were hills beyond them. All of it looked very wild and extremely beautiful. They would have walked for a minute, when Snape stopped, Harry almost bumping into him. Give me your hand, Potter. I need to key you into the wards. Harry silently held out his hand and Snape flicked his wand and took Harry's hand and placed it on the wards that buzzed loudly as they registered his magic, and then Snape went into the wards and Harry followed him to see a very small cottage that stood a little away. Snape did not look back as he walked to the door and flicked his wand along with a long chant, and the door opened. The cottage was actually a big room that had the kitchen straight ahead of him on one side, a small table with 2 chairs near the kitchen space. Must be the dining table, Harry thought. 2 small single sofas with a center table in between the sofas and 2 doors on the left and 2 windows on the right. The cottage was warm inside even though Snape had opened the windows with his wand the moment he had opened the door. Next to the kitchen there was another door, must be the way to the kitchen gardens, Harry thought. You will not be able to leave the wards, Potter, whatever happens, do you hear me? So do not try unless you want to be roasted. Snape informed him, going inside and removing his outer robes and hanging them on the pegs to Harry's left. Harry muttered something that could be taken as a yes, At least Snape took it as such, and hanging his robes turned to meet him. This cottage is completely warded, that means you may do as much magic inside as you want, no one would detect it. There is only one bedroom, and as that is mine, Potter, you will sleep here. I will transfigure a bed for you as well as pillows and other things. There are no elves, so you will do the cooking for both of us, and you will take care of your clothes as well. Harry simply shook with rage. If you really think I am going to cook and clean after you, you have another thought coming. If you make me do these things, I will poison you. He finished desperately, wondering what the hell he had got himself into. Sleep in the drawing room, cook and clean for Snape, Harry simply spluttered with rage. Snape, however, was very cool even in the face of Harry poisoning him. You do not realize, Potter, how alone we are. I have sealed the wards, which means you may not leave until I say so. This place is mine, and until today no one has ever come here. So no one will be able to find this place, and I hope you do as I say, or I will wait for a week's time and simply tell Dumbledore you do not obey, and he will ask you to train with Moody. In that 1 week I will of course punish you as I see it fit for wasting my time and being disobedient. Snape watched with a frown as a peculiar expression came over Harry's face at the mention of working with Moody. He tucked it away in a corner of his mind to examine it later. Snape had been shocked when Remus had spoken what he did at the Order meeting, and Minerva's plea and her revelation that Harry had not breathed a word to anyone about what he had seen in the pensive and had taken Black to task caused him to re-examine the boy who lived. When he had seen Harry's interaction with Dumbledore and Moody, with whom he had been deliberately rude, Snape knew there was more to Harry than what he had believed. He had decided then to push the boy as far as Harry would go and see what made him tick, and if he was on the up as Minerva had said, Snape was willing to work with him and help him to take down the evil maniac. But first he had to know Harry, trust him, and also make sure Harry would trust him. Harry was frothing at the mouth as he heard the rules, and after he heard Snape telling him what would happen if Snape went back to the Order saying he had failed with Harry, Harry knew being with Snape was the lesser of the two evils. So he had swallowed his anger and had nodded his head stiffly. Snape was shocked. So Potter chose him over Moody. He wondered what that meant. He turned away and conjured a bed in the hall in one corner, and then curtains, a table and a chair. I will be back in half an hour. You may unpack, refresh yourself and make some tea for us. The bathroom is through that door. You share it with me. There are 2 doors, and if one of us is inside, the other door is automatically sealed. Be ready in half an hour. Snape strode inside and shut his door with a bang. Harry fumed as he turned and stomped away to what would be his room from now on until the end of these miserable holidays. He dumped his trunk by his bed and went to wash his hands and face in the kitchen sink and started making tea. He supposed his space was better than his broom cupboard, but definitely not up to the second bedroom in the Dursleys. He smiled grimly to himself as he worked, that even the Dursleys was better than something. Harry soon had a pot of tea and some biscuits he had found in the surprisingly well-stocked pantry, and removed them and placed them on a tray and took them to the small dining table that was meant for 2, as there were 2 chairs placed opposite each other. Snape came striding in as if on cue and sat down in one sofa and gestured Harry to sit in the other. Harry poured the tea and handed it to Snape and waited. Snape raised his eyebrows, surprised Harry had not poured tea for himself, and silently gestured to Harry to have the tea. Harry poured a cup of tea and sipped it nervously. All the while Harry had been fuming. He had also been thinking that he should not anger Snape to an extent it would mean Moody or Dumbledore himself. A sadness went through him as he realized Snape, with his sniping and insulting of not only Harry but his father and Sirius as well, was better than Moody, Dumbledore or even the Weasleys. While Harry did know the others were not involved, his mind was now not in a state to deal with any of them, as it would mean dealing with Ron and Ginny, who might start working on him right away, and Harry knew he would definitely snap and let the cat out the bag. If you have finished thinking and putting your mind to good use, Potter, perhaps you will be so kind to apply that working mind of yours and listen to your schedule that you will be following from today. Snape asked him sarcastically, glaring at him a little. Harry raised startled eyes to Snape and blushed a second later as what Snape told him registered. He nodded silently, vowing he would do all Snape said and do it silently, so that there would be no chance for Snape to belittle his father and Sirius or turn him over to Dumbledore. Snape was astonished at Harry's compliance, not that it showed on his face. He looked as inscrutable as ever. Instinct told him that there was more to all this, and he decided to talk to Minerva and try to make sense of all this. Snape stared at Harry as Harry put his head down and made sure Snape would not be able to see into his head and waited for Snape to begin. Snape did not say a word for almost 5 minutes. Harry frowned and looked up at Snape to find Snape frowning back at him. Seeing Snape's eyes staring at him, Harry quickly looked elsewhere, flushing slightly, and Snape realized at last what Harry was doing. He was avoiding Snape seeing into Harry's mind. He almost smiled and cleared his throat. This summer with Harry Potter was going to be interesting. Your schedule is right here, Potter. The time now is 5. You will start your schedule from 6 today. I have written everything here. Snape handed the sheet to Harry, who took it with a lot of trepidation. Daily schedule. Wake up 5 a.m. Theory 5:30 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. Preparing breakfast 7:30 a.m. to 8 a.m. Theory 9 a.m. to 12 noon. Preparing lunch 12 noon to 1:30 p.m. Preparation 1:30 p.m. to 4 p.m. Practical 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. Preparing dinner 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. Preparation 9:00 p.m. 11 p.m. The theory and the practical will be what I specify on that day or the day before. Do you have any doubts? If you do, ask them now. Harry shook his head as he looked at the schedule with dismay. Then you will prepare for a practical on occlumency and legilimency at 6 today. Snape got up and went to his bedroom. Sir, Harry called out to him as he opened the door, and Snape turned around impatiently. What now, Potter? Harry swallowed his own anger at Snape's snarl. Sir, I won't do occlumency and legilimency till I have prepared and built a shield in my mind. Snape slowly walked into the room, his eyes boring into Harry's face. Look at me, he told Harry softly. Harry stubbornly looked down and was shocked when Snape came very close to him and put a long finger under his chin and lifted Harry's face up. Harry locked his eyes with Snape only for a second, before he wrenched his face away from Snape and stepped back, looking down again. Sir, please, Harry started in a low voice, let me study my books that I have bought from Diagon Alley and build up my shields. Then I will take occlumency lessons with you. Please give me that much time. Harry hated himself at that time. Sheesh. He thought, disgusted with himself. He was reduced to begging Snape. But he really had no choice, as Snape would see everything the first time he poked into his mind, and Harry shuddered at the consequences of that action. He would have to agree to anything to avoid lessons on occlumency till he developed stronger walls. You will take these lessons from me, Potter. Be ready at 6. Snape walked swiftly and went into his room and shut the door. Harry stared at the door in anger, fear and desperation, and then whirled around and went to his trunk and removed the parchment, and closing the curtains around him and casting silencing spells and privacy spells, started writing to Hermione, praying she would respond. Hermione, I am in a mess. Snape has told me he will test me on occlumency at 6 today. That's right, 6, hardly half an hour away. I am so agitated I really don't know what to do. I have begged him and I have pleaded with him, saying that I need the time to study the theory and also to build up stronger shields before I can be tested on them, but Snape won't listen. I was so polite with him, Hermione. Really. I requested him and he just would not agree. Please, help. Harry stopped there when he realized he was repeating himself and waited for an answer that would solve the mess he was in. He closed his eyes as he was waiting in an attempt to calm his mind and build up his shields and strengthen them. A minute later he opened his eyes to see the parchment had only his note on it. He sighed and closed his eyes again, trying to meditate and get his mind that just would not listen into some semblance of order. 3 minutes later he opened his eyes and saw her neat handwriting beginning to appear. Merlin, Harry, how awful. At 6 today means there is hardly any time to plan. Calm your mind and think of all the damage that could occur if Snape caught hold of your memories. We still are not sure of his loyalties and also if he will cover for us. Till we do, it is better to be careful. Just think that whatever Snape may see, he should not witness the memories of the last 3 weeks. Just keep that clear in your mind and you will be fine. Do not antagonize him, Harry. He may slip Veritaserum into your tea or food without your knowledge and make you spill your darkest secrets to him. Be careful, and Harry, you can do it. I have faith in you. I will not right now as I want you to meditate and be ready for him. Bye, Harry. Till later. Harry stared at the note in dismay, even as he knew what Hermione was saying was the truth. Veritaserum, Merlin, that would be horrifying, Harry thought with a shudder as he imagined the question Snape would ask him with a sneer on his greasy face. Harry carefully put the parchment away and sat down on his bed and started meditating. He closed his eyes and started placing memories of the basilisk, the graveyard, the Department of Mysteries and other memories of his school years and his home life, or rather the lack of it, at the front. While these memories were horrible and distressing for Harry, they were nowhere near the level of fear he was feeling in the pounding of his heart if the other memories came up to the fore. Sharp at 6, Snape called him sharply. "Potter, come on now. It is time." Harry sighed angrily and then immediately regretted it and tried to calm himself, as he knew being angry before or during occlumency would only make it easier for Snape to penetrate into his mind. He got up and flicked his wand to open the curtains and walked towards Snape. Snape was standing, his wand in his hand and ready to cast the Legilimens spell on Harry. Harry stood across him, nervously prepared to fight his way if Snape would even touch the edge of his memories that he did not want Snape or indeed anyone to see. "Sit down," Snape told him sourly, and he stood as Harry sat down gingerly, his wand in his hand, prepared to cast anything short of the unforgivables at Snape. "To close your mind, Potter, you must clear it first." Harry looked at him in bewilderment as he realized that Snape was talking and not attacking. Snape glared at him. "Are you paying attention, Potter? For I dislike to repeat myself unless you are an ignorant and a fool who cannot understand." He sneered, his eyebrows raised questioningly at Harry. Harry flushed angrily as so many retorts came to his mind. Only the threat and fear of Veritaserum held it off, and he swallowed heavily and nodded his head. "Yes. Yes, what?" Snape asked him, his expression dark and forbidding as he looked at Harry with anger. Harry was puzzled at the question until he remembered the occlumency lessons of 5th year, and he flushed again. "Yes, sir," he said in a low voice. Snape began to pace the room as he talked softly. "Well, occlumency is the art that teaches you to completely close your mind against outside influences. People who know the art of legilimency can look into another's mind and see and remove thoughts. If the legilimens is exceptional wizard or witch, then they can peer into another's mind without the knowledge of the other, and they can plant false memories like the Dark Lord did." Harry gasped as he looked at him, panic shining in his eyes. "Can anyone look into my mind without my knowledge?" Merlin, how awful! Was Snape trying to say he and Dumbledore could actually read his mind without his knowledge? Snape snorted and sneered. "Why? What are you hiding, Potter?" he asked Harry as he watched Harry very closely and saw him almost shake in fear and blush madly. No sir, I am hiding nothing. I just don't like anyone and everyone to peep into my mind without my knowledge." Harry was stuttering as he answered Snape and looked at him for a second before looking down. This was already getting tiresome, and he had been here for only an hour or two. Harry felt his spirits sink lower than the floor as he thought about the next 2 months. The week with the Dursleys had been fantastic by comparison. At least at the Dursleys there was no constant fear of anyone peeping into his mind. "Not all wizards can do this, Potter," Snape began impatiently as he started walking again. "Only those who are powerful to begin with, or those who have cultivated that power over the years. Today only a handful of wizards can do this. The Dark Lord is among them, and that is why you will learn this branch of magic that will stop him from using your mind for accomplishing his work." Harry nodded his head, listening and concentrating as Snape continued. "How to close your mind is something I cannot tell you, as you must decide for yourself how best to lay protections around your mind so that no one can go past it and see your memories. The best way to do that is to arrange a lot of your memories, true ones with maybe spell walls or other kinds of protection as you see it fit, and then constantly check them and strengthen them, by the simple process to not giving into your mind's whims and fancies. In short, occlumency is to have control of your mind and its actions, and never to allow the mind to have control over you and your actions." "But how, sir? Aren't me and my mind the same? I mean," as Snape scowled at Harry for interrupting him and asking silly and foolish questions, Harry continued hurriedly. He had been genuinely listening and had wanted to know honestly. "All of do what our mind dictates in any situation, don't we?" Snape stared at Harry, and Harry immediately blinked his eyes and looked elsewhere, amusing Snape a lot and making him think seriously about just what Harry had in his mind that made him so desperate to protect it. "Well, your mind and you are two separate entities, Potter, and if you want to master even a little bit of occlumency, you must be prepared to accept this and work on it," Snape told him softly. Harry frowned as he struggled to think of his mind that was just telling him to curse the git in front of him to oblivion, just so that he could look anywhere he pleased without the fear of legilimency cast on him and himself, who was saying exactly the same thing. He heaved a huge sigh as he told himself that though both were saying just the same thing, they were very different, and felt like banging his head on the table in front of him, felt by both him and his mind. He told himself darkly. Potter, please, I know it is very difficult, but do try not to be foolish. Snape told him angrily as he glared at Harry as if he had heard aloud what Harry had thought. Harry looked blankly at him as Snape came around and sat in front of him. He made himself comfortable and looked once again at Harry. Now you had Umbridge last year. Harry shuddered as he remembered Umbridge and her blood quills and the cruciatus she had almost cast. Now when she spoke about the Dark Lord and told all of you his return was a figment of your imagination, you might have wanted to immediately jump up and say she was wrong and the Dark Lord had indeed returned. That was your instinct, which is generally correct, mind you, and powered by your mind that generally tends to give into impulses of contrary emotions that you must have felt at the time. You must have kept silent though, as it was not prudent to talk to a ministry official in a way that would bring down nasty consequences on you. The emotions were right, mind you, but the power that acted opposite to your emotions that were equally correct, so you had to choose. You chose an action that was prudent at that point, and so you exercised caution. You who are powered by your emotions and intelligence chose one. The other you quelled to either put it away for good, as it would have never been a wise option, or to act upon it in the future, when there might be a more favorable atmosphere. Do you understand now? Harry blushed in shame as he thought of how he had jumped and listened to his mind rather than his intelligence. Snape smirked. Of course I know you did no such thing and you spent a lot of time in detention with her, but I am merely explaining to you the difference between what you did and what you should have done. Harry did not know it was possible to go redder as he blushed furiously and glared at Snape for a second. What you did was to give in to your impulses. What you should have done was to exercise caution and kept quiet. You must listen to yourself and start discriminating so that every action is a well thought out process from a mind that listens to both the instinct and the intelligence inside you and makes the correct choice. Now I want you to try this after dinner. You may go and start preparing it now. I wish dinner to be ready by 8. Snape got up and went into his room and shut the door, leaving a thoughtful and a resentful Harry. Thoughtful as he pondered all the things Snape had told him, and resentful he was being treated like a house elf. He got up and started working, chopping the vegetables and thinking furiously about what Snape had said. It made a weird kind of sense, and Harry was amazed Snape was this polite to him. Harry had expected him to straight away start off with the Legilimens and had been shaking with terror. But Snape had been more than decent, more decent than Ron and the others, and definitely more than Dumbledore. Harry drew a deep breath as he tried to stop the thoughts of that one and only order meeting he had attended. He decided it had put him off the order forever, as one meeting and the after effects had made him feel Snape was better than all the people he thought were his friends. He brought back his thoughts to occlumency once again and was soon trying out different shields in his mind he felt might just work. Sharp at 8, Snape came striding to the small table and sat down. Harry set the table and placed the dishes in the middle, and Snape silently helped himself, and then he noticed Harry standing and he still silently signaled to Harry to sit and begin. Harry sat down with some relief as he was very hungry. He had only a cup of tea after lunch that he had had at the Dursleys, and the tension and stress of occlumency and the subsequent relief made his stomach ache with hunger. He immediately loaded his plate and then paused, giving a brief glance at Snape, waiting for a minute to see if Snape would object to the amount of food he had placed on his plate. The Dursleys would have, and in fact would have, ordered him to remove half from his plate. Snape did no such thing as he went on with his meal. Harry started his own, still keeping an eye on Snape, and soon he finished and looked up to find Snape staring at him intently. Harry blushed. I am sorry, sir, and did you want anything? Snape frowned at Harry as if trying to find out why Harry was being polite as he answered him. No, have you finished? At Harry's nod, Snape got up and Harry got up as well and started piling the dishes in the sink to wash. There were not many, and with magic Harry had completed cleaning everything in no time. You may concentrate on the different shields you would like to protect your mind with, and tomorrow we will continue. Snape once again turned to go into his room for the night. Sir, may I use the bathroom now? Harry asked him, hating the flush that stained his cheeks. Make it quick, Potter. And Snape banged the bedroom door close. Harry washed and went to his bed and drew the curtains and cast a silencing charm on them and went to sit at the table and chair Snape had conjured for him. He removed the parchment and started writing to Hermione about his first lesson, and soon was engaged in a very pleasant chatting session with her for the next half hour. Then he went to work, and taking out the runes book he spent about 3 hours studying hard and memorizing the various rune combinations. After that Harry once again cleared his mind and checking his shields went to sleep. Snape in the meantime was thinking had a very interesting day with Harry Potter. Potter was not like his father. Or even like his godfather Black, who so adored him. Snape's lips curled as he thought of Sirius Black and James Potter. With all his faults, Black had truly loved Potter. Had he been present at the Order meeting that other day, he knew Black would have stopped speaking to the werewolf and cut off his friendship with him. His one regret had been Potter could not be with him at Grimmauld Place so that they could bond closer with each other. He frowned as he thought deeply. So many things did not make sense now that he was beginning to look deeply into the actions of the headmaster after his talk with Minerva. While Evans may have sacrificed her life for her son, there was no blood magic as far as he knew that would keep Potter safe in an abusive household like the Dursleys. For the blood magic to work, Evans' sister had to accept the magic voluntarily. From Potter's memories, he knew that was not the case. So why did Dumbledore keep Potter there all these years? Minerva would have made a wonderful guardian. Why was Minerva not allowed to parent Potter when she had volunteered for the job? The blood magic could have been altered, he knew, with a simple ritual that could have blood-bonded Potter and Minerva, thereby transferring the protection, if any, from Petunia Dursley to Minerva. More confusing was the imprisonment of Black. He had been a Death Eater and was in fact responsible for the deaths of Potter's parents by handing over half the prophecy to Voldemort, and even though at that time Evans had probably not conceived, still that was a thin line. Albus had gone to great lengths to save him so that he could spy for Albus, and he knew had deeply repented and regretted each and every action as a Death Eater. Albus had not done a thing to demand a trial for Black. That was astounding by itself, as Black had been a brother to Potter, something everyone knew. Sure, Black had cried insanely that he had killed the Potters, but why had no one verified it under Veritaserum? Black could have been under the imperious curse that had made him betray the Potters. If he had really been responsible for their deaths, then why had no one demanded he be said? Albus could have demanded a trial, and the moment Veritaserum was given, he would have known Black was not the culprit and it was the rat who had betrayed him. The rat was another confusing thing. In Potter's third year, when the Dementors were guarding Hogwarts, Albus had secured the wards very tightly so that he would know each and every member in the castle, so that if Black, or indeed anyone who were not part of the staff, elves and students, entered, he would know immediately. Why did he not realize that the rat was human? Snape sighed as he had too many questions and almost no answers at all. Potter would have been fine with Black, Snape thought reluctantly to himself as he threw a bit of the flow powder in the fire in his room. There was another flow exit in the drawing room, but he had secured both so that no one other than him could flow in and out unless he allowed them to. Minerva, he called softly, wondering if she would be there in her private quarters. There was no one there, and he left a parchment for her eyes only, telling her to call him, whatever the time and the password for the flow, and waited. He heard Harry finish with the bathroom and went to have a bath and came back all refreshed. Half an hour later the flow glowed green as Minerva's head came into view. "Hello, Severus. How are you and Harry?" she asked him, her face very anxious. "Fine, your precious Gryffindor is fine, and I am sure he is plotting ways to kill me right now," he told her, sneering at her. She smiled. "Oh good. Harry's fine and you look fine as well. Why did you call me? I was so worried." Snape scowled at her happy sarcasm and then frowned. "Have you got a minute, Minerva? Can you come over? There are so many things that have begun to make me ponder, and I wonder at the many things that have happened in Potter's life so far that I needed to talk to someone about it. Give me a minute. Severus the First will come in as soon as I ward the place." 5 minutes later Minerva was in Snape's room sipping a cup of tea. "I am sorry I cannot take you to the drawing room as Potter is there." Snape told her about the layout of the cottage. "That is fine, Severus. I really don't mind. What did you want to ask me about Harry?" she asked him in concern. Snape had called McGonagall mainly to seek information about everything that was bugging him and also find out where she was in the scheme of things that surrounded Potter, and with that in mind he started. He told her all his doubts. "I was the one who ran away with half the prophecy, Minerva, and everyone knew Black would have died for Potter, James Potter as well as Harry Potter. Albus swore on his magic for me. Why didn't he demand a trial by Veritaserum, or at least ask Black for an oath on his magic about his loyalties? He ran away from his home Minerva to avoid being marked by the Dark Lord, and Albus just sent him to Azkaban without a trial, and Potter was left to rot with the Dursleys. Another thing that got to me was the protection magic. Potter, I am sure, is being protected by other magic, not the blood magic based on the sacrifice of his mother, which means he could stay just about anywhere. What? Minerva was shocked and stunned by what Severus was telling her. What are you saying, Severus? Snape nodded his head sharply. The truth, Minerva, only the truth. If Potter could get by with the protection that his mother's sacrifice gave him by staying with the Muggles for only 2 months in a year after his 11th birthday, why wasn't that rule enforced before? Second, this year Potter stayed there for only 1 week, to strengthen the protections Albus told us at the Order meeting. 2 months after starting Hogwarts, and 1 week when you want Potter to learn occlumency, 3 weeks after 3rd year when you allowed Potter to go to the Quidditch World Cup, 4 weeks after the Triwizard Tournament when you brought Potter to Grimmauld Place. Minerva, blood wards don't work like that. You know that as well. Minerva stared at him in horror as she tried to come up something that would justify Albus, and failing stared at him again. Yet another thing that confuses me is his aura. Snape was silent for a second and then he continued quietly, I am saying this in confidence, hoping that you will not betray me, Minerva. No one, not even Albus, knows that I can see auras. Snape was silent for a second and said softly, my aura color is green with silver lines and golden sparks. McGonagall gasped. Hers was green with silver dots and she could not see auras, unfortunately for her, and Snape was talking about an aura that was more powerful than Albus, who had a pure green with silver lines. But Albus can see auras too, Severus, and he told me your aura was pure green, when we were discussing power among the wizards, she gasped. I know, and if you change your aura to a power level below yours, yes, he would have been suspicious. All I did was to subdue the silver and golden in my aura so that I had power, but not more than Albus or the Dark Lord. Remember, he could see auras too. When did you do this? You know who must have spotted it at the very beginning. In school during my 5th year, Snape shrugged as McGonagall gasped once again. What, Minerva? I could see auras, and when I find I have a more powerful one than most of my professors, naturally I change it a little, not too much, but a little. Yes. Well, Severus the First, really don't know what to say. You Slytherin, you. She accused him with a twinkle in her eye. Of course, my self-preservation is priority. He smirked back at her. They were silent in a companionable silence as each pondered heavily on everything they had been discussing. What about auras, Severus? You were saying something when we got sidetracked. Snape frowned. Potter's aura is all wrong. Remember the first year when you were so worried that Potter's magic was probably weakened by the Dark Lord's assault, and Potter's subconscious fight by his magic had made a mediocre wizard out of him? She nodded her head, remembering what she had discussed with Snape. Yes, he could not get anything before trying for at least a minimum of 6 to 8 times and a maximum of I don't know how many. She told him. She had been saddened that Harry's core had weakened by fighting the Dark Lord. Then how did Potter destroy Quirrell? The way he had burnt to ashes suggested a huge magic backlash. Potter was in the infirmary recovering from magical exhaustion, not anything else. I know, as I supplied the potions. The way he held of 100 Dementors. Remember the way Black had been so proud that Potter saved his life. She nodded again as she listened to the facts that implied so much and none of it good. The way he fought the Dark Lord and came out of the graveyard was nothing short of stunning. I saw that in a pensive memory that Lucius showed me, and my first reaction was awe, Minerva. Really, I know you will not believe me, but I felt awed that a 14-year-old boy had held a very powerful wizard at one point that joined with each other and still escaped. How did he defeat a 60-foot basilisk at 12? McGonagall was very thoughtful as the implications of what Snape was trying to tell her washed over her. She looked at him in sudden comprehension. He nodded his head. Potter's aura has been changed. He has a blue aura and there is a jagged line surrounding it, and you know what it means. If we are dependent on this boy to win the war, and if all of us are to put our lives on the line for him, why is he not a warrior already? How can you expect him to defeat the Dark Lord, Bellatrix, and the other Death Eaters with the spells he knows at present? Nothing adds up, Minerva, and I am so confused. I would have left it there and not interfered, as until now I sincerely believed Albus always thought the world of this boy and had only his best interests at heart. But this summer Albus gave this boy to me to break him and make him more resentful and lonely, not to teach him anything, I know that much. If he truly wanted Potter to learn, there is you, Bill Weasley, Moody, Shacklebolt, so many others." Snape shrugged and stopped. The truth was that Snape was so impressed that Potter had stood up to Black. He knew how much that must have cost Potter, who thought Black was the father he did not have. When Minerva told him, he had sat long into the night and thought about so many things and put them all in their proper places. Molly's comment was very true. Apart from him, no one really said Potter was unruly, idiotic, or rule-breaking. All the so-called rule-breaking had been emergencies that any child who had a little sense of right and wrong would do. The moment he had seen Potter in a different light, so many inconsistencies had sprung up that had made his head spin. The fact Albus had a hand in all this worried and intrigued him. While he had hated Potter, he also had been sure that Albus wished nothing but the best for Potter, and even the aura was Albus's way of protecting him from unnecessary speculations. After his conversation with Minerva, he found evidence totally to the contrary, and that worried him. If Albus was intentionally doing all this, then he felt it was his duty as a spy who was risking his neck every time he went to Voldemort, to find out why. He would try his best. Potter was the center around which the wizarding world was placed. His actions would ultimately make or mar his world, as he knew prophecies had a way of coming true and history had a way of repeating itself. Well, Snape would try his best to make sure history would not be repeated in the second war with Voldemort, as the first war had almost destroyed the wizarding world till the Potters died and Harry Potter saved them all. This time Snape, and he knew Minerva was on his side, would do his best to ensure the wizarding world's peace did not depend once again on the death of a Potter. That family had paid more than its due to the world that they had been a prestigious part of. The only problem was gaining the trust of the damn boy, and he knew Potter would face Voldemort rather than confide in him. Still, he had to try. "What do we do now, Severus? All this is so frightening, and I really do not know what to do and whom to trust." "Trust no one, Minerva, no one till they prove themselves. What we have discussed today is so important, please assure me you will never speak of it till I agree, and I will do the same, never speak till you are there with me." Snape was alarmed as he considered the implications of all this falling into wrong hands. Minerva nodded her head. "Of course, Severus. I will never speak without your consent. Now you try and bond some way with Harry and see if you can get through to him." He doubtfully agreed to try and added a warning that it would be very difficult though, and both the colleagues went to have a well-deserved rest. The next morning Harry was woken up by Snape sharp at 5:00 with a magical alarm that almost made Harry deaf and woke him up from a nice dream in which he was having Dumbledore at one point and Moody's magical eye in his left hand and yelling at him. There was a weasel that had a red tuft on top that Hermione was holding in her hand and scolding it as it looked miserable and tried to escape, and Ginny was standing in a very comical stance on one leg and her hands joined together in prayer over her head and chanting, "Sorry," all over and over again. He jumped out of his bed and the alarm disappeared. Harry drew the curtains apart and saw a disgustingly fresh Snape and went straight to the bathroom after taking his fresh set of clothes. He returned feeling and looking a lot more awake and alert and went straight to put the kettle on. Making the tea, Harry sat down opposite Snape and slowly sipped his tea, thinking that he had had a lucky escape yesterday and hoping he would escape today as well. As if Snape knew what Harry was thinking, he told him, sipping his tea, "Do you have any books on occlumency?" "Yes, sir," Harry told him apprehensively. "May I see them now, Potter?" "Bring them to me, please." Harry got up as Snape cast a warming spell on his tea, an action that made Harry start and then frown with surprise at the concerned act, and then noticing Snape looking at him, Harry hurried to his trunk and removed 4 books on occlumency and legilimency and came back and handed it over to Snape. Snape looked at the texts, all of them were excellent, and he nodded his head in mild approval. "How much have you read from all of this?" he asked Harry softly. "Were these books the ones you got from Diagon Alley the other day?" "Yes, sir. These along with a few others. I have read the How to Close Your Mind and How to Probe Your Mind 2 times already, while I am halfway through Mind and Its Protection, Revealed. You may read these texts today and ask me if you have any doubts. In the afternoon we will have a practical class and assess how much of the theory in my explanation of yesterday you have understood." Harry hesitated, still scared about the Veritaserum, said very politely, "Sir, I am not really prepared, please could you give me a little more time?" Snape shook his head, making Harry feel very apprehensive. "No, Potter, we really do not have the time. In the next 7 to 8 weeks I wish to teach you a lot of things, and it will not do to get stuck with occlumency. Let me evaluate where you stand today and then we shall take it on from there." I will be down in my potions lab, if you have any doubts. The staircase is hidden behind that wall. Point your wand at it and say, Belladonna, and it will open. Snape set his cup down on the table and left, leaving behind a resentful Harry who glared at his retreating back. Sharp at 5:30 Harry started practicing occlumency like there was no tomorrow. While so much came easily to him, even legilimency was so easy now, the stupid art of occlumency was something he still had to get a hang of. Harry gritted his teeth, as he knew such thoughts would only make him commit more mistakes, and he resolutely started checking his shields and building them up. He had decided to build walls, big stone walls like that of Hogwarts, from bottom to the roof of his mind, and he kept strengthening it with some good and many bad memories, like winning the Quidditch Cup, the fight with the basilisk, and so on. He had placed his most vulnerable memories of the last 3 weeks behind this wall and prayed it might be enough. The whole morning went in this way, and when an alarm sounded for Harry to start breakfast and then for lunch, he would get up and do them, Snape appearing always at the right time and then disappearing after having his meal. Sharp at 4 the wall that was to the extreme left of the main door opened and Snape came out and went to stand behind one sofa, his wand in his hand, gesturing to Harry to take his position. Are you ready, Potter? Then on the count of 3, he said softly, looking at Harry with an unreadable expression on his face. 3, 2, 1 Legilimens, Snape said as Harry looked at Snape in the eye for the first time since the Department of Mysteries. Snape held his wand as he came up against the shield that Harry had been building and then slowly started pushing. He pushed through the first barrier and saw the battle at the Department of Mysteries where Sirius and Bellatrix were dueling. Harry saw him there and he pushed back fiercely. Snape reeled back with the force of the attack and went crashing down. Merlin, I am sorry, sir, are you hurt? Harry ran to Snape, who was picking himself up and groaning slightly. I am fine, Potter, he snapped, feeling very curious inside at the power Harry had exhibited. He had kept Snape away from his mind by simply using his power to throw him out. While it was a very mild attack, still Harry had never been able to resist him before, except for that one time in his 5th year. Snape walked back to the position he had been standing originally and asked Harry to take his position as well. Good, Potter, he said, shocking Harry out of his wits. Since when did Snape go about giving compliments? This time I will push harder into your mind, Potter. Try and push me out as you just did without the help of your wand, if you can. But sir, what you just did was pretty tough. Are you saying you will probe harder than that? Harry protested. Snape nodded once and raised his wand. Harry held his wand tightly as well when Snape's countdown and his whispered, Legilimens, came. But this time the power behind Snape's push was enormous and Harry was not prepared. He tried his best to resist and push Snape out, but Snape was going a bit too fast for Harry to realize what he was doing. Suddenly Snape put some extra power in without warning and breached Harry's defenses completely, and saw Ron reading a letter about going to the order meeting at 10:30 when he was simply blown away. Snape was thrown away across the room and fell against the wall. Protega was the last thing he heard as he dashed against the wall and fell unconscious. In his desperation to ward off Snape, Harry had used all of his power and now Snape was almost blown away. Harry stood gaping in shock for a moment when he realized Snape was unconscious. Harry ran to Snape, bent down and cried softly, Sir, Snape. The last word came out as a shout as Harry saw the blood that was dripping onto the floor. Harry's heart almost stopped for a minute until he heard Snape's shallow and labored breathing and came back to life. Harry quickly leviated him and almost ran into the potion master's bedroom, kicking the door open with his leg, and placed Snape on the big bed. Snape was bleeding from his nose and from the back of his head, and Harry had heard at least 3 breaks and he suspected one of them could be the spine. He ran back to the bed for the book on healing that he had from the bookcase of Artemis Canagon and ran back to the room where Snape was lying awkwardly, telling Harry his bones were broken in more than one place. Harry quickly looked through the book and soon came to the place where there were specific instructions to stop bleeding from the head, nose, limbs, back and stomach. It needed a potion to ingest along with a spell. Harry could have cried. He followed the book's instructions and first ran a diagnostic spell on Snape. That read 4 bones broken, 1 right wrist, right knee, right ankle and pelvic. The bones had crumbled, and in Snape's hips as well as in other places there was extensive bleeding. Harry was horrified at that, and then the spell ran saying that there was internal bleeding from the nose and the back of his head where his head had cracked. He studied the book as Snape by this time was beginning to look blue, so Harry put him under the stasis charm as the book suggested and then calmed himself down as Snape retained that sickly blue color and did not deteriorate. The one advantage in all this horror, Harry thought, was that his spells were spot on and worked at the first try, so that the stasis charm held at once instead of needing 15 tries, by which time Snape might have died. Harry shuddered at the thought that Snape might die or be maimed for life. He ran to the potions lab, forgetting in his terror that he could have contacted Hermione and asked her to get the order. He went into the lab that was so well stocked that Harry was relieved. He looked at the potion specified in the book and realized he did not have the method. Desperately, Harry looked around and saw a lot of books in one corner and ran towards them. The third book had only healing potions, and Harry easily found this potion Marantaga and started assembling the ingredients and strictly followed the procedure and soon had it bubbling away. It had to boil till it became clear, and Harry had time to wait as the book said that would take at least an hour. In that time Harry raided the lab and added the pepper-up potions, Skelegro. He had forgotten about that as the spell said that the bones in his were crushed. They would need to be regrown, and some other general healing potions that Snape had labeled so neatly, and ran up with an armful of them and placed them on the desk in Snape's room. Then Harry rushed back again and waited impatiently for the potion to finish. In the meantime Harry studied and memorized the spells to remove the crushed bones and other healing spells, and then when the potion was ready Harry carefully poured it into the bottle, never even thinking that he had been making potions so effortlessly. Potions, a subject that was his worst and a subject that he hated as much as the person who taught it, and it was that man who was here so ill. He went up to Snape's room and arranged the potions carefully, removing their tops and pouring them into convenient vials for Snape, and went with great trepidation to the bed and removed the stasis charm. The blood immediately started flowing and Snape was convulsing, when Harry cast the first healing spell, stopping the blood flow from the head and the nose, and cast the Petrificus Totalis on Snape. Then Harry removed Snape's outer robes and cut the robes generously where the bones had broken. He saw with horror the scars that seemed to be covering almost every inch of the exposed skin, and swallowing and concentrating hard he slowly removed all the bones in the pelvic and wrist, and then, wanting to be on the safe side, removed all the bones in the injured places. Going to the bed and slowly holding up Snape a little, Harry leviated the vial and wandlessly moved the vial towards Snape's mouth and poured the potion down his throat. He waited for Snape to swallow it, and then he started with the Skelegro and the other healing potions, ending with the sleeping potion, and made sure Snape would swallow by the simple process of holding his nose. Snape spluttered and spilled a little, but swallowed everything that Harry gave him and went into a healing coma. Harry cast a monitoring charm on Snape like the book said, so that he would know when he awoke, and then crashed on the comfortable chair that was by Snape's bed. Harry got up only to use the bathroom and hurriedly make something for him to eat and drink. He sat there by Snape's side all the time. The Skelegro had worked as Harry felt the bones that grew overnight in the places where he had removed the bones. All the other injuries had closed properly and had stopped bleeding afterwards. How much he had healed would be known only when Snape got up. Harry did not study or wander the entire time Snape lay unconscious. He was so anxious and terrified that he may have killed the man he was actually thinking. Dumbledore had a point in wanting him dead. Snape's body was so full of scars. Harry felt for the man as he saw some of them were very old scars, and realized that Snape must have had them since childhood. He must have had a terrible childhood and dreadful school years where he was tormented by Harry's father and Sirius, and most likely ignored by his housemates, Harry thought with a pang, as he understood how lonely Snape must have been, and without anyone to be with him and advise him or care for him. He must have joined Voldemort for the power that would give him over others who had lorded over him all through his life. That was when he remembered Hermione and the parchment, and he rushed off to write to her. He asked her to get the order or do something. She was horrified as she read what Harry had written, and she was going to agree and send a letter to the order when she reread the parchment and paused at the words, "I simply blew him away, and I am afraid he saw Ron and Ginny reading the letter from Fawkes. He has broken bones and had so much bleeding, but I was able to heal him with the book on healing that I had from Canagon." She had to get the order without alerting them to the fact she could and was communicating with Harry through an enchanted parchment, and at the same time she had to alert the order about Snape, as from what Harry had said, Snape was probably subjected to the full raw power of Harry, and it must have hurt him very badly. Harry could not afford to have another death on his head, and she knew it would destroy him. She clutched her head in her hands as she thought fiercely about just how to do this without alerting anybody to what they were doing or arousing their suspicions. Harry, first of all you must check your aura to see if it has the same color, if not make sure it is blue. The second thing is you have to pretend that you do not know what happened as Snape was viewing Sirius's fall into the veil and that you shouted, Protega, and Snape just crashed into the wall. The third thing is you must make sure all your books are well hidden except common ones that are safe so that Dumbledore does not suspect you have been reading too much. Cast the anti-magical eye spell on the trunk so that Moody cannot see into it. Fourth, tell them you checked the healing spells book in the potions lab and did your best. I am going to say, you used your galleon to alert all the members and that it was on my table and I saw the date changed and at once alerted the headmaster. I will not know more than that, so play it carefully. Do all that I said and change the date on the galleon. Even if anyone else alerts Dumbledore along with me, it will only prove that I am saying the truth and I really have no clue about your whereabouts, except that you are with Professor Snape as you have told me that on the train and asked me to refrain from writing letters. That explains about the lack of letters to Ron as well. That's all, Harry. Now hurry so that I can tell Dumbledore. Do all that I have told you and change the galleon. The moment you do so I will flow Mrs. Weasley at Grimmauld Place and inform her, and also ask if Ron's coin has been changed and act hysterical. Bye Harry and take care. Harry read the letter with great relief and hurried to do as Hermione had instructed. He checked his aura and took care of everything else and then with a huge sigh activated the fake galleons and changed the date and the time and wiping the parchment clean, put it away safely and went to sit by Snape, who was still sleeping. Albus Dumbledore was sipping hot tea and discussing with the Weasleys, McGonagall, Remus Lupin, Moody, Shacklebolt, Tonks and Hestia Jones about the war and Harry. Molly was very worried and very unsure about Snape's treatment of Harry and she made sure all of them knew it. I still think it was wrong of you to send Harry to Severus. Merlin knows that man has a chip on his shoulder when it comes to Harry, she was cut off by Dumbledore. And Harry makes it impossible for Severus to be normal while dealing with him, you know that Molly. And Harry while being polite and nice to us will run rings around us. Besides Severus is very proficient at occlumency and is a master at that subject, he would be the best teacher for Harry. It would also divert Harry from the pain of losing Sirius. Molly looked dubious at this, while Ron and Ginny looked at each other and did not say a word in defense of Harry. Remus was sitting in silence, thinking he had failed Harry in some way. Snape's and Molly's words had cut him to the quick and it had hurt him as he knew that what they said was true, but the wolf in him was still grieving for Sirius and it would be some time before it reconciled with the man in him that was telling the wolf it was not Harry's fault. Mrs. Weasley, Ron, Ginny, anyone home here? Came a shout at that time from the Flow connection in the drawing room. All of them rushed with their wands at the ready to find Hermione's face sticking through the flow looking very anxious. Miss Granger, exclaimed Dumbledore. What happened? Are your parents quite all right? He asked her very concerned. Yes sir, replied Hermione breathlessly as Ron came over grinning at her. Just for a second Hermione's eyes hardened then she smiled. Hello Ron. How have you been? Can you see if your galleon has been activated? Mine has. Turning to Dumbledore she smiled once again and added, so these galleons were our way of telling everyone about the meetings of the dark arts. Today as I was reading an advanced book on charms, I saw it vibrate on my desk. I saw that the date had been changed and so was the time. I thought maybe Harry was trying to say something. Dumbledore's eyes changed from concern to alert. May I see it Miss Granger? Turning to Ron he added, Mr. Weasley may I see your galleon as well? Ron grinned at Hermione who gritted her teeth as she realized that he had to yet ask after her or about Harry and scrunched up her face as she noticed Dumbledore looking at her. Sir, it is really uncomfortable on the floor. May I be excused to get a pillow? Dumbledore's face cleared and he nodded as Ron came running down. Hey Hermione, where are you going? She did not answer as she had already withdrawn her head and standing up went to the bathroom to scowl and let off a few choice words. If she felt this bad about facing all of them from the safety and security of her home through the flow, she thought with a pang about how Harry must have felt about dealing with all these goons and not letting on more than he was supposed to know. She went back quickly and taking a pillow put some flow powder into the fire and put her head once again into the flow smiling and putting her shields right up. She had taken to studying occlumency right from the moment Harry had shown her the memories, and she had done it openly to encourage Harry while they were in school. To Harry's jealousy and envy, which he professed to have in large quantities as he told her sourly, when she had told him organizing her mind was so easy and she had got the hang of occlumency quite nicely. She had grinned at him and whispered that his secrets were now safe and no one could pry it out of her. He had been only slightly mollified. "Sorry, sir," she smiled at everyone including Ron, who grinned back at her. He and Ginny had got the news from Mrs. Weasley and the others who were there, and no one noticed the look of shock and horror on McGonagall's face. "Miss Granger, I am afraid that I really do not know just where the place is. I know it is called Rose Cottage, but where it is, Severus has always guarded it most jealously, and I really do not think he has invited anyone there. It is his sanctuary and he has taken Harry there only so that Voldemort will not be able to harm Harry there." McGonagall's face turned white with horror, but as all of them were gasping as they understood what Dumbledore was saying, once again no one noticed it. "But sir, what can we do? What if Harry is in danger there?" she asked anxiously, noticing the look of jealousy on Ron's face. Dumbledore smiled at her. "Nothing until Severus approaches us, my dear. If you get any more notice on your galleon you may tell us, and then we shall try to do something if it continues for more than a day or two. But for now I really do not think there is cause to worry, as Severus would have used the Order's means of communication and would have informed us of anything untoward. Let us not think of the worst and let us relax." Dumbledore smiled at her gently and she nodded, looking obviously relieved that Dumbledore was in charge. She then spoke to the others quite as usual and gaily waving to Ron, who also told her that Snape was a git and Harry had probably hexed the greasy bat and he had punished Harry. Tough luck for Harry, but with Snape you really cannot expect anything else. "Just when are you coming, Hermione?" "Next week, and you make sure that you finish your holidaying by then so that we start with our Newt's potions. Have you decided what you are going to take?" Ron shook his head and Hermione smiled, though her eyes looked very strained. "No matter, Ron. We will discuss when I come there." Hermione left Grimmauld Place and sank down on the floor crying as she thought of Ron and his betrayal. All for some money, she thought bitterly. Dumbledore and the others had gone back to the kitchen and were discussing this latest news about Harry. As usual, Molly Weasley was worried. "Albus, don't you think you should make an effort to see why Harry has alerted the others? Remember, he has not taken his L there and there is no other way he could communicate to anybody else." "Severus has not sent word, Molly," Albus told her patiently. "Severus may be harsh, but willing to harm a boy in his care." "No, Molly, I don't think so, and it could be something as simple as Harry playing with the galleon, not realizing that Miss Granger or Ron would have seen it and rushed to you or to me. We will wait for Severus's message to inform us if anything is remiss at the cottage. I will send him a Patronus asking him to answer if Harry activates the galleon again, as that might tell us there is a problem, but I really do not think there is any cause to worry." Dumbledore shook his head as Molly Weasley pleaded once again. "I really do not know what kind of wards Severus has placed there. Once he is there he does not communicate with anyone in any manner short of a catastrophe. We will wait for a day for an answer before thinking of horrible thoughts." Dumbledore got up before Molly Weasley could pester him more and left, smiling at one and all. Slowly all the others too left, leaving the Weasleys and Lupin in the house. McGonagall fled to Hogwarts along with Dumbledore, pleading a headache, and went into her private rooms and warded the door. She went into her bedroom asking a house elf for a cup of tea, and after it went away she carefully warded the door and cast many spy spells and also many wards to ensure that no one would even want to come in, and took a pinch of flow powder and threw it into the fire in her bedroom. Hermione could have cried with anger. She was so furious at the callous treatment of Dumbledore, Ron and the Order. She wondered how Harry and she had been so blind to all of them. Well, she conceded reluctantly, everyone except Mrs. Weasley, only no one listened to her. She did not know what to do, as Harry would have put his parchment away and would be waiting for the order. She took out her parchment and sat down by her bed and patiently waited for Harry to write and ask her why no one had come. Harry was waiting with fear, anxiety and a host of other contradicting emotions as he looked at the peaceful face of Snape, who looked so relaxed and young as he slept there. Harry, on the other hand, was not so relaxed or peaceful, as he fidgeted continuously, wondering if he had done the right thing and praying that Snape be all right and he had not done lasting damage to his potions professor. An hour later the fire in Snape's room turned green and McGonagall stepped out and looked at Harry and then at the still figure on the bed and her eyes widened in concern. "What happened here, Potter?" she asked crisply. "Oh good Professor, you got the message I sent through the galleon." "Who told you, was it Ron?" Harry asked her, relief in his voice. "Professor, we were practicing occlumency and Professor Snape was probing in my mind and I wanted to somehow push him out and I cast the Protega charm and suddenly he went crashing into the wall behind him." Harry was looking down in sheer guilt and he missed the look of amazement on McGonagall's face as he recounted what had happened. "You mean the professor went sailing and hit the wall? How far was the wall and where did he get hurt?" she asked him, running her wand over Snape and waiting for the diagnosis. Harry did not answer, flushing with guilt and fear. McGonagall looked up at him and was about to say something when the diagnosis only said Snape was in a healing sleep and all his vitals were functioning properly and his wounds had closed properly and were in a healing process now. She looked as if she wanted to question Harry about the severity of the wounds but she did not say anything. "Professor Snape seems all right, Potter." Harry heaves a huge sigh of relief as he grinned at his head of house, truly happy that nothing terrible had happened to Snape, and nodded his head as she continued to speak. "He is a healing sleep, that is all. Ask him to call me when he awakes." She turned to leave and then hesitated. "Potter," she began quietly, "Professor Snape gave me the secret password of the flow on the condition that I inform no one about the fact that I had access to this cottage. No one, not Professor Dumbledore or any other member of the Order or anyone else knows I have come here. All of them have assumed that you are merely playing with that galleon of yours when Miss Granger told us it had been activated." Harry gaped at this and then flushed angrily. "Professor, isn't it silly to allow us to be here with no outside connection whatsoever? How could Snape?" At her glare Harry hurriedly corrected himself. "I mean Professor Snape do this. What if he had been injured seriously and I had no way of contacting anyone?" he demanded indignantly. McGonagall's lips thinned as she glared at the sleeping Snape. "I really have no answers to your questions, Potter. But you may be rest assured that I will make sure that this is not repeated again. Ask him to call me when he awakes. I must leave now and please make sure you do not tell anyone I have been here." She looked straight at him and raised her eyebrows, waiting for confirmation. "Yes, Professor, I will not tell anyone." She nodded her head once sharply and throwing a pinch of the flow powder left for Hogwarts once more. Harry waited until she had left and then, checking after Snape, hurried to get the parchment so that he could tell Hermione what had happened. Snape and McGonagall were friends with each other so much that Snape gives the secret to her and not even to Dumbledore. There was something so very wrong about that, and on top of all that McGonagall asks him not to breathe a word to anyone about her visit, meaning Dumbledore and the Order primarily, of course. Harry wrote all this and waited for her answer. It came fast and from a very relieved Hermione. "Oh good," she came, "Harry. The idiots except Mrs. Weasley said you were playing with the galleon and I was so worried. How can Dumbledore be such a fool? How dare he just send you off like this? I am so happy McGonagall came, and I agree with you that it looks all very suspicious and very cloak and dagger. Snape trusting McGonagall is nothing short of amazing. Harry, I have been called to spend the rest of the holidays at Grimmauld Place and I will be going there and I will try and find out more, especially just where the rest of the Weasley family is and well, anything I can. The only problem would be to act very friendly with Ron and Ginny and look up to Lupin. Both will test my acting abilities to the maximum. I hope I can pull it off and get some useful information in our fight." Harry read all this with a smile, especially when he saw she had called Dumbledore a fool. "If you are going to Grimmauld Place, remember to act normally and make sure you do not give away anything to anyone." Harry and Hermione chatted to and fro for a long time about anything and everything, and then after they said their goodbyes, Harry was amazed at how easy he found it to chat to Hermione, and he smiled, feeling a bit foolish as he thought of how eagerly he was waiting to talk to her again. It was on the third day that Snape woke up from the healing sleep. It was just before lunchtime and Harry had just been wandering in and around the small cottage thinking in a desultory manner of making lunch and had come to check up on Snape before going to wander around the cottage restlessly yet again. He was very worried as Snape had still to open his eyes, and although McGonagall had told him Snape was in a healing coma, Harry had been tying himself into knots about hurting Snape so badly, thinking all kinds of things and clutching his hair and putting his face into his hands in despair and unable to concentrate even for a little while all this time. Harry walked around a few times and then came back to sit with Snape once more, and 10 minutes later he was once again about to get up to go to the kitchen to make lunch, when he saw Snape moving slightly and groaning in pain. Harry's heart jumped in joy as he went at once to the small table by the bed and checked to see if the healing potions and pepper-up potions were all in place, and waited for Snape to regain consciousness fully and recognize him. Snape groaned a lot more before he opened his eyes and looked around hazily, trying to get his bearing right. He looked right through Harry 2 times before he registered Harry's presence as his eyes came around the room 3rd time. "Potter," he rasped, "what the hell did you do?" "I am very sorry, sir. I never meant to hurt you. I only cast the Protega, and you went and crashed into the wall. But not to worry, sir. Professor McGonagall came here 2 days ago and checked on you and said everything was fine and you were in a healing sleep." Harry replied in a hurried tone, wanting to give all the facts before Snape would get out of bed and kill him. Snape stared at Harry as Harry galvanized into action and started taking the various potion vials and opened them and brought the first one to Snape and held it close to him. "Healing draft, sir, from your lab below." Snape tried to get up to drink it and found that his entire body was so sore that he groaned again. Harry hastened to help him and held him gently and poured the vial into Snape's mouth silently, and banishing the empty vial, summoned another one and plucking it gave that to Snape as well. 2 more potions and half an hour later Snape felt much better and helped by Harry was able to sit up in bed. Harry excused himself and taking the empty vials ran out of the room, relieved Snape had not hexed him or ordered him to call McGonagall and sent him with her to be tutored by other members of the Order. While Snape was hateful, Harry at least knew where he stood with that man, and he also knew Snape would never sugarcoat anything and would never lie to him. Harry felt that he preferred this treatment way better than the one where he was fed lies and falsehoods all in the name of the greater good. Harry went to the kitchen and set the cauldron on the stove and started cooking. Soon there was an aroma that was mouth-watering, and Harry removed the stew and pouring a good amount of it into a bowl, left the rest under a warming charm for him to eat later and ran back to Snape's bedroom. As Harry entered, Snape was trying to stand up and Harry went to the table and placed the bowl on it, cast another warming charm and went to Snape. "Sir," Harry protested, "you are not supposed to get up just yet." "Potter, do not be silly, I need to use the bathroom. Unless you have other suggestions." He glared at Harry, who blanched at the other suggestions that probably translated into bedpans and the like, and then went red with embarrassment. "Sorry, sir," he replied in a subdued voice and went to assist Snape. Harry put an arm on Snape's waist and slowly helped him get up. Snape's face crunched up in pain and was sweating heavily. Harry thought for a minute as Snape stood there panting with the effort of standing up even with Harry's help, and suddenly Snape yelped a little as he was being leviated off the floor. "Potter," he asked Harry in a strangulated voice, "pray tell me what in Merlin's name are you doing?" "Leviating you, sir, and I will take you to the bathroom like this. It will be easier than walking for now." Harry carefully leviated Snape into the bathroom and slowly set Snape on the floor, holding him with his other hand all the while. Once he made sure Snape was steady, he went out and waited by the door for Snape to finish his business. Snape called out to Harry after a while, and when Harry went in, Snape was looking slightly blue with the effort he had made and was sweating heavily. Harry wasted no time, and leviating Snape he returned to the bedroom and put him down gently on the bed. Harry then wiped the sweat from Snape's face and body and slowly shifted him into a sitting position. "Potter, get me some water." Harry conjured a glass of water and put the stew bowl on the table, and so did not see the frown Snape sported on his face for a second as he saw Harry effortlessly conjure a glass of water that was very easily 7th-year stuff. Harry held the water to Snape's mouth as Snape's hands trembled so much that he was spilling the water all over him. After Snape drank the water, Harry took the bowl of stew and started feeding Snape gently, feeling very guilty that Snape was in such bad shape that he could not even hold a glass of water properly. Harry knew that Snape would be fine in another day, but the damage his power when not controlled could unleash still scared him even after 3 days. He knew when Dumbledore came to know of this, it would only reinforce his opinion of killing Harry. Snape had a strange look on his face as Harry fed him patiently. He was still mildly shaking with the impact of being blown away, and the raw power he had witnessed truly scared him. More than the spell, it was the sheer magic of Harry that had created so much damage in him. Harry's unconscious desire to prevent Snape from probing further had led to the uncoiling of his magic that was still affecting him. He had been out cold for 2 whole days and he was sure he would need at least another day in bed before he could move around. What kind of raw power was that? Snape sighed as his buzzing head was unable to understand anything at all. Snape tried his best to think deeply as he swallowed mechanically what Harry fed him, thinking of the memory that had made Harry react in such a manner. He began to analyze and found his head aching badly, and he gave it up as a bad job in disgust and relaxed fully as Harry finished feeding him and grimaced at the thought of having a bloody Potter feed him and take him to the bathroom of all places. This was what would manifest as his greatest fear from now on when he came face to face with the Dementors. Snape thought even as another part of his brain that was pure mush, he told himself sternly, felt nice. Damn it, he did not do nice. That would haunt him forever as well, he felt as he scowled at that stupid part of him that felt so good to be taken care of when he was just not able to help himself. All this time, whenever Snape had been under the Cruciatus or under any curse Voldemort would throw, he would use his portkey after he had dragged himself outside the wards and fall in a special bed that was charmed to receive him, and Poppy would treat him and he would begin his duties as soon as possible. For the first time in so many years, Snape had someone who took this kind of care and even fed him. Snape was torn in two as he wanted to sneer at himself for being so pathetic that he was glad to have even Potter attend on him, while the other was telling him that maybe what Minerva and Molly had said the other day had a point and Potter was like this only with him, as he had started the "Potter is stupid like his father and dog father" fight in his very first potions class. Snape shook his head to clear it and obediently swallowed a sleeping potion that Potter, who had been looking at him with increasing concern, said would help, and went to sleep, promising himself that he would think rationally when he woke up later. Snape slept peacefully all through the day and night and woke up very early in the morning to find Harry was sleeping right next to him in a camp bed he had obviously conjured. So Harry had been sleeping here for the last 3 days. Snape felt something warm moving inside him and scowled. He was feeling much better. The trembling had stopped completely and only the soreness remained. A strange feeling that all his scowls could not banish came over him as he saw Harry sleeping so peacefully. As he continued to look at Harry, his mind started working with the usual amount of alertness and intelligence as ever. Why had Harry's magic reacted so violently? Usually this type of magic was released only when there was extreme anger or fear or being cornered by enemies, and where you didn't have a choice of any kind except to have to fight your way out. Potter knew that what Snape was conducting were lessons on occlumency, and he was supposed to learn to shield his mind, not attack with raw magic. The power of Harry's magic was more than what he had ever seen. Not even Dumbledore's or Voldemort's had been able to exude such raw magic or power. He frowned as he looked at the sadness in Harry's face even as he was sleeping. Maybe the boy was dreaming about black. What had it been? The memory that had made Harry so desperate to throw his magic at Snape, and going by what Harry had said, he had not even felt the magic leave him or feel tired or anything really. That was even more incredible. Snape's brows furrowed deep as he thought of the last thing he had seen in Potter's mind before he had smashed against the wall. His eyes widened as he remembered what he had seen and what Ron Weasley had read out to his sister. His mouth thinned in a determined way and he summoned his wand and slowly got out of bed. He washed, and feeling clean and fresh, he threw a pinch of the flow powder and poked his head into the fire. McGonagall was sleeping, the thick curtains drawn around her bed tightly, and he called out softly to her. She peeped out of the curtains all disoriented, and then seeing Snape became alert quickly. "Give me a few minutes and I will come there," she said softly, just waiting for Snape to withdraw his head before jumping out of bed and racing away to the bathroom. In 15 minutes, she was in Snape's bedroom and he placed a finger on her lips and took her to the drawing room. "Severus, how have you been? Harry told me you had awakened yesterday but went back to sleep, and you did sound all right, only tired. What in the name of Merlin happened between you and Harry? Harry was so scared and said a shield charm of all things hurt you," she asked him the moment they stepped into the drawing room, concern in her voice. "I am fine, Minerva. How much time do you have?" "As much time as you need for me to stay," she replied promptly. Snape made both of them tea, and with biscuits they went to the sofas and sat down. Snape cast a few privacy spells and turned to McGonagall. "I was thrown with a surge of magic against the wall that was definitely not caused by a shield charm." "Oh. Potter cast the Protega all right, but what hurt me was his raw magic, Minerva. I have not seen such power in my life in anybody. Not Albus, and certainly not the Dark Lord." McGonagall gaped at him. What are you trying to say, Severus? I am unable to comprehend. There was so much power in him, Minerva. To add to that, I saw him conjure a glass of water from thin air, not summon it from the kitchen but conjure it. Since he is not Granger or a Ravenclaw and until now he has not been anything other than mediocre, I was astounded at that to say the least. Another thing that shocks me is the fact that Potter did not even get tired or exhausted after releasing this type of magic. That shocks me greatly as well. McGonagall was perplexed. Severus, Harry knew that all you were doing was teaching him occlumency, as he never said a word to me about you trying to be all unfair to him. As Snape looked indignant and opened his mouth to tell her off. Wait, what I am so poorly trying to explain is the fact that Harry knew you were not doing anything other than occlumency, so why should he feel so threatened? After all, you have seen all of his memories except the Department of Mysteries and Sirius falling into the veil, and that is not reason enough for his magic to surge like this. Snape was silent for some time as if he was deciding something in his mind, and then he quietly turned to McGonagall and said very softly, even though they were surrounded by privacy spells and no one could hear them. I did see something, Minerva. I saw Fawkes flash in with a letter to Ron Weasley and his sister and maybe Granger, I do not know. I saw Weasley read about an order meeting at 10:30 and then I knew no more. McGonagall's eyes had widened impossibly as she stared at Snape, her mouth hanging open as she tried to take in what he had just said. Weasley and his sister were getting letters to attend the order meeting. What was happening here? I do not really think Granger was in this, as Potter has been very friendly to her, but if you will think back you will realize that he and Granger did not seem to be missing the other member of their trio. I can believe it if Potter gets letters from Albus, but Weasley and sister. All of this sounds impossible and improbable, Minerva, and I am at a loss to understand. Snape finished and he sat back and slowly sipped his tea, looking at his colleague and giving her the time to take all this in. Both of them sat there trying to make sense of just why Albus should be writing letters to Ron Weasley. I am sure Molly did not know, Severus. McGonagall said at last as Snape nodded his head in agreement. Before Snape could say anything more, there was a noise behind him and he turned to see Harry walking out looking very anxious, and seeing him and McGonagall, his expression relaxed and Snape once again felt a surge of emotion in his that he irritably pushed down, all the while looking at Harry steadily. Hello, Professor, he said, looking at McGonagall and then turning to Snape. Sir, how are you? Sorry, he blushed, I overslept. Are you feeling all right? Yes, Potter. Now kindly refresh yourself and come back here. Harry did not say another word. He went to his trunk and took out fresh clothes and went into the bathroom and came out in 10 minutes to find McGonagall and Snape still talking to each other in low tones. Harry's heart had sunk into his shoes as he saw his head of house. So Snape was going to use her to punish him. Well, at least she would be fair and not tell him to do absurd things like Snape would. Snape silently handed him a cup of tea and Harry unthinkingly conjured up a chair for himself as he took the cup of tea, not noticing the look Snape and McGonagall shared as he was thinking rather morbidly about how Snape of all people was handing him a cup of tea. He supposed that Snape would want him fed and watered before bringing down the axe on him. Well, he would take anything and he was already subduing his pride, telling it sternly any punishment would be better than going to Grimmauld Place or getting trained by Remus or Moody or Dumbledore himself. Harry was startled out of his thoughts by Snape, who addressed him first. Potter, what were my injuries and how did you treat them? Harry gulped and looked down at his shoes as he told Snape about how extensively he had hurt himself and what Harry had done. Snape's eyes had narrowed as Harry stumbled along mumbling about what had happened, and Snape's eyes as well as McGonagall's widened as Harry told them how he had removed the bones entirely and then given Skelegro, and how he had prepared the Newt-level potion and had fed it to him. Both Snape and McGonagall looked at each other as Harry finished and looked up at last, his face red with fear and embarrassment. Sir, I will take any punishment you give me. I never meant to harm you or hurt you. I really don't know why my protega was so strong all of a sudden. I only meant to push you out of my mind, Harry finished very defensively, looking down once again. There was no response for a long time and Harry frowned as he looked up slightly to see both McGonagall and Snape looking at him. He blushed and looked back at them with an air of bravado. I presume you do not want me to go to the headmaster with this? Snape asked at last. Harry's answer to this question would set the trend for the rest of the questions he had. He had been thinking furiously and he had come to the conclusion that Harry Potter did not like the headmaster for more than one reason, if especially Albus was sending letters to Weasley to attend order meetings that Harry and Hermione were not privy to. Harry's reaction was startling to both Snape and McGonagall. He nodded furiously. "I will do anything you say, sir, but I don't want go anywhere. I will behave and be good, sir, please believe me. It was a mistake. I never meant to hurt you." Harry was desperate, but he really did not have a choice. If Snape dragged him off to Dumbledore, Harry knew he would not be able to control himself and it would be disastrous. Snape stared at Harry, as did McGonagall. Then Snape glanced at her just for a second and looked at Harry, who was staring at him with wide eyes full of desperation. "I will do so, Potter, on one condition." Snape started softly. "Yes, sir." Harry nodded his head. Snape looked at Harry and softly asked him, watching his reaction closely as was McGonagall, "Then you will tell us why Weasley and his sister were reading an invitation to the order meeting that was held in the school a day before they left. In fact, I wish to see it." Snape flicked his wand and a beautiful pensieve came right into his hands. Harry sat there unmoving, totally flabbergasted and horrified to the core. So Snape had seen it and had also heard Ron reading the letter. Harry went pale and he just sat there still and unable to think a way out of this. He wished Hermione could be here, she would know what to do, but now he was caught up here alone with Snape and McGonagall, both of them strict and very demanding people. Harry sat there for a very long time not saying a word. After it looked as if Harry would continue to sit and not say a word, Snape cleared his throat softly. "Potter, the professor has to leave. When she does, what she will tell the headmaster will depend." Snape stopped as Harry was already removing the memories from his forehead. Again Snape looked at McGonagall. Harry was not to know how to do this. He looked back at Harry, who had now finished putting the memories into the basin. He had removed bits and pieces of many memories and had placed them into the basin, knowing that the memories would play out from the first one he had placed to the last. Harry put the last memory into the basin and looked up at Snape and McGonagall. "Sir, all I want from both of you is an assurance that you will never say a word of what you see and hear to anyone without my consent, please." "What if I do not give it, Potter?" Snape asked him, his eyes gleaming. "I will fight you and try my best to obliterate you, both of you." Harry told him angrily as he tried hard not to think of what would have happened if Snape or McGonagall were to take this to anyone. Snape, to Harry's surprise, did not retort back sharply. "I will make no promises until I have seen what is inside. If it necessitates a promise, both Professor McGonagall and I will consider it." Snape did not wait for an answer, but he flicked his wand once and the room became dark, and then he tapped the basin and the memories started playing out. "I was under the invisibility cloak and I had placed a silencing charm on myself because of a first or second year who was very frightened by my footsteps that could be heard, but no one could be seen," Harry told them in stilted tones. The memory started in the infirmary, where Snape and McGonagall watched Fawkes flash in with a letter that Ron read out aloud. The spells Harry placed on himself to hide his aura and other things. The order meeting, the meeting that took place after the order meeting. McGonagall gasped there, placing her hand over her mouth, and Snape drew his breath in sharply, glancing at Harry for a second. Then as the memories continued and Snape turned away, Harry going to Snape for the potion. The meetings with Hermione in the room of requirement the next day. The prophecy. Their discoveries and Harry's aura. Snape gasped here as he saw Harry's aura, as did McGonagall. Harry's foray into Diagon Alley, his meeting with the goblins, and ending with the scene with the order members speaking to Harry and the Grangers at Privet Drive. The memories ended and Snape and McGonagall sat as still as Harry had a little while before. Harry had shown only brief moments of each of the meetings, the important things they had discussed and done. Not the entire process. Even then Snape and McGonagall seemed totally shell-shocked and totally stunned. "Sir, Professor, can you at least now promise me that you will not breathe a word about this to anyone?" Harry was scared about this silence and he wanted the promise out of the way before McGonagall suddenly decided to leave for Hogwarts and spill everything to Dumbledore. "I have never been so glad in my life that I have been privy to something like this, Potter. While the contents horrify me, and I know you showed this only under duress, nevertheless you may be rest assured that you have me on your side in this horrible war, and I will not only not reveal what you have shown me so far, I will also from now on inform you about all that goes on in the order and do my best to help you in any way I can, and you may be rest assured no one will ever dare kill or even think of it you as long as I am alive." McGonagall was foaming at the mouth as she realized that this boy and Granger had been planning to go it alone, until the goblins offered their hand in friendship. How that Weasley boy and girl could be Gryffindor she did not know, but at that time the memory of a rat came to her and she realized that these two were like Peter. She felt tears come into her eyes as she thought of all that Harry had sacrificed and all that he had endured until now, and even when the odds were against him, even when Dumbledore was planning to kill him and take over his assets, he was still willing to work to defeat Voldemort. That more than anything touched her and moved her from the bottom of her heart. Why did not go away, Harry? You could, in fact I say you must. This ungrateful wizarding world does not deserve your sacrifice. You have given too much already. McGonagall angrily wiped the tears from her eyes as she looked at the boy she had wanted to raise as hers in the first place. Harry shrugged as he glanced at Snape, who was still silent and staring at Harry with an inscrutable expression on his face. If I do, then the reason my parents died and the way I managed to Sirius who died for me would be in vain. McGonagall got up and went to where Harry was sitting and bent down and hugged him gently and awkwardly, but pouring all the comfort she could. Sirius falling into the veil is not your fault, Harry. It is ours. We never did anything that would have made you think and be a little more cautious, never gave you the information that should have been told to you so many years back. Sirius argued so much at every order meeting that you should be told about the prophecy and the mind link, but Albus shut him and all of us, saying he wanted you to enjoy your school time without all of this hanging over your head. Never regret you went to fight for Sirius. That is what families do. Love each other and fight for each other. Had Sirius known that you were in danger, do you really think he would have cared two hoots about his status as a wanted criminal or Albus's advice about not going out? He would have hexed his way to hell and back and got to you. He did just that when he came to the Department of Mysteries to save you. That is what you did as well. But he died. Harry's voice came softly, trembling in its grief as he finally said the words that made Sirius a part of the past. Yes, he did. That was sad and very unfortunate, but he died for you as you were prepared to and would have died for him. But do you know one thing, Harry? He would have lived for you as well. That is what I want you to do. Live for him, and your parents who gave their lives as did Sirius who gave his life in the hope and knowledge that you will have yours. Defeat not only you know who, but Dumbledore, Moody and the others who think that you should be done away with just because you had the gall and the nerve to do at 15 months what they cannot dream in their 10 lifetimes to come. She held on to Harry, who was sitting quietly, letting her words of much-needed comfort wash over him as he drowned in memories that were very few in his opinion, of Sirius. At that time a Patronus came from Albus who had called for a meeting at Grimmauld Place. She stood up and smiled at Harry slightly. Well, wish me luck. I am off to my new career in spying. I will tell you what happened there, Harry. Start the real work with Severus, as this holiday here in so much isolation is ideal for learning about all your gifts. Snape flicked his wand at her as she was about to flow, dissenting for Lupin. Was all he said, and then she smiled at Harry and left. There was an uncomfortable silence after she left, and Snape got up and swiftly started preparing lunch, giving Harry the time to calm down after McGonagall's emotional speech. They had missed breakfast and both of them had got up very early. Soon Snape laid the table and silently gestured to Harry to eat, and not waiting for Harry, Snape sat down without much ado and started eating. Harry, too, sat down opposite him and wondered how he could ask Snape to tell him personally that he would not reveal anything to Dumbledore and Voldemort, as McGonagall seemed to categorically speak for both of them. He decided to ask Snape as soon as lunch was over. Snape and Harry ate their lunch in total silence, and afterward Harry stood up and cleared everything away. The food was delicious and Harry had been surprised at how good a cook Snape was. Harry had eaten his lunch fully and turned to the drawing room where Snape was sitting down. He looked up as Harry came and did not say a word as Harry hesitated a little and then sat down opposite him. Potter, why did you leave £1 million for the family that hated you, abused you and never took care of you? He asked Harry softly. Harry shrugged. They did take care of me and not let me out into the streets to fend for myself. I have so much now and, Harry shrugged once again. And the Fidelis? Well, they are under threat from Voldemort only because they are related to me. I thought placing them under the Fidelis for a short while until everyone forgets about them would be safer for them. They never wanted to have to do anything with my mother and me. It was Dumbledore who probably forced them to look after me because of my mother's sacrifice. I feel whatever they did they do not deserve to die for having an opinion of the wizarding world that is not very favorable. Snape looked at him with unblinking eyes. Ah, but you see Potter, you were not protected by any wards that were the result of your mother's sacrifice. Harry, who was looking down, looked up sharply at this and his eyes darkened in anger. What? I thought I was safe there from Voldemort. He noticed Snape was not flinching or wincing at Voldemort's name and continued angrily, then why was I left there? Dumbledore. He breathed the last word softly in anger as he answered his own question, and the order meeting he had attended without invitation came to his mind. He wanted me to suffer so that I would be prepared to listen to him and do anything to get out of that place. Snape nodded, still staring at Harry. McGonagall is related to you, though very distantly. She pushed very hard to gain custody of you when Black was sent to Azkaban. Albus denied her request, saying that here at your aunt's home you would be safe. She is most unhappy and she feels she has let down your parents and grandparents by letting you live in that place. Now Harry was totally gobsmacked, and suddenly the reason why McGonagall had stood up so vehemently for him and the way she had hugged him and tried to comfort him made a lot of sense. That is why she wants to help me. Snape shook his head. No, Potter, she would have helped you in these circumstances if you had been Draco Malfoy. She is very fair and the way you have been treated would have hurt her sense of fairness, relative or not. But as a relative and a person who wanted to even resign her job to take care of you, she feels betrayed and let down by Albus, who did not listen to her objections and made you suffer. Harry was stunned. McGonagall wanted to resign her job to take care of him. He felt very warm inside all of a sudden as he looked up at Snape in wonder and smiled slightly at him. I must thank her for wanting to do so, he said softly, reveling in the feeling that someone other than Sirius was willing to take care of him, and he instinctively knew that McGonagall would never ever see the boy who lived and he would always be Potter or Harry to her. Snape though did not smile back at him. I was a Death Eater, Potter. I think you know that. I also turned from the side of Voldemort to Dumbledore, offering myself as a spy. Harry nodded, bemused at where this was going. I was there at the Hog's Head the day Albus interviewed Trelawney, Snape said, and fell silent. Harry looked puzzled only for a second before he jumped up, his face flushing with anger and total betrayal and very horrified. You, Harry whispered before he stated, shaking, literally pouring magical energy everywhere, affecting everything, as his face turned red in scorn and sheer rage. You were the intruder, weren't you? You were the reason Voldemort went after my parents. Harry was shaking with anger as he realized that Snape was the reason that Voldemort was after him, the reason he was suffering so much. All the things in the room started rattling as Harry's anger escalated. He looked at the man who was staring at him with an unreadable expression, and Harry could have gladly killed him at that point. Snape had not even removed his wand to protect himself or do anything to calm Harry. The cups, plates and indeed everything was rattling very hard as there was no sound from Harry, who was standing, his eyes flashing in anger as he looked at Snape, and Snape who was sitting there, his eyes unwavering on Harry. The windows shattered first and then the cups, saucers and plates started breaking and falling down. The noise they made startled Harry out of his anger and he looked around distracted from the thought of killing Snape, and the rattling stopped as he looked around and slowly registered what had happened around him. You killed my parents, Snape. Tell me one good reason why I should not kill you. Harry asked him very coldly. No reason, Potter, you may go right ahead and I will not defend myself. Snape sat tight, looking up at Harry calmly. Harry glared at him, his whole body shaking with suppressed anger, sadness and a host of so many emotions, all of them very violent, ripping through him. Why did you report that to Voldemort? It was because of that my parents died. Sirius was in Azkaban for 13 years and my mum, Dad and Sirius are not here today to talk for me, be there for me, no one Snape, and no one for me. It was because of that I was shoved into a cupboard, and because of that I was the Dursleys, house elf, the wizarding world's insane attention-seeking idiot and Dumbledore's weapon. Harry has to take down Voldemort and then he has to die because he was unfortunate to be born with a silver aura and he was stupid to defeat Voldemort on the strength of his mother's sacrifice. You have had your revenge for what my dad and Sirius did to you in 5th year, don't you? You must be so happy. Why did you, Snape? Why did you? Why did you? I am asking you, damn it. Harry was shouting at the top of his voice at that point, and on the last word he broke. Huge sobs broke out and his body heaved with the sorrow that completely overwhelmed him. The whole cottage that had been rattling ominously as Harry had been yelling at Snape now settled down as Harry covered his face in his hands and cried for the first time in his living memory, like a child. Harry crumpled to the floor as he cried. The stupid actions of one man had started the demolition of his and his family's entire life. Snape, who had been looking at Harry with an unreadable expression for the most part on the outside, felt his whole being crumble inside as Harry shouted at him, and he had become white and pale with guilt as he acknowledged all that Harry had said was true. It was the one mistake that had led to the death of the Potters and sent Black to Azkaban and had been responsible for Harry's miserable life until now. He got up and went to the weeping boy and sat down before him and put his arms around him and pulled Harry to him. Harry stiffened for a second and tried to pull away, but Snape held him firmly, and then Harry did not care as he wept for his parents and Sirius and himself. A long while later Harry's sobs stopped, though he heaved with the amount of crying and grieving that he had done. All this while Snape had just held him silently, slowly stroking his back and squeezing his shoulders. Harry and Snape sat there for the rest of the day just like that, as each was holding on to the other for what they did not know, but shockingly and surprisingly very comfortable with it, and both of them did not make any move to get out of holding each other. It was around dinner time that Snape broke the silence after Harry's shouting. "You were right, Potter. It was that one act among so many other despicable acts that I have done in the service of the Dark Lord that spoiled your entire life," he began softly, holding Harry firmly. Harry was so tired with his crying he was just lying with his head on Snape's shoulder, and when Snape began to speak, Harry just stiffened a little, but stayed where he was, very silent, not saying a word in acknowledgement or anger. "I joined the Death Eaters to get my own back against the world that I felt in my supreme ignorance and ego-filled stature had been pretty unkind to me. My mother had died in the holidays of 5th year, and I went home to find that my home had been locked and shut down. My father had not seen it fit to even tell me she had died just 2 weeks before school closed for the summer, and she was already buried by the time I had got home. The street house was in her name and she had willed it to me, and my father had left to go and live with another woman whom he had been with for a long time. I abhorred him and he hated me as I was magical. He beat my mother and tortured her almost every day, and she did not have the luxury of escape like I did once I was 11 years old. What was shocking to me at the time was that she made no effort to leave my father even when he would sometimes bring women home. She put up with everything patiently and almost never ventured out and never spoke an unkind word to me. She tried to protect me as much as she could from my father's abuse, and when I got home and found her dead and my father alive and kicking, I was so furious I would have killed him if not for the fact I knew my mother never wanted him harmed. She took a promise from me when I was in my 3rd year. My father had beaten her so much one day that I was furious and had planned to kill him with a potion, as I could not use my wand, and pleaded with me and asked me to never harm him as she loved him, and if he did not love her that was all right with her. Today I can see that she was very weak mentally and she did not have the will to fight against my father, but then I felt disgusted and I vowed that no one would have control over me like that. What a fool I was and how wrong. I was not happy, but I could not go against her. She was a witch and a powerful one. She had been to Hogwarts and was in Slytherin, and her family was as pure blood as the Malfoys. Blacks are yours, Potter. Your father's side, I mean. She could have cast the Harmony charm, she could have even cast the Imperius and made my father a human being instead of a sick animal, but she never did, and she always endured his violence. That year, the year my mother died, I joined the Death Eaters along with Lucius Malfoy and the other Slytherins, including Regulus Black, who was my best friend and the only one who had a fair idea about my home as he came from a similar background. Only both his parents were equally bad. Sirius Black had Potter and he was already an outcast because he was sorted into Gryffindor, but Regulus had no one. While he did not hate the Muggles as I did, he desperately craved acceptance from his parents, an acceptance he was never blessed to have. We related surprisingly well with each other and bonded with each other in secret as Black and your father did openly. I became a Death Eater and it was my way of making sure that wizards and Muggles never mixed and our world was as safe as could be from people like Tobias Snape. But what a disappointment Regulus and I were in for. It was no grand scheme to rule the wizarding world or tackle the Muggles, as the Dark Lord said, no equanimity among the Death Eaters, nothing. The Dark Lord was very paranoid, and the slightest doubt or suspicion, we would be tortured and cursed. The harsh truth was the fact that we were nothing more than ordered to do as he said, and no mind or in fact no life to call our own. Regulus and I were desperate. We could not talk against the Dark Lord to anyone. We would not be accepted in mainstream society as well, and in short we had no hope. We hated Dumbledore with a passion, as he was the hypocritical who turned so many Slytherins towards the Dark Lord. Regulus was an empath, and he was forever telling me, warning me and anyone who would listen in Slytherin to beware of him. Reg always caught bad vibes from him. He told your godfather as well, but Black would simply not listen. What I had suffered from a member of my family and what I swore to myself will never happen, only not to me but to other half-blood children like me, was a joke, as now I was in the clutches of a man who was a maniac and more than 1,000 times worse than my father, and taking the mark ensured I would never be free of the Dark Lord, unlike with my father, whom I never saw after casting an impotent charm on his privates so that he would never enjoy that aspect of his life ever again. He cheated on my mother when she was alive, but after her death he would stay faithful to her. I felt the punishment was just. Harry raised his head at that. Snape smiled wryly at him, and then as Harry laid his head on Snape's shoulder, Snape continued slowly stroking Harry's hair and removing the slight tangles in them almost unconsciously, his turbulent thoughts a million miles away. Snape really did not know why he was unburdening himself to Potter, but as he spoke he felt clean, refreshed, and he felt as if a huge burden was rolling off his back, making him feel so light inside. The 2 years I was in school was bearable, as we had these horrible meetings only during the holidays, but once I finished school it was terrible. My passion was potions, and I felt so humiliated when the Dark Lord would want me to brew them to give them to hapless muggles that would make them behave in eccentric ways. I was mortified. But what could I do, and where could I go? There was no place that would grant me refuge from the Dark Lord. It was at that time Reg and I went to the Hog's Head in the autumn of 1979. Your parents had been married the week before, and Reg and I were deputed to spy on Dumbledore. I went in with only basic hiding charms, while Reg was truly hiding. We always operated like that, only the two of us, not the Death Eaters, I mean. Harry nodded his head, snuggling even more deeply as he listened raptly to a story he suspected no one knew. Snape squeezed his shoulders in comfort as he continued. I never expected to hear anything in the first place, but imagine my shock when I heard the prophecy coming out of her lips. That was when Aberforth saw me hiding and threw me out. But he did not see Reg, as Reg had concealed his aura and everything, like you did that time at the Order meeting, and he heard the whole thing. I waited for the interview to get over and Reg to come out of hiding. What he told me was astounding. Both of us were jubilant as we realized there would soon be born a soul that would actually relive us from this hell. As Reg told me that even if we died somehow, we would know that the Dark Lord would soon meet his fate as well. We were in high spirits that day, and we told only the first half of the prophecy to him, telling him that I was found out and Reg was watching my back waiting for me behind. Hog's Head. The Dark Lord did not even punish us for bringing a half prophecy, and nor did he look in our minds. Occlumency was the first thing I had learnt along with Reg once we realized we were not loyal or true Death Eaters, and we were confident we could withstand his mental assault. Then the Dark Lord ordered me to secure a position in Hogwarts, but I was not successful that year, that is, I did not land the job in 1980. The Dark Lord was most displeased and told me that I should somehow get into Hogwarts, and that was when Reg suggested that I should appear disillusioned with what I was and go there offering my services as a spy. The Dark Lord agreed at once, and I was to try in the autumn of 1980 to become a professor somehow by the summer of 1981. I was happy with that, as Reg and I were working in secret on bringing down the Dark Lord and making the way as easy as we could for the prophecy child. We carefully watched all the light and the dark families and saw potential candidates in your parents and the Longbottoms, whom we came to know, were scheduled to deliver in the month of July. Both have thought it would be the Longbottoms, as your mother, though a powerful witch, was not a pureblood. In the meanwhile, Reg and I were working on the secret project. The Dark Lord, in order to achieve immortality, had resorted to black magic and had created what are known as Horcruxes. A Horcrux is a piece of soul that a witch or wizard willfully separates from his oversoul and places it in a previously prepared container that has powerful magical protective enchantments. To rip a piece of your soul, you must first rip another of his soul, or in other words, you must kill someone, anyone. Harry looked up sharply at that. Sir, then if I kill Voldemort, you will hopefully receive an Order of Merlin First Class and the gratitude of this undeserving wizarding world. Potter, to create a Horcrux you have to kill and perform the ritual that is a chant, which will split your soul, and the split part will reside in its container till such time you need it. You will of course need it once you are killed, but you cannot die in the normal sense as you are not fully dead. A part of you after all is still in this world. Harry drew a sharp breath and sat up straight at that. Snape nodded as he saw the comprehension in Harry's eyes. So that is what Voldemort did. Snape nodded once again and then stopped as Harry blushed violently. He frowned as he could not understand the reason for it until Harry looked down and mumbled, "Can I sit the way I was before?" Snape did not understand for a second, and then he felt very shocked at the warm feeling that swept through him and filled him completely inside and out, and he did not answer the young boy in front of him, but instead pulled him closer till Harry once again leaned on him. Reg managed to find one of them. It was in a cave by the seaside. He found it by accident. He had heard Bellatrix and her husband talking about it, and after Bellatrix left to go elsewhere he gave a rambling potion to Rudolphus and got the information out of him. Both of us went to the cave and I stood a little distance away to keep watch, and Reg entered with Creature and retrieved the locket and placed a false one in its place. That night we destroyed it. But the Dark Lord had made 6 and he was going to make the 7th, as 7 is the magically most powerful number. With the death of the child of the prophecy, Rudolphus's news again. We were so thrilled and happy that we had defeated him on one count. There was a long way to go, but both Reg and I felt we should never give up and work harder to make things easier for the prophecy child, to allow him to fulfill the prophecy in a manner that would mean the ultimate death of the Dark Lord. A few weeks after that you were born, a day later than Longbottom, and Reg told me it would be you. I was hoping it would not, as I had personal issues with your father and Black, while with Longbottom I had no such issues. But as Reg pointed out, it was you who was born as the 7th month dies, not him. What we did not know was that the Dark Lord had somehow found out that Reg had been to the cave. It was our misfortune that a Death Eater who was standing guard at a place a little away from the cave spotted Reg and the elf when Reg had to make himself visible to open the entrance. The Dark Lord had no clue about me or about the identity of the elf, but Reg had been seen and recognized, and that sealed his fate. It was on the day of Imbolc that the Dark Lord made his move. He announced that Potter was the child of the prophecy, and he had gained a very close friend of the Potters as his man, and once all his plans were in place he would move against Harry Potter. Both Reg and I decided to warn your parents through Black. But he was not destined to warn Black or indeed anyone, as the only person who looked at me without repugnance and loathing and bonded with me as my brother was tortured and killed. The Dark Lord. Snape's voice trembled and he shivered as he remembered the horrifying events of so long ago that still stood in his mind as if it had happened yesterday. Harry shifted a little and now placed his arms around Snape's shoulders and held him tight, pouring feelings of calm in his touch. Snape trembled a little more as he tried to find his voice and tell Harry about Reg's torture. The Dark Lord, whispered Snape once more. The Dark Lord told everyone that Reg had been meddling in his business and traitors should be punished. He asked Reg about the Horcrux and Reg told him he had destroyed it and sealed his death at that moment in the worst way possible. The stupid boy took everything on himself to save me and admitted his guilt, pretending he was working with his brother in secrecy. Snape swallowed and paused for a while and then continued softly, the Dark Lord mined him first, but could not find anything. He was furious as a result and he started by breaking Reg's bones one by one, enervating Reg every time he fainted. When it looked that Reg would die of pain, he stopped breaking his bones, not that many were left, and started placing small but deep cuts that were cast along with another spell that was for inducing pain. Reg died when the Dark Lord cut his privates with that spell. I stood there wanting to rush and fall on him, save him or die with him, but I could not let him die in vain, could not let his death mean so little, so I watched him with a smile on my face along with the others and clapped my hand and raised my wand as the traitor died, all the while weeping inside for my first and only friend, brother and family that I had ever known, who cared for this greasy git as his very own. 2 lonely tears came down his cheeks as he spoke softly to a horrified Harry who was trembling with the shock of what he was hearing. That was the day, Potter, that I turned to Dumbledore. I went to him with the information of a spy in his inner circle and simply told him the Dark Lord's orgies were not to my taste. I promised on my magic and gave him a wizard's oath that I will help Harry James Potter to the best of my ability and even die if needed for his sake, so that he may fulfill the prophecy. Only then Dumbledore believed me and helped me and offered me a position of the head of Slytherin and the job of potions professor. Harry looked at shock at the man he had hated with every fiber of his being only a few hours ago. Harry did not think, he reacted on instinct and hugging Snape. Tightly he told him in very clear tones, "I swear on my magic to protect you, Snape, you will never be alone from now on until I die. You will be my family and I will be yours." A swirl of golden magic came from Harry and enveloped both of them as Snape wiped his eyes and gaped at him. "Potter, what are you saying? You are swearing an oath, you stupid child. I will not accept. So you don't want me?" Harry moved a little away from him, feeling let down, though he did not know why. Just because they had been opening their hearts, it did not mean that Snape would want him. He was such a fool. He opened his mouth to say it was okay, but before he could say anything there was a small whisper. "I accept, you stupid, idiotic, ignoramus, beautiful, brilliant child of mine." The next second he was smothered by a huge hug from Harry. The golden swirl fully covered both of them and entered both of them, leaving them very contented, in fact extremely contented for the way they were feeling a few minutes before. "I don't want your pity, Harry. I may call you that I suppose, and you may call me Severus when we are alone or when we are with Minerva, That was why I hesitated." Snape looked at Harry intently. "Hey, you are not getting any." Harry tried to respond lightly, and then leaning against Snape he said quietly, "Of course I feel terribly for you and Regulus. The Black brothers are singularly unlucky, aren't they? Both of them made mistakes. Regulus became a Death Eater to make his dad proud, and Sirius wanted to save my dad and made that slimy rat the secret keeper. It makes my blood boil that both of them paid a little too much for their mistakes." Snape nodded his head. His mind was still swirling with the oath Harry had taken. For the first time in 15 years he felt young and bright and hopeful for the future. "Come," he told Harry, getting up and removing the knots in his body by the simple process of stretching, and then he held his hand for Harry to take. Snape was even at that time thinking about his decision to speak out and tell this boy his story. He still did not know why he did it, but seeing Harry's memories had opened a dam inside him, bringing all the old memories back, memories of despair, memories of sorrow, and he realized he had identified so completely with Harry, that he was able to tell him all this. Harry, as he took Snape's hand, felt complete. This was day he would cherish forever, and he knew Snape would as well. He had been horrified at what Snape had to go through in his life, and Harry had bled inside as he could understand the depths of sorrow and helplessness that he felt even after so many years for his best friend. He felt he was doing the right thing by taking the oath for Snape, and he knew his parents and Sirius would only feel happy for him. For the first time after Sirius fell into the veil, Harry was able to truly smile and think of his godfather without feeling miserable. He had begun to heal. They were silent, each in their own thoughts, as they prepared a meal. The time was long past midnight and peeping towards the dawn, but both of them feeling a bit too hungry and restless to sleep, and so they cooked and decided to have a full meal. They worked together in companionable silence and then ate their food and put the dishes away, and they took turns to wash and change. Snape sighed as Harry came to sit on his bed, smiling, feeling tired. "Go to sleep and we will start the preparations for the war tomorrow." Snape nodded. "Yes, Harry. We must not only train but also plan, not only for the war but also the aftermath. It will be the aftermath that will be truly frightening." He pulled Harry towards him and gently said him on his forehead. "Sleep well, child, and sleep late. We will continue in the morning. Good night." Harry hugged him and, whispering his own good night, went to bed feeling very contented. Harry woke up to the aroma of tea, toast, roast potatoes and stew, all mingling together and making his mouth water. He woke up to see Snape busy preparing a huge meal. Harry cast the tempest and saw it was almost afternoon. He jumped out of bed and raced to the bathroom, shouting a good afternoon to Snape, who answered with a, "Come soon, food is ready." Harry was out clean and fresh in 10 minutes. He did not go to the table where Snape was waiting for him, but to the trunk to remove the parchment, and came back to the table. To write Hermione, "I will not tell her anything of yesterday, Severus, but that I did not get into trouble with you, and I am on my way to understanding occlumency in you." Snape nodded his head, eating his own meal, his eyes shining with amusement at Harry's enthusiasm when he spoke of the Granger girl. So there was something there. He put it away to tackle him about it later, and watched as Harry wrote on the parchment, eating well, chomping his food away at the same time. How had yesterday happened in the first place astounded Snape. But he was not going to look into that. He was going to be immensely grateful for the lifeline and another opportunity that life had given him, and make sure that this time around what had happened with Reg would not happen with Harry. Harry in the meantime had written a short note to Hermione reassuring her he was fine. "Hey, I am sorry I could not write all of yesterday as Snape had woken up and I was busy with him." Snape was not angry at all. He was very surprised though, and Hermione, you will be shocked to know that Snape and I understood each other pretty well. He is on the up, Hermione. I will tell you more in person, but I know you are going to think I am under the Imperius or something, but Snape is very decent and he has promised to teach me occlumency in a way I will master it easily. I will write later, all right. Harry waited for about 2 minutes before the words started appearing. Merlin, Harry, I have been having kittens here. Thank God really that you are fine. I have been imagining all kinds of things, the worst scenario being that Snape had found out and dragged you off to Dumbledore, and the best was that you had made Snape unconscious once again, giving perhaps 3 more days. Now I am relieved and I can start studying again. Don't do this again. If not anything from today onwards I want you to write. I am okay. When you go to bed, if you don't have time to write during the day, I will read that and will know you are fine. Okay. Harry read all this aloud to Snape, whose suspicions were more or less confirmed. She really has you where she wants you, doesn't she, Potter? He asked Harry, smirking at him, amusement shining in his black eyes that were full of warmth. Harry blushed as he understood the implications of what Snape was telling him and scowled at him. You couldn't be more wrong, Snape. He tried to drawl, but it came out very awkward and Harry sounded silly even to his own ears, as he blushed more. Snape could not control himself as Harry huffed and he laughed aloud, making Harry scowl at his warped sense of humor, and he hastily scribbled a, "Fine, we'll do that, got to go," on the parchment and got up as stately as he could and went to keep it safely. It is not very funny, you know, she was attracted to Ron in that way, not me. Harry told him sternly, wondering why he felt so bad about it. She was his best friend, that was all, wasn't she? Then why did he feel so bad about her thinking of Ron in that way? Snape was still smiling as they washed the dishes together in a companionable silence. Snape thought as he washed and dried the dishes along with Harry that he was smiling in a way he never had after Reg, and he realized how much he had missed this kind of conversation in the last so many years. He looked at Harry, who seemed to be deep in thought, most likely about Hermione Granger, and called him down to earth to start off on everything. While you were sleeping, Snape told him as they went to the sofa and sat down. Well, Snape sat down on the sofa and Harry threw himself on the ground, resting his back on the sofa opposite to where Snape was sitting. I took the liberty of calling Minerva to come here and discuss the next step in your training and also talk about the Order, the Death Eaters, and the wizarding world in general. Harry nodded. Yeah, he said, and then curiously, what were you planning to teach me? Snape smiled. All the things I wanted to teach you before now, Harry. Only now I will do it in depth, and before Minerva comes there are 2 things I wish to do. One is to see your books, especially by this Canagon, as I do not recognize the name and nor does Minerva. The second thing, which we will do first, that is now, is to finish your occlumency lessons. Harry pouted. Please Severus, I swear I will start with the stupid occlumency from tomorrow. Please give me an off today. Harry begged him, looking hopefully at Snape. Silly, I haven't finished. What I was going to say before I was interrupted was that if you will not mind, I will create a mind link with you and build your walls. Then all you have to do is to strengthen them continuously by meditation, which I will teach you. With constant practice, the shields will become a part of you and will start operating subconsciously, sensing your need at any given moment. Harry blinked at that. Then he smiled. What are we waiting for? He grinned at Snape, who rolled his eyes. Well, now we don't have to wait till tomorrow for the stupid occlumency him. Saint they started. Snape instructed Harry to look straight into his eyes. Now Harry, he said softly, wanting to impress on the boy how important this was. Harry, you must promise me that you will make a sincere effort at occluding your mind. While what Dumbledore said was in very bad taste, the meaning of what he tried to imply still holds good. The Dark Lord will stoop down to any level, and I wish for you to make sure that what happened before will never happen ever again. Harry nodded seriously. Yes, I will, Severus. You just tell me what to do and how, and I will practice whenever I can, day or night. Good. Snape smiled, satisfied at Harry's answer, and he whispered, Legilimens. Snape was very easily in Harry's mind, and Harry was there as well. May I start with the memories? Come to me and let me hold you, some of them may be painful after all. He ordered Harry, who immediately went to his side, and Snape had his arm around Harry's shoulder. Now how would you want your memories separated? Good, bad and ugly would be one way. Home, school and other would be another. Order, Death Eaters and other would be still another way. What about order, Death Eaters, Hogwarts, Dursleys and others? Snape smiled sadly at Harry. Apart from others, the rest was purely bad memories. He nodded his head, not saying anything, and got to work. He asked Harry to contribute to the artwork and they began. Harry turned his mind into huge caverns like his vaults at Gringotts, and Snape started sifting through his mind. They went through the relatively less painful ones of his time with the Dursleys, and Snape wondered at the endurance the boy had. With all this baggage he should have already been a Dark Lord. Instead here he was struggling to put his pain away, getting up on his feet and still working to defeat Voldemort and trying his best to be happy with what he had, which was very little. A surge of protectiveness swept Snape away for a minute as he tightened his arms at Harry, who was looking rather sadly at his younger self as he was being yelled at by his aunt and trying to dodge her pan at the same time. They worked together for almost 3 hours, before Snape noticed Harry trying hard not look upset by what he was seeing, which was his aunt brushing off the large bruise he had from Dudley hunting on his elbow that was bleeding rather badly. His aunt was accusing him of being whiny and told him very brusquely to clean the wound with water from the bathroom as the blood was making a mess on the floor. "You come back straight here and clean the mess you have made on this floor, boy." Harry's eyes looked shocked and full of hurt as he replied softly, "Yes, Aunt Petunia." They had come up to his 7th year and it was taking all of Snape's restraint not to yell at the Dursleys. He decided he had a visit to make and he would take Minerva along with him. Yes, he was sure he could do something to make the punishment fit the crime. Harry was so small and the things they had made them do, well, Snape was itching for his wand. He hugged Harry, who smiled at him, self-loathing evident in his voice. "I am being such a wimp, aren't I?" Snape brushed the untidy hair off his face. "No, Harry. They are the pathetic ones. They have lost a wonderful person. Well, their loss is my gain. You would not have bonded with me if they had been nice to you, would you?" Harry almost crushed him with his hug. All he said though was, "Thanks, Severus," with a brilliant smile on his face, and Snape smiled back as he went out of Harry's mind, though not before telling Harry and teaching him the basic exercises to do. Both of them opened their eyes to see McGonagall sitting on the other sofa and watching them happily. Harry saw her and he smiled at her a little shyly. "Thank you, Professor," he said, looking down for a second and then looking up and smiling slightly at her, "for willing to resign your job, and wanting custody of me and willing to take care of me when my parents died." She was amazed. "Harry, how did you know?" "Oh," she turned to Snape with more amazement and astonishment. When had Severus and Harry become so close that Severus would reveal information of this type to Harry? She made a note to self to ask Snape later as she smiled at him. "I would have loved to take care of you, Harry. Unfortunately I failed not only you but your parents and your grandparents in allowing you with those muggles. I was convinced at the time that living with them was in your best interests as you would be protected by your mother's sacrifice." Now, she paused, not knowing how much Snape had revealed. "Yeah, I know, Professor, Severus told me, though not in detail." Harry nodded to McGonagall and turned enquiringly to Snape. McGonagall's jaw hit the floor and Snape was actually laughing at her shock. Harry looked bewildered as he hadn't realized he had called Snape by name. "What, did I say anything funny?" he asked Snape, who chuckled once more as he shook his head. "You called me by name." Harry looked blank for a minute and then he smiled at McGonagall and shrugged. "Well, he told me I can do so when we are alone and when you are there." "Sorry if I shocked you." McGonagall grinned. She actually grinned wickedly at Harry. "Now why should I mind you calling him by name? It will do him a world of good to smile and laugh a bit more. It is very apparent he cares about you." And she laughed as Snape scowled at her remarks, which in his opinion were a bit too mushy for him. Looking at Harry, who was looking very embarrassed, Snape knew that he too felt the same. Snape spluttered with indignation. "Minerva, I am very afraid you are delusional. Old age has finally caught up with you. Severus Snape doesn't do caring for Gryffindor's golden boys, Pa," he said as loftily as he could, and Harry was reduced to giggling at his professors. Snape glared at Harry and as Harry continued to smile widely, he too smiled reluctantly at him. McGonagall looked at the display of pure affection in Snape's face and the answering response in Harry's and felt choked with happiness as two of her students, former and present, had found each other. Both of them had been abused and lonely and had been denied so much. She prayed that the happiness of today would last all their lives and together the three of them would triumph over all obstacles. She had wanted to take Harry in, but it looked as if Severus had already let Harry into the core of his being. Harry, would you like to call Granger as well? The four of us know everything and I would like her to be adept in occlumency as well. It would be most important and she could learn along with you and be well prepared. Harry's grin that stretched from ear to ear was the answer. He ran to the trunk to fetch the parchment as McGonagall looked at Snape, raising her eyebrows. Snape gave a slight nod and turned to Harry as he returned with the parchment. Hermione, are you there? I want to ask you something terribly important. The answer came almost at once as Hermione was reading in her room and had spotted the words on the parchment that was in front of her. I am very much here, Harry. What is it? Would you like to come over and study with me? Snape knows everything and McGonagall is also here and are willing to help us. Don't panic and it is very much on the up. What do you say? There was no answer for almost 5 minutes and Harry was getting very jittery when the answer came. Of course, Harry. I will come. I went to ask for permission and Mother says it's all right provided I return home for dinner. Great, Hermione. Snape will open the flow to your home. I will pop in first and then bring you over here. Is that fine with you? Fine, Harry. Come right over. Harry waited only for Snape to adjust the wards and then threw a pinch of the flow into the merrily crackling fire and put his head inside. Hermione was waiting with a gun that pointed straight at his face, her hands and her whole body trembling with her eyes full of terror. He gaped and stared at her open-mouthed at that. Hermione, he gasped incredulously and then suddenly he came out and fell into her room as she ran to him and pulled him through. She immediately ran to him and hugged him. Oh Harry, did Snape torture you through legilimency? Don't worry. We can go and hide in one of your houses until you train and oh Harry, I am so glad you escaped. Wait Hermione. Harry was so bewildered by the hysterical friend in front of him he did not know what to do. What are you saying? Why did you point that gun at me? What happened to you? She got scared that you were under the Imperius or something, you get. Snape's voice came very dryly from the fireplace, where he and McGonagall were uncomfortable perched, watching them with great interest. Hermione squealed and went to stand in front of Harry, protecting him as she heard Snape's voice, and it was her turn to gape open-mouthed when she saw McGonagall as well, and she stared unable to understand anything at both her professors whose heads were poking through the fire. It was a bit too much for her as she had thought that Harry had been brainwashed or put under the Imperius by Snape and was prepared to shoot her way out and rescue him. Both the heads withdrew and before Hermione could turn to Harry, McGonagall came through the flow and explained everything briefly to her. She blushed as she thought of the gun and she turned very sheepishly to Harry. Sorry, was all she said before Harry hugged her and held a second longer than he had to. That was brilliant of you, Hermione. Brilliant. Thanks a lot. That was why I took the time. I could not use a wand, but I could always say later that the murder was in self-defense. She shrugged, still embarrassed by her actions. Harry looked at her, a gamut of emotions running through him, amazement, gratitude, admiration and so many others, and together with all of these emotions he felt very humbled as he realized she was willing to kill a man to save him. He hugged her once again, whispering his gratitude to her. She blushed prettily and smacked him on his arm. Oh, do keep quiet, Harry. It was no big thing. I know you would have done this and more for me. Now you go back and I will call up my parents and then come with you. Hermione called up her parents and told them everything and they agreed to let her go, and she was soon in the cottage and sitting on the floor with Harry. McGonagall started the conversation. Tell us about the wards, Severus. Will Voldemort find out about it if he comes looking, and will Harry be safe there? As I told you, Minerva, blood wards need an acceptance that has to be voluntary. You told me Harry was left on the steps in the night. A whole day had passed where we do not know where or with whom Harry was. It could be the day Dumbledore bound Harry's powers and gifts and left him on the doorsteps with a bloody letter. Snape's lips thinned with anger. Albus had not the courtesy to even ask the Dursleys or inform them in person of the Potters' deaths. McGonagall scowled as well as she thought back to those days. We do not know what was written in that letter. Probably Albus went back later and placed a compulsion spell on them or forced them by frightening them to take charge of Harry. But they are not blood wards. Harry would have been safe in any of his own properties or with you with a blood ritual. There were so many alternatives. All of them were silent as they thought of the fact Harry had spent so many years abused and unwanted on the whims of one man. Snape especially was very angry as he had just seen what Harry had gone through with his so-called blood relatives. He cleared his throat once again, bringing all of them out of their thoughts. Now what I think is we must take care of the Dark Lord first, his Death Eaters next before dealing with Albus Bloody Dumbledore. We need the Order much as we dislike it to help us in dealing with the Death Eaters and then ultimately Voldemort. In that time we must change many things, first of all the perception that Harry is Dumbledore's man only. We have to make Harry independent and also ensure that he is forever out of the loop of the manipulations. Snape frowned thoughtfully as he spoke, turning various things in his mind. Dumbledore will never allow for it. Severus, Minerva was at her most disdainful, allowing Harry to be free, away from his control. Never, and if he even suspects something, he will take action against us and Harry. From now on, in fact, Severus, you should make sure that everyone is always assured of the fact that you dislike James's child. If Albus ever suspects otherwise, he could threaten you with the Dark Mark. He could throw you to the Ministry, he could, and now we know he would do anything. She finished bitterly. Harry nodded his head vigorously, looking very startled and worried at that. Severus, we must not do anything that could make you the scapegoat. That will never do. What Professor McGonagall says is also true. Dumbledore will never allow me to go far away from him, and at this time I am not very wise to go against him. Hermione looked startled, as did McGonagall, but Snape was looking very thoughtfully at Harry. What do you mean, Harry? He asked, looking very interested in the answer Harry would give. Severus, at this time I think we should not give any clue or suspicion to Dumbledore or Moody about my aura, strength, or that our group here knows everything. In fact, that way I think we may be able to gain more time. He said he will not allow the final clash with Voldemort to occur till I reach 17 and take formal control of my vaults and his, well, I mean him, Sirius. He stopped there a bit choked up and then valiantly continued. So he will try and break me as much as possible to get my magic all worked up, and at the next time I meet with Voldemort once I am 17, he would probably come along with me and release my magic at the last moment and then watch with a sad smile as both of us went down. Only the Dark Lord won't go down, as he has created Horcruxes, and unless we destroy them he will keep coming back. Snape finished as McGonagall gasped in horror. Severus, what are you saying? You know who has created Horcruxes? She was actually trembling with fear as Snape nodded his head. Harry turned to Hermione and told her about then, and she too was filled with horror and fear as she realized just how enormous their already huge task had become. Minerva, get yourself together. How else did you think a dead man could come to life after 13 years? Snape asked her sharply. She shook her head as if trying to come out of the fear Snape's words had given her. I am sorry, Severus. I was totally unnerved and just about lost it there for a second. How did you know? Snape's lips tightened for a second as he thought of Regulus and his wasted life. I overheard Minerva, not now but before the Dark Lord fell. The diary that Harry destroyed in his second year was one of them. That was how it managed to get possession of the Weasley girl. Another one was destroyed as well. I heard about it too. It was a locket belonging to Slytherin. Now what I do not know is if he has created more, or we have only 3 more to destroy before killing him, as he was to have made the 7th with the killing of Harry, and we all know how that went. McGonagall put her hand over her mouth at the enormity of the task in front of them, and they were only 4 of them here who were up against the light, dark, the Ministry, and well, against everyone. She looked at Severus, her eyes conveying the concern about the task that lay upon this boy who was destined to fight all of these people with only 2 witches and 1 wizard to help him. Snape nodded his head as he understood what she was so worried about. But this was not the time to panic. At least they had been given some vital information and the time to train Harry and plan their moves. Also, they knew about the Horcruxes, that was a plus. He turned to Harry. You are absolutely right, Harry. In fact, we should do all the things I said before, but in secret and bide our time and deal with the Dark Lord first. Let me finish, Minerva, as McGonagall was about to interrupt again. Harry must learn and learn fast, not only about offensive and defensive magic but also wizarding politics, and work his way up the ladder so that he not only knows how to recognize manipulation but also to deal with it swiftly and efficiently. McGonagall nodded thoughtfully. What Snape was saying made a lot of sense. The debacle at the Department of Mysteries where the Dark Lord failed to kill Harry and Albus has made him very frustrated. He has sent all of us away, those in the public eye, like me, Rookwood, McNair, Avery and Malfoy. That was how I have got almost 2 months to spend here. Well, we must not waste a minute more and do as much as we can before the Dark Lord starts calling and I am not able to be here continuously. All of them nodded at that and Hermione went back to her home with McGonagall to talk her parents into taking a holiday in France, where Hermione had been before and she could manage any questions that may arise about her trip. The Grangers had been planning to go on a holiday when Hermione left for Grimmauld Place and so not much persuasion was needed to make them go a bit early. Hermione would live with McGonagall in the night and come every day to the cottage with her and learn along with Harry from Snape and McGonagall. McGonagall herself finished her duties in school in about 2 days and casually went off for a well-deserved holiday. She had created a special room that was off her bedroom for Hermione and had completely sealed that room. That meant there was only the wall if anyone would by chance happen to enter her bedroom. Though the chance of anyone doing that was highly unlikely, she was not taking any risks. There was a flow in Hermione's room that connected her to the cottage and that was the only way in and out of that room. Not even McGonagall could enter Hermione's room from her bedroom once she had sealed the door with a wall. That way she ensured no one would know of her presence even if they fled to her house and happened to enter her bedroom at any point. Satisfied with all the arrangements made so far and after Hermione came bag and baggage to her room, she would find going to the cottage in the morning and staying there through the day and going back to her room late at night. Snape and Harry had been busy working out schedules and had already started their studies. They continued with the occlumency lessons and Snape felt wanting to meet the Dursleys and show them the real reason of why a Muggle had to fear a wizard. He also kept trying to persuade Harry to stop giving the money to them, but Harry was adamant about it. Occlumency was practiced for about 3 hours a day and the rest of the time Harry started studying about his gifts and harnessing his magic. Snape, Hermione and even McGonagall had drooled over the bookcase of Artemis Canagon and Snape had straight away asked Harry to start with 4 subjects at once. The dark arts, blood magic, runes and parcel magic were the subjects Snape asked him to start off on. He added aura sight to it as well, though Harry would get to practice only on 3 persons at the present. What Harry and Hermione did in the evening practical class with a wand, Snape asked Harry to try it at once wandlessly. He did not stress Harry to get the wandless spells right away as he knew that would be difficult if not impossible at present, but he asked Harry to try so that he would get the hang of it. As Harry was practicing first and second year spells with McGonagall wandlessly, he would soon get these spells as well. Now it was merely to understand the incantations and the flicks and also try the various spells mentally and without flicking his hand. The unlocking of his magic and gifts made Harry read, memorize and understand everything much faster than usual. His capacity for retention was also so much better than before and soon he would be able to come on par with Hermione. They started their day early in the morning and fell into their beds late at night, completely exhausted, but learning so much and the closeness that all of them shared and the purpose for which they were putting in so much effort made everything worth their while. McGonagall still attended meetings in Grimmauld Place and came back with all sorts of news. Harry had received the information that Remus was like this because of the wolf grieving for Sirius and the man in him could not reconcile with the wolf and was desperately trying to convince the wolf, very impassively, but felt just a little bit better inside, as he realized that Remus had spoken like that because of an uncontrollable creature that was in him. Snape though had snorted and had muttered something uncomplimentary about werewolves and their stupidity. Harry could understand that Remus was not in control of the wolf inside him and be able to forgive him, but the wound that had been created by his words had cut a bit too deep and it would take Harry a very long time, if never to look at him as he did before. The days went by swiftly and now Harry was beginning to get a good grasp of the dark arts and blood magic. He was still learning the basics, but was getting a good foundation on these difficult subjects. Hermione was years ahead of him in runes, having taken that class since 3rd year, but in the dark arts and blood magic Harry was far advanced, mainly as his magic was compatible to them and hers was not. In runes, she had the advantage as runic magic was one of her gifts as she had the advantage of 2 years of hard study compared to Harry. Nevertheless they had begun to understand the basic concepts of all magic. Dueling was Harry's favorite and while he could never defeat Snape or McGonagall, he could push them to their limit simply by the sheer power in his spell casting. Harry was beginning to see auras once in a while clearly, but hazily all the time if he wanted to. He was concentrating as Snape told him and made him read texts on that as well, but this was one subject that was more practical than theory. Snape would wake up Harry at 5 in the morning and they would walk around the mountains for an hour, sometimes talking softly about the Dark Lord, Dumbledore, the Order, school and even the Dursleys and Regulus and their plans for the future. At other times they would walk with the wind, sometimes caressing them softly and sometimes whipping around them loudly, whistling in glee that was very loud in the otherwise silence of the mountains, a silence that was so content and peaceful, with only the green mountains and the lovely lake that would reflect the mood of the wind at all times. Both Harry and Snape cherished this time together, the time where there was only them and Mother Nature in all her glory. Harry especially connected to the wilderness and the peace and the calm the morning walks gave him, along with Snape when he could just be Harry without the pressures of Voldemort or the betrayal of Dumbledore, Ron and Ginny and Remus or the impending war weighing him down. He loved it when Snape would put his arm around his shoulder as he giggled at something sarcastic and outrageous the potions master would say, and he would revel in the singular attention that Snape would give him. That part of the day belonged to him, and Snape and Harry was very jealous and possessive about it. Snape had finished with the occlumency shields in about a week that was very painful and traumatic to both of them. Seeing these memories together also made them bond closer and healed Harry a bit. Snape though was reduced to a helpless anger most of the time, and Harry healed a little every time he saw Snape's eyes shining and sometimes burning in anger for his sake. Sirius and the Department of Mysteries was the hardest of them all, and his memories of Sirius were very bittersweet for Harry, who openly cried and clung to Snape as he saw the open affection and concern in his godfather's eyes in the final battle of his life when he was pushed into the veil. Harry was very bitter at the way Sirius had been treated by the people who should have ensured his freedom in the first place. Snape had held him once again and soothed him. The Order was a bloody failure, in Harry's opinion, as they were not capable of knowing or finding out about the guilt or innocence of anyone. Sirius should have never gone to Azkaban, should have not needed to wait until his death for his name to be cleared. A week before his birthday came their OWL results that had Harry and Hermione in a state of flustered nervousness. Hermione need not have been anxious at all, as she cleared her OWLs and got an outstanding in every subject except defense against the dark arts. Harry failed history and divination, got an outstanding in Dada, and exceeds expectation in transfiguration, potions, charms and care of magical creatures, and an acceptable in herbology and astronomy. On the 30th of July Harry waited until midnight for his birthday in a very happy frame of mind. He was lying on his bed and going through his shields automatically, as was the case now a days, the process of continually strengthening them becoming spontaneous. Happy birthday, Harry! 3 voices sounded on the gong of midnight when Harry turned 16. He turned sharply to see Snape, McGonagall and Hermione standing there, beaming at him. Well, Hermione and McGonagall were beaming at him and Snape was smiling. Thanks. He beamed back as Hermione dragged him to the dinner table that now had 4 chairs instead of 2 and was enlarged at meal times. On the table was a small but beautiful chocolate cake with 16 small candles on it. Harry grinned happily at that and then blew out the candles and cut the cake and gave a piece to Hermione, Snape and McGonagall, and then took a piece himself. It's great. Thanks a lot, all of you, you needn't have bothered. Thanks a lot, he said shyly, happiness radiating from his face at the first birthday cake and party he had in his life. Hermione hugged him, as did McGonagall. Snape threw an arm around him and handed him a gift that looked like it was a book. Harry tore open the gift to find it was a diary that had the words, "Property of James Potter and Sirius Black. Whoever tries to open it may do so at their peril." He looked up in amazement at Snape. Snape shrugged. "I stole it from Potter a few weeks before we left school. It was funny the way they searched for it. But I could not open the book and so I never returned it. Now it belongs to you." Harry gazed at the book in wonder. Then he took out his wand and said solemnly, "I promise I am up to no good." The book glowed for a moment and then lay still. Harry turned the cover and it opened harmlessly. He looked up grinning from ear to ear at Snape, who was scowling at the stupid password, and crushed him. "Thank you so much. You have no idea what this means to me." "Oh, but I do, Harry. I know just how much it would mean to you. That was why I gave this a birthday gift," Snape said softly, his scowl all gone and his eyes shining as he saw Harry's happiness. McGonagall had given him a complex book on transfiguration that was actually using basic and complex spells in battle. Harry thanked her and opened Hermione's gift that was also a book, though it was on runes. All of them spent some time eating and chatting, and then McGonagall and Hermione went to McGonagall's house. "Harry, today you get the day off. Both of us will come in at lunchtime and we will plan an outing in disguise to Diagon Alley where we can look around and buy your school things at the same time." "Severus?" McGonagall asked Snape. Snape nodded his head in agreement, and then all of them were off to bed. Harry went to bed and opened the book. Inside were the words, "James Potter and Sirius Black proudly present the Marauders book, assisted ably by Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew." Inside there were pages upon pages in his father's and Sirius' handwriting about pranks of all types and all the students and professors they had pranked successfully. Harry sat long into the night softly caressing the writing of his father and Sirius as they proudly wrote and signed the pranks that had originated from their brain. The result of their pranks was written at the bottom and was divided into outstanding, good, acceptable and poor depending on how successful they were. Around 80 of their pranks were against the Slytherins, and the rest were divided into a general category where they pranked each other in their own house and the other 2 houses in Hogwarts. It was almost dawn before Harry could keep that book away, and slowly he settled down to sleep. Harry woke up at around lunchtime to see Snape was frowning, no, scowling about something. "Hey," Harry said softly as he went to the bathroom to have a wash. He came out in 10 minutes all clean and fresh to find tea, stew and sandwiches all placed under a warming charm. He looked enquiringly at Snape and Snape shook his head. "I have had my meal already, Harry. I will have a cup of tea, though." He was still frowning as he poured himself a cup of tea. Harry silently filled his plate and looked up at Snape, who had sat down in front of him. "A Patronus from Albus," Snape told him abruptly. Harry's face clouded. "What is in it?" he asked as the fireplace turned green and Hermione and a second later McGonagall flooded into the cottage. Both of them were smiling as they came in, and Snape, frown in Harry's face made their smiles falter. Hermione rushed to Harry. "What is it, Harry?" she asked him with concern as she looked between Harry and Snape. Snape answered her and McGonagall as they sat down and helped themselves to the tea. "Albus has sent a Patronus Minerva. He wants Harry to go to Diagon Alley at 4 in the afternoon for his books. He will be escorted by a few members of the Order and the Weasleys. This will also provide a general outing for Potter from being cramped with me. I am to come along with this merry party as well and bring back Potter to the cottage. Hermione will not be able to come." Harry burst out, feeling that his birthday was turning sour. "I have not been called Harry. Hermione and I will come along in disguise, and who knows, we may pick up something." Harry did not brighten up. "I don't want an outing, Severus. I don't want anything. Let us all stay right here." "We can't do that, Harry. Albus will become suspicious. We should go. There is no arguing on that. You know that. I don't have to tell you how important it is to keep him in ignorance," Snape told him sharply, deeply disappointed as Harry, Hermione and McGonagall. All 4 of them had planned to go in outrageous disguises and really let their hair down, so as to speak, and it was terribly disappointing. Snape sent a Patronus answering Dumbledore and smiled reluctantly at Harry. Harry shrugged his shoulders and scowled at Snape. "I will not go to Grimmauld Place, Severus. I will not." Snape nodded his head and straightened his shoulders. "Harry, this will be your first and the most important test. I will set out your exam for today and we will take it from there. You will peep into both the Weasleys' minds and see if you can get a hold of their plans. I want you to act sulky, and remember, if I do insult Black or your father, not to feel hurt inside." Harry smiled reluctantly at that. He was feeling very down as the day he had been looking forward to was ruined. He shrugged. It was time for the start, and he only hoped he could go through the whole thing successfully. The mood of happiness was gone as all of them were pretty disgruntled about the coming afternoon. Soon Minerva and Hermione left, and Snape cast the dissenting charms on both of them so that if Remus was there he would not smell McGonagall or Hermione on either of them. Then Snape and Harry dressed up, and Harry, armed with his resentment and Snape sneering for all he was worth, checked Harry's aura and then left for Diagon Alley by Flo. Remus, Tonks, Moody, Dumbledore, Ron, Ginny and Mrs. Weasley were there waiting for them to arrive. The moment Harry stepped out of the Flo, he was taken into a bone-breaking hug from Molly Weasley, who then held him at arm's length and scrutinized him. Harry had grown a foot taller with all the nutridient potions that Snape had insisted he take with his meals and his happy living in the cottage. His hair was still messy and his eyes brilliantly green. He was still on the thin side, though not scrawny anymore. He smiled at her and she realized how handsome he had become. He was a beautiful combination of his parents and he had inherited their best features and she realized once again, their better qualities. Ron's face was contorted with jealousy before he wiped it off his face. He was taller than Harry but did not seem to carry himself with the same grace as Harry did, though unconsciously. Ginny's eyes gleamed as she thought that her task would be fun and she couldn't wait to start. She grinned at him and he smiled a little at her and then turned to Ron and smiled a little wider at him. "Hey Ron, how are you? Are you fully healed?" Ron nodded, grinning widely. "Yeah Harry, I am fully recovered now and so is Ginny." He lowered his voice and asked, glancing at Snape who was sneering at Ron and glaring at Harry looking as if he wanted to hex Harry, "How was time with the greasy git Harry?" "It must have been terrible mate." Harry's shoulders sagged, a change that everyone noticed and reacted in different ways. Dumbledore and Moody were pleased while Remus was feeling very uncomfortable with that. The reconciliation with the wolf inside him had only just begun and Remus was slowly beginning to heal. "Harry my boy, how have you been?" Dumbledore asked him kindly. "Fine sir, and you?" Harry asked him sulkily, looking down at his shoes. "Do I have to go back there sir?" Dumbledore smiled. "Yes Harry, you must. You realize that what you are attempting to learn with Severus is very important, don't you?" And he turned to Snape who was glaring at Harry in a way that promised retribution the moment they got home. "Severus, you have been quite alright. Miss Granger told us Harry had changed the galleon all of them used last year for their dark arts and so we were worried. But I let it be as there was nothing from you." Snape turned to Harry and inquired of him silkily, "Did you, Potter?" His black eyes glittering. Harry shrugged. "Yeah, it was the day you really probed so hard it was extremely painful in your so-called occlumency class. I can change a galleon if I want to, can't I?" Harry ended belligerently. Molly Weasley was promising retribution to one and all afterwards as her stance turned aggressive and she glared furiously at Snape who smirked back at her, exasperating her further. "Harry, how are you now dear? Was the occlumency so bad all the time?" asked Mrs. Weasley as she glared at Snape again. "Not really," he mumbled as he thought of how truthful those words were and grinned to himself. He looked around as though he wanted to draw the attention away from himself and saw Remus standing very stiffly there. Snape would be astounded at the quality of forgiveness in Harry and scold him soundly later on and beam inside with pride, but all that was in the future. "Hello Remus, how have you been?" Remus smiled a strained smile at Harry. "Fine Harry. It is I who should be asking you that. You have grown taller and all that, but how have you been, coping?" The last word came out very quietly as Remus almost swallowed. As he spoke, "Not too well. I feel so guilty most of the time and well, there isn't anything I can do about it now." His voice turned very bitter as he thought of Sirius and how he had been imprisoned in Azkaban for 13 years and imprisoned again in that blasted House Grimmauld place for another 2. "It was Sirius's own fault Harry," Remus said heavily, making Harry look up sharply in shock at him. Remus nodded his head sadly. "Yes Harry, fighting a person like Bellatrix, you have to be more serious and that is not a pun." But he was laughing and playing with a mad woman who makes killing her business. Harry, not knowing how to answer that, nodded, looking very sad and uncomfortable, and Molly, not able to see the sadness in him, clapped her hands and shooed all of them into Diagon Alley. Harry received an assortment of gifts from a Chudley Cannon's poster from Ron to some homemade mince pies from Molly Weasley. Dumbledore and Remus gave him books on defense and Harry thanked all of them nicely. Dumbledore had pulled Snape aside and was talking softly to him. Snape had his worst sour face on and Dumbledore seemed very happy. They soon followed the others who had gone ahead chattering and laughing. Well, Ron, Ginny and Tonks were very happy, while Harry and Remus were quiet and smiling a little here and there when it was needed. Ron, Harry was about to ask him something as they went to Gringotts for money from their vaults, but forgot in the panic he indulged in when he realized he had not warned the goblins to pretend as if they did not know him, but his fears were unfounded and they went safely down where Harry took a lot of gold from his trust vault. "Ron," Harry asked him as they were being measured for their robes, "where is Hermione?" "She is not with you guys at headquarters." Ron's face fell very comically. "She should be Harry, but she has gone off to France once again with her parents." Harry nodded his head, trying to peep into Ron's mind, but it was more difficult than he had thought it would be. They went shopping for almost everything and Harry paused by Elops, thinking of Hedwig for a minute, he had asked her to fly to Hogwarts and stay there for the summer when he had left, and now he went in and bought a lot of old treats for her, hoping to pacify her when he went to school. They walked into every store buying all their stationery, clothes, books and the like. Harry spotted McGonagall and Hermione, who had come as mother and daughter and were doing their purchases at the same time as Harry and keeping a discreet eye on everyone. No one except Snape and Harry really knew who they were, their combination of muggle and wizard disguises fooling everyone. After they finished with their purchases, they went into the new shop of the Weasleys' Wizarding Wheezes and were greeted by an enthusiastic Fred and George, who dragged Harry to the back and showed him many pranks in various stages of completion. "How are you?" Fred asked him very seriously, so seriously that Harry was taken aback. "If the git is doing irritating stuff, then partner of ours, all you have to do is send word. We will take care of him completely from head to toe, he will never worry you ever again. Promise." Harry was touched. He shook his head. "You have a fabulous place here, guys. Snape is fine, as irritating as ever, but not really harmful. He wouldn't dare, Dumbledore would kill him." Then softly, "If you need more money for expansion, all you have to do is MPGHN. Two hands closed Harry's mouth, not allowing him to finish. "We are doing fine, Harry. Thanks a lot," George told him, grinning as he started showing Harry the various things they had been developing and how it all worked. Soon all three of them were engaged in a discussion of pranks. Harry slightly hinted at a few pranks he had read in his father's and Sirius's books, and the twins went into rapture as they built correctly on the scant information Harry had given them, and they talked excitedly with each other. "Harry, you have the making of a superb prankster." Fred clapped him on his back, making Harry feel a fraud and just a little bit sad that he could not just yet share that book with the twins openly, as it would arouse Dumbledore's suspicions. Harry, after all, was not allowed to have anything of his parents' stuff other than the invisibility cloak and the photo album that Hagrid had given him in his first year. Harry accepted a carton full of pranks as his birthday gift from the twins and walked out to the front of the store to meet the others. They said their goodbyes to the twins and walked back leisurely to the Leaky Cauldron, where old Tom was thrilled to see so many people who were actually going to stay and have something instead of just passing by, as was the case since Voldemort had made an appearance in the Ministry of Magic a month or so ago. Now people used the Leaky Cauldron only as a flow point to hurry into Diagon Alley, finish their purchases and hurry back home. Snape had sent a Patronus to Albus in the morning saying that Harry did not want to go to Grimmauld Place right now and was kicking up an unholy fuss about it, and he was tempted to silence the boy forever, and Albus, wishing to concede small things, had agreed immediately and had arranged for an early dinner after which Harry would leave with Snape. All of them sat there for a long time having dinner and chatting about inconsequential things. Ron and Harry got into a heated discussion about Quidditch, but if you noticed him carefully you would see the strain around his eyes as he smiled and laughed with Ron. Ginny kept butting into the conversation and Harry just nodded his head or shook it to answer to any question she put before turning to Ron with another point that had apparently struck him about the Chudley cannons. By the time dinner was over, Ginny was gritting her teeth and could have hexed Harry and Ron. Ron noticed it and frowned, but Harry did not seem to notice Ginny was there in the Leaky Cauldron at all. As that was the way Harry had been behaving all along, only he had been doing it unconsciously then, and now he was being deliberate about it. No one noticed anything except Molly Weasley. She saw the way Ginny was trying to get the attention of Harry and the way Harry would answer her queries politely and turn back enthusiastically to Ron and talk Quidditch, and smiled a little to herself. She would have been thrilled if her Ginny and Harry, whom she thought of her son in every way, would get together, but she instinctively knew that would not happen. Harry had not even looked at her as a person or a friend, let alone in another way. She sighed as she knew these things had to happen on their own. She looked fondly at Harry and felt a wave of compassion when she realized all that he had gone through. Sirius had been right last year in wanting Harry to have proper and important information regarding the link in the prophecy. But everyone except Snape had shot him down, including herself. Now she repented all that yelling and shouting at Sirius, for if only Harry had known that who could plant false memories and harm him through the mind link Harry had with him, Sirius could have been saved, as Harry would have acted more cautiously. At that time Snape suddenly caught his left forearm, causing a flutter and muttering his apologies, and he bit out as he left, "Potter, you wait at headquarters with Mrs. Weasley and I will take you to the cottage after I come back. Did you understand, Potter?" Harry nodded his head, not daring to show his concern or cautioning Snape to be careful. Snape looked deep into Harry's eyes, nodded once and strode outside and apparated. McGonagall and Hermione had gone back to the cottage when Harry and the others had entered the leaky cauldron. Snape apparated to the cottage and told McGonagall briefly what had happened, and asking Hermione to stay in the cottage, he asked McGonagall to go to Grimmauld Place and stay with Harry there. McGonagall only stopped long enough to ask Hermione to be careful, and then she left as Snape apparated to Voldemort. Meanwhile, the Dumbledore quickly asked everyone to move to the flow the moment Snape had left. "Harry, you go first to headquarters and all of us will follow." Harry nodded his head, hating the thought of going back to Grimmauld Place, but now was not the time to argue. Harry took the flow and threw a pinch into the fire when there were 20 pops, and 10 seconds later there was 21 pops and Harry was gone. Dumbledore could have cursed himself. He should have realized the moment Snape was called Harry should have been sent to Grimmauld Place. Instead he had waited for Snape to leave, and somehow Death Eaters had come and taken Harry with them. Dumbledore roared over the babble of noise everyone was making, "Silence. All of you to headquarters right now." He lifted his wand and sent a general message to everyone in the order and asked them to assemble at Grimmauld Place at 1. In 10 minutes everyone was at Grimmauld Place. Molly Weasley was crying helplessly and McGonagall was terrified even though Snape was there. It could mean that both of them were in danger. Remus was horrified. First it was Sirius and now Harry. He had not even explained to Harry about being so distant with him, and now Harry was in the clutches of Voldemort. Voldemort had had a lousy 2 months. He was almost coming to the conclusion he was going to lose even with his Horcruxes. The fight at the Department of Mysteries was a total failure, and now he was never going to get any respect or fear until the bloody boy who lived became the bloody boy who died. It was at time a lowly Death Eater who worked in the Ministry of Magic came with news that Potter would be roaming the alley on his birthday that was 3 days away. Voldemort had asked Malfoy, Snape, Rookwood, McNair and a few others who were in public offices of one kind or the other to stay away. Snape had asked permission to leave for the Isle of Man to rest in solitude, and Voldemort had given it, telling him to report if Dumbledore ever called him for meetings. "Come to me after the meetings, and any chores he gives you, Severus, and inform me. Otherwise you are free to go. Make sure your hands are clean. Be careful, I do not want to rescue you from prison as well." He had said, glaring at Malfoy all the time. That summer had seen the marking of Draco Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, Zabini, Parkinson, Millicent Bulstrode, Daphne Greengrass, Theodore Nott and Terry Boot, who was the lone Ravenclaw. When the Death Eater from the Ministry had bought the news, Voldemort had taken a day off on Muggle baiting and chewed on this. The next day he had called Bellatrix, Avery and Mulciber and spoke to them and then dismissed them. And then Voldemort had waited. This time he would be careful and he would not make the mistake of giving Potter's wand back to him. The end would come swiftly and without much yelling and screaming and frustration. The waiting came to an end on the night of the 31st of July. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.